llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres.
In memory of William James, born in 1842, died in 1910. Signifies one of those radical alterations of character which came under our notice in the lectures on conversion. In it, the inner man rolls over into an entirely different position of equilibrium, lives in a new center of energy from this time on. And the turning point and hinge of all such operations seems usually to involve the sincere acceptance of certain nakednesses and destitutions. Accordingly, throughout the annals of the saintly life, we find this ever-recurring note. Fling yourself upon God's providence without making any reserve whatever. Take no thought for the morrow. Sell all you have and give it to the poor. Only when the sacrifice is ruthless and reckless will the higher safety really arrive. As a concrete example, let me read a page from the biography of Antoinette Bourignon, a good woman, much persecuted in her day by both Protestants and Catholics, because she would not take her religion at second hand. When a young girl in her father's house, she spent whole nights in prayer, oft repeating, "Lord, what wilt thou have me to do?" And being one night in a most profound penitence, she said from the bottom of her heart, "O my Lord, what must I do to please thee? For I have nobody to teach me. Speak to my soul, and it will hear thee." At that instant she heard as if another had spoke within her, "Forsake all earthly things. Separate thyself from the love of the creatures. Deny thyself." She was quite astonished, not understanding this language, and mused long on these 3 points, thinking how she could fulfill them. She thought she could not live without earthly things, nor without loving the creatures, nor without loving herself. Yet she said, "By thy grace I will do it, Lord." But when she would perform her promise, she knew not where to begin. Having thought on the religious in monasteries, that they forsook all earthly things by being shut up in a cloister, and the love of themselves by subjecting of their wills, she asked leave of her father to enter into a cloister of the barefoot Carmelites, but he would not permit it, saying he would rather see her laid in her grave. This seemed to her a great cruelty, for she thought to find in the cloister the true Christians she had been seeking, but she found afterwards that he knew the cloisters better than she, for after he had forbidden her, and told her he would never permit her to be a religious, nor give her any money to enter there, yet she went to Father Laurens, the director, and offered to serve in the monastery, and work hard for her bread, and be content with little, if he would receive her. At which he smiled and said, "That cannot be. We must have money to build. We take no maids without money. You must find a way to get it, else there is no entry here." This astonished her greatly, and she was thereby undeceived as to the cloisters, resolving to forsake all company and live alone till it should please God to show her what she ought to do and whither to go. She asked always earnestly, "When shall I be perfectly thine, O my God?" And she thought he still answered her, "When thou shalt no longer possess anything, and shalt die to thyself." "And where shall I do that, Lord?" He answered her, "In the desert." Well, this made so strong an impression on her soul that she aspired after this, but being a maid of 18 years only, she was afraid of unlucky chances, and was never used to travel, and knew no way. She laid aside all these doubts and said, "Lord, thou wilt guide me how and where it shall please thee. It is for thee that I do it. I will lay aside my habit of a maid, and will take that of a hermit, that I may pass unknown. Having then secretly made ready this habit, while her parents thought to have married her, her father, having promised her to a rich French merchant, she prevented the time, and on Easter evening, having cut her hair, put on the habit, and slept a little, she went out of her chamber about 4 a.m, taking nothing but 1 penny to buy bread for that day. And it being said to her in the going out, Where is thy faith? In a penny? She threw it away, begging pardon of God for her fault, and saying, No, Lord, my faith is not in a penny, but in thee alone. Thus she went away wholly delivered from the heavy burthen of the cares and good things of this world, and found her soul so satisfied that she no longer wished for anything upon earth, resting entirely upon God, with this only fear lest she should be discovered, and be obliged to return home, for she felt already more content in this poverty than she had done for all her life in all the delights of the world. The penny was a small financial safeguard, but an effective spiritual obstacle. Not till it was thrown away could the character settle into the new equilibrium completely. Over and above the mystery of self-surrender, there are in the cult of poverty other religious mysteries. There is the mystery of veracity. Naked came I into the world, etc. Whoever first said that possessed this mystery. My own bare entity must fight the battle. Shams cannot save me. There is also the mystery of democracy, or sentiment of the equality before God of all his creatures. This sentiment, which seems in general to have been more widespread in Mohammedan than in Christian lands, tends to nullify man's usual acquisitiveness. Those who have it spurn dignities and honors, privileges and advantages, preferring, as I said in a former lecture, to grovel on the common level before the face of God. It is not exactly the sentiment of humility, though it comes so close to it in practice. It is humanity, rather, refusing to enjoy anything that others do not share. A profound moralist, writing of Christ's saying, "Sell all thou hast and follow me," proceeds as follows. Christ may have meant if you love mankind absolutely, you will as a result not care for any possessions whatever. And this seems a very likely proposition, but it is one thing to believe that a proposition is probably true. It is another thing to see it as a fact. If you loved mankind as Christ loved them, you would see his conclusion as a fact. It would be obvious. You would sell your goods, and they would be no loss to you. These truths, while literal to Christ, and to any mind that has Christ's love for mankind, become parables to lesser natures. There are in every generation people who, beginning innocently, with no predetermined intention of becoming saints, find themselves drawn into the vortex by their interest in helping mankind, and by the understanding that comes from actually doing it. The abandonment of their old mode of life is like dust in the balance. It is done gradually, incidentally, imperceptibly. Thus the whole question of the abandonment of luxury is no question at all, but a mere incident to another question, namely, the degree to which we abandon ourselves to the remorseless logic of our love for others. But in all these cases of sentiment, one must have been there oneself in order to understand them. No American can ever attain to understanding the loyalty of a Briton towards his king, of a German towards his emperor, nor can a Briton or German ever understand the peace of heart of an American in having no king, no Kaiser, no spurious nonsense between him and the common God of all. If sentiments as simple as these are mysteries, which one must receive as gifts of birth, how much more is this the case with those subtler religious sentiments which we have been considering? One can never fathom an emotion or divine its dictates by standing outside of it. In the glowing hour of excitement, however, all incomprehensibilities are solved, and what was so enigmatical from without becomes transparently obvious. Each emotion obeys a logic of its own, and makes deductions which no other logic can draw. Piety and charity live in a different universe from worldly lusts and fears, and form another center of energy altogether. As in a supreme sorrow, lesser vexations may become a consolation, as a supreme love may turn minor sacrifices into gain, so a supreme trust may render common safeguards odious, and in certain glows of generous excitement it may appear unspeakably mean to retain one's hold of personal possessions. The only sound plan, if we are ourselves outside the pale of such emotions, is to observe as well as we are able those who feel them, and to record faithfully what we observe. And this, I need hardly say, is what I have striven to do in these last 2 descriptive lectures, which I now hope will have covered the ground sufficiently for our present needs. Lectures 14 and 15, The Value of Saintliness. We have now passed in review the more important of the phenomena which are regarded as fruits of genuine religion and characteristics of men who are devout. Today we have to change our attitude from that of description to that of appreciation. We have to ask whether the fruits in question can help us to judge the absolute value of what religion adds to human life. Were I to parody Kant, I should say that a critique of pure saintliness must be our theme. If, in turning to this theme, we could descend upon our subject from above, like Catholic theologians, with our fixed definitions of man and man's perfection and our positive dogmas about God, we should have an easy time of it. Man's perfection would be the fulfillment of his end, and his end would be union with his Maker. That union could be pursued by him along 3 paths, active, purgative, and contemplative, respectively. And progress along either path would be a simple matter to measure by the application of a limited number of theological and moral conceptions and definitions. The absolute significance and value of any bit of religious experience we might hear of would thus be given almost mathematically into our hands. If convenience were everything, we ought now to grieve at finding ourselves cut off from so admirably convenient a method as this. But we did cut ourselves off from it deliberately in those remarks which you remember we made. In our first lecture about the empirical method, and it must be confessed that after that act of renunciation, we can never hope for clean-cut and scholastic results. We cannot divide man sharply into an animal and a rational part. We cannot distinguish natural from supernatural effects, nor among the latter know which are favors of God and which are counterfeit operations of the demon. We have merely to collect things together without any special a priori theological system, and out of an aggregate of piecemeal judgments as to the value of this and that experience, judgments in which our general philosophic prejudices, our instincts, and our common sense are our only guides, decide that on the whole one type of religion is approved by its fruits, and another type condemned. On the whole, I fear we shall never escape complicity with that qualification, so dear to your practical man, so repugnant to your systematizer. I also fear that as I make this frank confession, I may seem to some of you to throw our compass overboard and to adopt caprice as our pilot. Skepticism or wayward choice, you may think, can be the only results of such a formless method as I have taken up. A few remarks in deprecation of such an opinion, and in farther explanation of the empiricist principles which I profess, may therefore appear at this point to be in place. Abstractly, it would seem illogical to try to measure the worth of a religion's fruits in merely human terms of value. How can you measure their worth without considering whether the God really exists who is supposed to inspire them? If he really exists, then all the conduct instituted by men to meet his wants must necessarily be a reasonable fruit of his religion. It would be unreasonable only in case he did not exist. If, for instance, you were to condemn a religion of human or animal sacrifices by virtue of your subjective sentiments, and if all the while a deity were really there demanding such sacrifices, you would be making a theoretical mistake by tacitly assuming that the deity must be non-existent. You would be setting up a theology of your own, as much as if you were a scholastic philosopher. To this extent, to the extent of disbelieving peremptorily in certain types of deity, I frankly confess that we must be theologians. If disbeliefs can be said to constitute a theology, then the prejudices, instincts, and common sense, which I chose as our guides, make theological partisans of us whenever they make certain beliefs abhorrent. But such common sense prejudices and instincts are themselves the fruit of an empirical evolution. Nothing is more striking than the secular alteration that goes on in the moral and religious tone of men, as their insight into nature and their social arrangements progressively develop. After an interval of a few generations, the mental climate proves unfavorable to notions of the deity which, at an earlier date, were perfectly satisfactory. The older gods have fallen below the common secular level and can no longer be believed in. Today, a deity who should require bleeding sacrifices to placate him would be too sanguinary to be taken seriously. Even if powerful historical credentials were put forward in his favor, we would not look at them. Once, on the contrary, his cruel appetites were of themselves credentials. They positively recommended him to men's imaginations in ages when such coarse signs of power were respected, and no others could be understood. Such deities then were worshipped because such fruits were relished. Doubtless historic accidents always played some later part, but the original factor in fixing the figure of the gods must always have been psychological. The deity to whom the prophets, seers, and devotees who founded the particular cult bore witness was worth something to them personally. They could use him. He guided their imagination, warranted their hopes, and controlled their will, or else they required him as a safeguard against the demon and a curber of other people's crimes. In any case, they chose him for the value of the fruits he seemed to them to yield. So soon as the fruits began to seem quite worthless, so soon as they conflicted with indispensable human ideals, or thwarted too extensively other values, so soon as they appeared childish, contemptible, or immoral when reflected on, the deity grew discredited and was ere long neglected and forgotten. It was in this way that the Greek and Roman gods ceased to be believed in by educated pagans. It is thus that we ourselves judge of the Hindu, Buddhist, and Mohammedan theologies. Protestants have so dealt with the Catholic notions of deity, and liberal Protestants with older Protestant notions. It is thus that Chinamen judge of us, and that all of us now living will be judged by our descendants. When we cease to admire or approve what the definition of a deity implies, we end by deeming that deity incredible. Few historic changes are more curious than these mutations of theological opinion. The monarchical type of sovereignty was, for example, so ineradicably planted in the mind of our own forefathers that a dose of cruelty and arbitrariness in their deity seems positively to have been required by their imagination. They called the cruelty retributive justice, and a god without it would certainly have struck them as not sovereign enough. But today we abhor the very notion of eternal suffering inflicted, and that arbitrary dealing out of salvation and damnation to selected individuals, of which Jonathan Edwards could persuade himself that he had not only a conviction, but a delightful conviction, as of a doctrine exceeding pleasant, bright, and sweet, appears to us, if sovereignly anything, sovereignly irrational and mean. Not only the cruelty, but the paltriness of character of the gods, believed in by earlier centuries, also strikes later centuries with surprise. We shall see examples of it from the annals of Christian saintship, which make us rub our Protestant eyes. Ritual worship in general appears to the modern transcendentalist, as well as to the ultra-Puritanic type of mind, as if addressed to a deity of an almost absurdly childish character, taking delight in toy-shop furniture, tapers and tinsel, costume and mumbling and mummery, and finding his glory incomprehensibly enhanced thereby, just as, on the other hand, the formless spaciousness of pantheism appears quite empty to ritualistic natures, and the gaunt theism of evangelical sects seems intolerably bald and chalky and bleak. Luther, says Emerson, would have cut off his right hand rather than nail his thesis to the door at Wittenberg, if he had supposed that they were destined to lead to the pale negations of Boston Unitarianism. So far, then, although we are compelled, whatever may be our pretensions to empiricism, to employ some sort of a standard of theological probability of our own whenever we assume to estimate the fruits of other men's religion, yet this very standard has been begotten out of the drift of common life. It is the voice of human experience within us, judging and condemning all gods, that stand athwart the pathway along which it feels itself to be advancing. Experience, if we take it in the largest sense, is thus the parent of those disbeliefs which, it was charged, were inconsistent with the experiential method. The inconsistency, you see, is immaterial, and the charge may be neglected. If we pass from disbeliefs to positive beliefs, it seems to me that there is not even a formal inconsistency to be laid against our method. The gods we stand by are the gods we need and can use, the gods whose demands on us are reinforcements of our demands on ourselves and on one another. What I then propose to do is, briefly stated, to test saintliness by common sense, to use human standards, to help us decide how far the religious life commends itself as an ideal kind of human activity. If it commends itself, then any theological beliefs that may inspire it, in so far forth, will stand accredited. If not, then they will be discredited, and all without reference to anything but human working principles. It is but the elimination of the humanly unfit and the survival of the humanly fittest applied to religious beliefs, and if we look at history candidly and without prejudice, we have to admit that no religion has ever, in the long run, established or proved itself in any other way. Religions have approved themselves. They have ministered to sundry vital needs which they found reigning. When they violated other needs too strongly, or when other faiths came which served the same needs better, the first religions were supplanted. The needs were always many, and the tests were never sharp. So the reproach of vagueness and subjectivity and on the wholeness, which can with perfect legitimacy be addressed to the empirical method, as we are forced to use it, is after all a reproach to which the entire life of man, in dealing with these matters, is obnoxious. No religion has ever yet owed its prevalence to apodictic certainty. In a later lecture, I will ask whether objective certainty can ever be added by theological reasoning to a religion that already empirically prevails. One word also about the reproach that in following this sort of an empirical method we are handing ourselves over to systematic skepticism. Since it is impossible to deny secular alterations in our sentiments and needs, it would be absurd to affirm that one's own age of the world can be beyond correction by the next age. Skepticism cannot, therefore, be ruled out by any set of thinkers as a possibility against which their conclusions are secure, and no empiricist ought to claim exemption from this universal liability. But to admit one's liability to correction is one thing, and to embark upon a sea of wanton doubt is another. Of willfully playing into the hands of skepticism, we cannot be accused. He who acknowledges the imperfectness of his instrument and makes allowance for it in discussing his observations is in a much better position for gaining truth than if he claimed his instrument to be infallible, or is dogmatic or scholastic theology less doubted in point of fact for claiming, as it does, to be in point of right undoubtable? And if not, what command over truth would this kind of theology really lose if instead of absolute certainty she only claimed reasonable probability for her conclusions? If we claim only reasonable probability, it will be as much as men who love the truth can ever at any given moment hope to have within their grasp. Pretty surely it will be more than we could have had if we were unconscious of our liability to err. Nevertheless, dogmatism will doubtless continue to condemn us for this confession. The mere outward form of inalterable certainty is so precious to some minds that to renounce it explicitly is for them out of the question. They will claim it even where the facts most patently pronounce its folly. But the safe thing is surely to recognize that all the insights of creatures of a day, like ourselves, must be provisional. The wisest of critics is an altering being, subject to the better insight of the morrow, and right at any moment only up to date and on the whole. When larger ranges of truth open, it is surely best to be able to open ourselves to their reception, unfettered by our previous pretensions. Heartily know when half gods go, the gods arrive. The fact of diverse judgments about religious phenomena is therefore entirely unescapable, whatever may be one's own desire to attain the irreversible. But apart from the fact, a more fundamental question awaits us, the question whether men's opinions ought to be expected to be absolutely uniform in this field. Ought all men to have the same religion? Ought they to approve the same fruits and follow the same leadings? Are they so like in their inner needs that for hard and soft, for proud and humble, for strenuous and lazy, for healthy-minded and despairing, exactly the same religious incentives are required? Or are different functions in the organism of humanity allotted to different types of man, so that some may really be the better for a religion of consolation and reassurance, whilst others are better for one of terror and reproof? It might conceivably be so, and we shall, I think, more and more suspect it to be so as we go on. And if it be so, how can any possible judge or critic help being biased in favor of the religion by which his own needs are best met? He aspires to impartiality, but he is too close to the struggle not to be, to some degree, a participant, and he is sure to approve most warmly those fruits of piety in others which taste most good and prove most nourishing to him. I am well aware of how anarchic much of what I say may sound. Expressing myself thus abstractly and briefly, I may seem to despair of the very notion of truth. But I beseech you to reserve your judgment until we see it applied to the details which lie before us. I do indeed disbelieve that we or any other mortal men can attain on a given day to absolutely incorrigible and unimprovable truth about such matters of fact as those with which religions deal. But I reject this dogmatic ideal not out of a perverse delight in intellectual instability. I am no lover of disorder and doubt as such. Rather do I fear to lose truth by this pretension to possess it already wholly, that we can gain more and more of it by moving always in the right direction. I believe as much as anyone, and I hope to bring you all to my way of thinking before the termination of these lectures. Till then, do not, I pray you, harden your minds irrevocably against the empiricism which I profess. I will waste no more words than in abstract justification of my method, but seek immediately to use it upon the facts. In critically judging of the value of religious phenomena, it is very important to insist on the distinction between religion as an individual personal function and religion as an institutional, corporate, or tribal product. I drew this distinction, you may remember, in my second lecture. The word religion, as ordinarily used, is equivocal. A survey of history shows us that, as a rule, religious geniuses attract disciples and produce groups of sympathizers. When these groups get strong enough to organize themselves, they become ecclesiastical institutions with corporate ambitions of their own. The spirit of politics and the lust of dogmatic rule are then apt to enter and to contaminate the originally innocent thing. So that when we hear the word religion nowadays, we think inevitably of some church or other, and to some persons the word church suggests so much hypocrisy and tyranny and meanness and tenacity of superstition that in a wholesale, undiscerning way they glory in saying that they are down on religion altogether. Even we who belong to churches do not exempt other churches than our own from the general condemnation. But in this course of lectures, ecclesiastical institutions hardly concern us at all. The religious experience, which we are studying, is that which lives itself out within the private breast. First-hand individual experience of this kind has always appeared as a heretical sort of innovation to those who witnessed its birth. Naked comes it into the world, and lonely, and it has always, for a time at least, driven him who had it into the wilderness, often into the literal wilderness, out of doors, where the Buddha, Jesus, Mohammed, St. Francis, George Fox, and so many others had to go. George Fox expresses well this isolation, and I can do no better at this point than read to you a page from his journal, referring to the period of his youth when religion began to ferment within him seriously. "I've fasted much," Fox says, "walked abroad in solitary places many days, and often took my Bible and sat in hollow trees and lonesome places until night came on. And frequently in the night I walked mournfully about by myself, for I was a man of sorrows in the time of the first workings of the Lord in me. During all this time I was never joined in profession of religion with any, but gave up myself to the Lord, having forsaken all evil company, taking leave of father and mother and all other relations, and travelled up and down as a stranger on the earth, which way the Lord inclined my heart, taking a chamber to myself in the town where I came, and tarrying sometimes more, sometimes less, in a place. For I durst not stay long in a place, being afraid both of professor and profane, lest, being a tender young man, I should be hurt by conversing much with either, for which reason I kept much as a stranger, seeking heavenly wisdom and getting knowledge from the Lord, and was brought off from outward things to rely on the Lord alone. As I had forsaken the priests, so I left the separate preachers also, and those called the most experienced people, for I saw there was none among them all that could speak to my condition. And when all my hopes in them and in all men were gone, so that I had nothing outwardly to help me, nor could tell what to do, then, then I heard a voice which said, "There is one, even Jesus Christ, that can speak to thy condition." When I heard it, my heart did leap for joy, and then the Lord let me see why there was none upon the earth that could speak to my condition. I had not fellowship with any people, priests nor professors, nor any sort of separated people. I was afraid of all carnal talk and talkers, for I could see nothing but corruptions. When I was in the deep, under all, shut up, I could not believe that I should ever overcome. My troubles, my sorrows, and my temptations were so great that I often thought I should have despaired. I was so tempted. But when Christ opened to me how he was tempted by the same devil, and had overcome him, and had bruised his head, and that through him and his power, life, grace, and spirit, I should overcome also, I had confidence in him. If I had had a king's diet, palace, and attendants, all would have been as nothing, for nothing gave me comfort but the Lord by his power. I saw professors, priests, and people were whole and at ease in that condition which was my misery, and they loved that which I would have been rid of. But the Lord did stay my desires upon himself, and my care was cast upon him alone. A genuine first-hand religious experience like this is bound to be a heterodoxy to its witnesses, the prophet appearing as a mere lonely madman. If his doctrine prove contagious enough to spread to any others, it becomes a definite and labeled heresy. But if it then still prove contagious enough to triumph over persecution, it becomes itself an orthodoxy. And when a religion has become an orthodoxy, its day of inwardness is over. The spring is dry, the faithful live at second hand exclusively, and stone the prophets in their turn. The new church, in spite of whatever human goodness it may foster, can be henceforth counted on as a staunch ally in every attempt to stifle the spontaneous religious spirit, and to stop all later bubblings of the fountain from which in purer days it drew its own supply of inspiration, unless indeed by adopting new movements of the spirit it can make capital out of them and use them for its selfish corporate designs. Of protective action of this politic sort, promptly or tardily decided on, the dealings of the Roman ecclesiasticism, with many individual saints and prophets, yield examples enough for our instruction. The plain fact is that men's minds are built, and has been often said, in watertight compartments. Religious after a fashion, they yet have many other things in them beside their religion, and unholy entanglements and associations inevitably obtain. The basenesses so commonly charged to religion's account are thus almost all of them not chargeable at all to religion proper, but rather to religion's wicked practical partner, the spirit of corporate dominion. And the bigotries are most of them in their turn chargeable to religion's wicked intellectual partner, the spirit of dogmatic dominion, the passion for laying down the law in the form of an absolutely closed-in theoretic system. The ecclesiastical spirit in general is the sum of these two spirits of dominion. And I beseech you never to confound the phenomena of mere tribal or corporate psychology, which it presents with those manifestations of the purely interior life, which are the exclusive object of our study. The baiting of Jews, the hunting of Albigenses and Waldenses, the stoning of Quakers and ducking of Methodists, the murdering of Mormons and the massacring of Armenians, express much rather that aboriginal human neophobia, that pugnacity of which we all share the vestiges, and that inborn hatred of the alien and of eccentric and non-conforming men as aliens, than they express the positive piety of the various perpetrators. Piety is the mask, the inner force is tribal instinct. You believe as little as I do, in spite of the Christian unction with which the German emperor addressed his troops upon their way to China, that the conduct which he suggested, and in which other Christian armies went beyond them, had anything whatever to do with the interior religious life of those concerned in the performance. Well, no more for past atrocities than for this atrocity should we make piety responsible. At most, we may blame piety for not availing to check our natural passions, and sometimes for supplying them with hypocritical pretexts. But hypocrisy also imposes obligations, and with the pretext usually couples some restriction, and when the passion gust is over, the piety may bring a reaction of repentance which the irreligious natural man would not have shown. For many of the historic aberrations which have been laid to her charge, religion as such then is not to blame, yet of the charge that overzealousness or fanaticism is one of her liabilities, we cannot wholly acquit her. So, I will next make a remark upon that point. but I will preface it by a preliminary remark which connects itself with much that follows. Our survey of the phenomena of saintliness has unquestionably produced in your minds an impression of extravagance. Is it necessary, some of you have asked, as one example after another came before us, to be quite so fantastically good as that? We who have no vocation for the extremer ranges of sanctity will surely be let off at the last day if our humility, asceticism, and devoutness prove of a less convulsive sort. This practically amounts to saying that much that it is legitimate to admire in this field need nevertheless not be imitated, and that religious phenomena, like all other human phenomena, are subject to the law of the golden mean. Political reformers accomplish their successive tasks in the history of nations by being blind for the time to other causes. Great schools of art work out the effects which it is their mission to reveal at the cost of a one-sidedness for which other schools must make amends. We accept a John Howard, a Mazzini, a Botticelli, a Michelangelo with a kind of indulgence. We are glad they existed to show us that way, but we are glad there are also other ways of seeing and taking life. So of many of the saints whom we have looked at. We are proud of a human nature that could be so passionately extreme, but we shrink from advising others to follow the example. The conduct we blame ourselves for not following lies nearer to the middle line of human effort. It is less dependent on particular beliefs and doctrines. It is such as wears well in different ages, such as under different skies, all judges are able to commend. The fruits of religion, in other words, are, like all human products, liable to corruption by excess. Common sense must judge them. It need not blame the votary, but it may be able to praise him only conditionally as one who acts faithfully according to his lights. He shows us heroism in one way, but the unconditionally good way is that for which no indulgence need be asked. We find that error by excess is exemplified by every saintly virtue. Excess in human faculties means usually one-sidedness or want of balance, for it is hard to imagine an essential faculty too strong if only other faculties, equally strong, be there to cooperate with it in action. Strong affections need a strong will. Strong active powers need a strong intellect. Strong intellect needs strong sympathies to keep life steady. If the balance exists, no one faculty can possibly be too strong. We only get the stronger, all-round character. In the life of saints, technically so called, the spiritual faculties are strong, but what gives the impression of extravagance proves usually on examination to be a relative deficiency of intellect. Spiritual excitement takes pathological forms whenever other interests are too few and the intellect too narrow. We find this exemplified by all the saintly attributes in turn: devout love of God, purity, charity, asceticism. All may lead astray. I will run over these virtues in succession. First of all, let us take devoutness. When unbalanced, one of its vices is called fanaticism. Fanaticism, when not a mere expression of ecclesiastical ambition, is only loyalty carried to a convulsive extreme. When an intensely loyal and narrow mind is once grasped by the feeling that a certain superhuman person is worthy of its exclusive devotion, one of the first things that happens is that it idealizes the devotion itself. To adequately realize the merits of the idol gets to be considered the one great merit of the worshipper, and the sacrifices and servilities by which savage tribesmen have from time immemorial exhibited their faithfulness to chieftains, are now outbid in favor of the deity. Vocabularies are exhausted and languages altered in the attempt to praise him enough. Death is looked on as gain if it attract his grateful notice, and the personal attitude of being his devotee becomes what one might almost call a new and exalted kind of professional specialty within the tribe. The legends that gather round the lives of holy persons are fruits of this impulse to celebrate and glorify. The Buddha and Muhammad and their companions, and many Christian saints, are encrusted with a heavy jewelry of anecdotes which are meant to be honorific, but are simply abgeschmackt and silly, and form a touching expression of man's misguided propensity to praise. An immediate consequence of this condition of mind is jealousy for the deity's honor. How can the devotee show his loyalty better than by sensitiveness in this regard? The slightest affront or neglect must be resented. The deity's enemies must be put to shame. In exceedingly narrow minds and active wills, such a care may become an engrossing preoccupation, and crusades have been preached and massacres instigated for no other reason than to remove a fancied slight upon the god. Theologies representing the gods as mindful of their glory, and churches with imperialistic policies have conspired to fan this temper to a glow, so that intolerance and persecution have come to be vices, associated by some of us inseparably with the saintly mind. They are unquestionably its besetting sins. The saintly temper is a moral temper, and a moral temper has often to be cruel. It is a partisan temper, and that is cruel. Between his own and Jehovah's enemies, a David knows no difference. A Catherine of Siena, panting to stop the warfare among Christians, which was the scandal of her epoch, can think of no better method of union among them than a crusade to massacre the Turks. Luther finds no word of protest or regret over the atrocious tortures with which the Anabaptist leaders were put to death, and a Cromwell praises the Lord for delivering his enemies into his hands for execution. Politics come in all such cases, but piety finds the partnership not quite unnatural. So when free thinkers tell us that religion and fanaticism are twins, we cannot make an unqualified denial of the charge. Fanaticism must then be inscribed on the wrong side of religion's account, so long as the religious person's intellect is on the stage which the despotic kind of God satisfies. But as soon as the God is represented as less intent on his own honor and glory, it ceases to be a danger. Fanaticism is found only where the character is masterful and aggressive. In gentle characters where devoutness is intense and the intellect feeble, we have an imaginative absorption in the love of God to the exclusion of all practical human interests, which, though innocent enough, is too one-sided to be admirable. A mind too narrow has room but for one kind of affection. When the love of God takes possession of such a mind, it expels all human loves and human uses. There is no English name for such a sweet excess of devotion, so I will refer to it as a theopathic condition. The Blessed Margaret Mary Alacoque may serve as an example. "To be loved here upon the earth," her recent biographer exclaims, "to be loved by a noble, elevated, distinguished being, to be loved with fidelity, with devotion, what enchantment! But to be loved by God, and loved by him to distraction, aimer jusqu'à la folie, Margaret melted away with love at the thought of such a thing, like St. Philip of Neri in former times, or like St. Francis Xavier. She said to God, "Hold back, O my God, these torrents which overwhelm me, or else enlarge my capacity for their reception." The most signal proofs of God's love which Margaret Mary received were her hallucinations of sight, touch, and hearing, and the most signal in turn of these were the revelations of Christ's Sacred Heart. Surrounded with rays more brilliant than the sun and transparent like a crystal, the wound which he received on the cross visibly appeared upon it. There was a crown of thorns round about this divine heart, and a cross above it. At the same time, Christ's voice told her that, unable longer to contain the flames of his love for mankind, he had chosen her, by a miracle, to spread the knowledge of them. He thereupon took out her mortal heart, placed it inside of his own, and inflamed it, and then replaced it in her breast, adding, "Hitherto thou hast taken the name of my slave. Hereafter thou shalt be called the well-beloved disciple of my Sacred Heart." In a later version, the Saviour revealed to her in detail the great design which he wished to establish through her instrumentality. "I ask of thee to bring it about, that every first Friday after the week of Holy Sacrament shall be made into a special holy day for honoring my heart by a general communion and by services intended to make honorable amends for the indignities which it has received. And I promise thee that my heart will dilate to shed with abundance the influences of its love upon all those who pay to it these honors, or who bring it about that others do the same." This revelation, says Monsignor Bugard, is unquestionably the most important of all the revelations which have illumined the Church since that of the Incarnation and of the Lord's Supper after the Eucharist. The supreme effort of the Sacred Heart. Well, what were its good fruits for Margaret Mary's life? Apparently little else but sufferings and prayers and absences of mind and swoons and ecstasies. She became increasingly useless about the convent. Her absorption in Christ's love, which grew upon her daily, rendering her more and more incapable of attending to external duties. They tried her in the infirmary, without much success. Although her kindness, zeal, and devotion were without bounds, and her charity rose to acts of such a heroism that our readers would not bear the recital of them. They tried her in the kitchen, but were forced to give it up as hopeless. Everything dropped out of her hands. The admirable humility with which she made amends for her clumsiness could not prevent this from being prejudicial to the order and regularity which must always reign in a community. They put her in the school, where the little girls cherished her and cut pieces out of her clothes for relics, as if she were already a saint, but where she was too absorbed inwardly to pay the necessary attention. Poor dear sister, even less after her visions than before them was she a denizen of earth, and they had to leave her in her heaven. Poor sister indeed, amiable and good, but so feeble of intellectual outlook that it would be too much to ask of us, with our Protestant and modern education, to feel anything but indulgent pity for the kind of saintship which she embodies. A lower example still of theopathic saintliness is that of Saint Gertrude, a Benedictine nun of the 13th century, whose revelations, a well-known mystical authority, consist mainly of proofs of Christ's partiality for her undeserving person, assurances of his love, intimacies and caresses, and compliments of the most absurd and puerile sort, addressed by Christ to Gertrude as an individual, form the tissue of this paltry-minded recital. In reading such a narrative, we realize the gap between the 13th and the 20th century, and we feel that saintliness of character may yield almost absolutely worthless fruits if it be associated with such inferior intellectual sympathies. What with science, idealism, and democracy, our own imagination has grown to need a God of an entirely different temperament from that being interested exclusively in dealing out personal favors, with whom our ancestors were so contented. Smitten as we are with the vision of social righteousness, a God indifferent to everything but adulation, and full of partiality for his individual favorites, lacks an essential element of largeness. And even the best professional sainthood of former centuries, pent in as it is to such a conception, seems to us curiously shallow and unedifying. Take Saint Teresa, for example, one of the ablest women, in many respects, of whose life we have the record. She had a powerful intellect of the practical order. She wrote admirable descriptive psychology, possessed a will equal to any emergency, great talent for politics and business, a buoyant disposition, and a first-rate literary style. She was tenaciously aspiring, and put her whole life at the service of her religious ideals. Yet so paltry were these, according to our present way of thinking, that, although I know that others have been moved differently, I confess that my only feeling in reading her has been pity that so much vitality of soul should have found such poor employment. In spite of the sufferings which she endured, there is a curious flavor of superficiality about her genius. A Birmingham anthropologist, Dr. Jordan, has divided the human race into two types, whom he calls shrews and non-shrews, respectively. The shrew type is defined as possessing an active, unimpassioned temperament. In other words, shrews are the motors rather than the sensories, and their expressions are as a rule more energetic than the feelings which appear to prompt them. Saint Teresa, paradoxical as such a judgment may sound, was a typical shrew, in this sense of the term. The bustle of her style, as well as of her life, proves it. Not only must she receive unheard-of personal favors and spiritual graces from her Savior, but she must immediately write about them and exploiter them professionally, and use her expertness to give instruction to those less privileged. Her voluble egotism, her sense not of radical bad being, as the really contrite have it, but of her faults and imperfections, in the plural, her stereotyped humility and return upon herself as covered with confusion at each new manifestation of God's singular partiality for a person so unworthy, are typical of shrewdom. A paramountly feeling nature would be objectively lost in gratitude and silent. She had some public instincts, it is true. She hated the Lutherans and longed for the Church's triumph over them. But in the main, her idea of religion seems to have been that of an endless amatory flirtation, if one may say so without irreverence, between the devotee and the deity. And apart from helping younger nuns to go in this direction by the inspiration of her example and instruction, there is absolutely no human use in her or sign of any general human interest. Yet, the spirit of her age, far from rebuking her, exalted her as superhuman. We have to pass a similar judgment on the whole notion of saintship based on merits. Any God who, on the one hand, can care to keep a pedantically minute account of individual shortcomings, and on the other, can feel such partialities and load particular creatures with such insipid marks of favor is too small-minded a God for our credence. When Luther, in his immense manly way, swept off by a stroke of his hand the very notion of a debit and credit account kept with individuals by the Almighty, he stretched the soul's imagination and saved theology from puerility. So much for mere devotion, divorced from the intellectual conceptions which might guide it towards bearing useful human fruit. The next saintly virtue in which we find excess is purity. In theopathic characters, like those whom we have just considered, the love of God must not be fixed with any other love. Father and mother, sisters, brothers, and friends are felt as interfering distractions, for sensitiveness and narrowness, when they occur together, as they often do, require above all things a simplified world to dwell in. Variety and confusion are too much for their powers of comfortable adaptation, but whereas your aggressive pietist reaches his unity objectively by stamping disorder and divergence out, your retiring pietist reaches his subjectively, leaving disorder in the world at large, but making a smaller world, in which he dwells himself and from which he eliminates it altogether. Thus, alongside of the church militant, with its prisons, dragonades, and inquisition methods, we have the church fugiant, as one might call it, with its hermitages, monasteries, and sectarian organizations, both churches pursuing the same object, to unify the life and simplify the spectacle presented to the soul. A mind extremely sensitive to inner discords will drop one external relation after another, as interfering with the absorption of consciousness in spiritual things. Amusements must go first, then conventional society, then business, then family duties, until at last seclusion. With a subdivision of the day into hours for stated religious acts is the only thing that can be borne. The lives of saints are a history of successive renunciations of complication, one form of contact with the outer life being dropped after another, to save the purity of inner tone. Is it not better, a young sister asks her superior, that I should not speak at all during the hour of recreation, so as not to run the risk, by speaking, of falling into some sin of which I might not be conscious? If the life remains a social one at all, those who take part in it must follow one identical rule, embosomed in this monotony. The zealot for purity feels clean and free once more. The minuteness of uniformity maintained in certain sectarian communities, whether monastic or not, is something almost inconceivable to a man of the world. Costume, phraseology, hours, and habits are absolutely stereotyped, and there is no doubt that some persons are so made as to find in this stability an incomparable kind of mental rest. We have no time to multiply examples, so I will let the case of St. Louis of Gonzaga serve as a type of excess in purification. I think you will agree that this youth carried the elimination of the external and discordant to a point which we cannot unreservedly admire. At the age of 10, his biographer says, "The inspiration came to him to consecrate to the Mother of God his own virginity, that being to her the most agreeable of possible presents. Without delay, then, and with all the fervor there was in him, joyous of heart and burning with love, he made his vow of perpetual chastity. Mary accepted the offering of his innocent heart, and obtained for him from God, as a recompense, the extraordinary grace of never feeling during his entire life the slightest touch of temptation against the virtue of purity. This was an altogether exceptional favor, rarely accorded, even to saints themselves, and all the more marvelous in that Louis dwelt always in courts and among great folks, where danger and opportunity are so unusually frequent. It is true that Louis from his early childhood had shown a natural repugnance for whatever might be impure or unvirginal, and even for relations of any sort, whatever between persons of opposite sex. But this made it all the more surprising that he should, especially since this vow, feel it necessary to have recourse to such a number of expedients for protecting against even the shadow of danger the virginity which he had thus consecrated. One might suppose that if anyone could have contented himself with the ordinary precautions prescribed for all Christians, it would assuredly have been he. But no, in the use of preservatives and means of defense, in flight from the most insignificant occasions, from every possibility of peril, just as in the mortification of his flesh, he went farther than the majority of saints. He who, by an extraordinary protection of God's grace, was never tempted, measured all his steps as if he were threatened on every side by particular dangers. Thenceforward, he never raised his eyes, either when walking in the streets or when in society. Not only did he avoid all business with females, even more scrupulously than before, but he renounced all conversation and every kind of social recreation with them, although his father tried to make him take part, and he commenced only too early to deliver his innocent body to austerities of every kind. At the age of 12, we read of this young man that if by chance his mother sent one of her maids of honor to him with a message, he never allowed her to come in, but listened to her through the barely opened door, and dismissed her immediately. He did not like to be alone with his own mother, whether at table or in conversation, and when the rest of the company withdrew, he sought also a pretext for retiring. Several great ladies, relatives of his, he avoided learning to know even by sight, and he made a sort of treaty with his father, engaging promptly and readily to accede to all his wishes, if he might only be excused from all visits to ladies. When he was 17 years old, Louis joined the Jesuit order against his father's passionate entreaties, for he was heir of a princely house, and when a year later the father died, he took the loss as a particular attention to himself on God's part, and wrote letters of stilted good advice as from a spiritual superior to his grieving mother. He soon became so good a monk that if anyone asked him the number of his brothers and sisters, he had to reflect and count them over before replying. A father asked him one day if he were never troubled by the thought of his family, to which, "I never think of them except when praying for them," was his only answer. Never was he seen to hold in his hand a flower or anything perfumed that he might take pleasure in it. On the contrary, in the hospital he used to seek for whatever was most disgusting, and eagerly snatched the bandages of ulcers, etc., from the hands of his companions. He avoided worldly talk, and immediately tried to turn every conversation on to pious subjects, or else he remained silent. He systematically refused to notice his surroundings. Being ordered one day to bring a book from the rector's seat in the refectory, he had to ask where the rector sat, for in the 3 months he had eaten bread there, so carefully did he guard his eyes that he had not noticed the place. One day, during recess, having looked by chance on one of his companions, he reproached himself as for a grave sin against modesty. He cultivated silence as preserving from sins of the tongue, and his greatest penance was the limit which his superiors set to his bodily penances. He sought after false accusations and unjust reprimands as opportunities of humility, and such was his obedience that when a roommate, having no more paper, asked him for a sheet, he did not feel free to give it to him without first obtaining the permission of the superior, who, as such, stood in the place of God and transmitted his orders. I can find no other sorts of fruit than these of Louis's saintship. He died in 1591, in his 29th year, and is known in the Church as the patron of all young people. On his festival, the altar in the chapel devoted to him in a certain church in Rome is embosomed in flowers, arranged with exquisite taste, and a pile of letters may be seen at its foot, written to the saint by young men and women, and directed to Paradiso. They are supposed to be burnt, unread, except by San Luigi, who must find singular petitions in these pretty little missives, tied up now with a green ribbon, expressive of hope, now with a red one, emblematic of love, etc. Our final judgment of the worth of such a life as this will depend largely on our conception of God, and of the sort of conduct he is best pleased with in his creatures. The Catholicism of the 16th century paid little heed to social righteousness, and to leave the world to the devil whilst saving one's own soul was then accounted no discreditable scheme. Today, rightly or wrongly, helpfulness in general human affairs is, in consequence of one of those secular mutations in moral sentiment of which I spoke, deemed an essential element of worth in character, and to be of some public or private use is also reckoned as a species of divine service. Other early Jesuits, especially the missionaries among them, the Xaviers, Brereufs, Jogues, were objective minds and fought in their way for the world's welfare, so their lives today inspire us. But when the intellect, as in this Louis, is originally no larger than a pin's head, and cherishes ideas of God of corresponding smallness, the result, notwithstanding the heroism put forth, is on the whole repulsive. Purity, we see in the object lesson, is not the one thing needful, and it is better that a life should contract many a dirt mark than forfeit usefulness in its efforts to remain unspotted. Proceeding onwards in our search of religious extravagance, we next come upon excesses of tenderness and charity. Here, saintliness has to face the charge of preserving the unfit and breeding parasites and beggars. Resist not evil, love your enemies. These are saintly maxims of which men of this world find it hard to speak without impatience. Are the men of this world right? Or are the saints in possession of the deeper range of truth? No simple answer is possible. Here, if anywhere, one feels the complexity of the moral life and the mysteriousness of the way in which facts and ideals are interwoven. Perfect conduct is a relation between three terms: the actor, the objects for which he acts, and the recipients of the action. In order that conduct should be abstractly perfect, all three terms, intention, execution, and reception, should be suited to one another. The best intention will fail if it either work by false means or address itself to the wrong recipient. Thus no critic or estimator of the value of conduct can confine himself to the actor's animus alone, apart from the other elements of the performance. As there is no worse lie than a truth misunderstood by those who hear it. So reasonable arguments, challenges to magnanimity, and appeals to sympathy or justice are folly when we are dealing with human crocodiles and boa constrictors. The saint may simply give the universe into the hands of the enemy by his trustfulness. He may, by non-resistance, cut off his own survival. Herbert Spencer tells us that the perfect man's conduct will appear perfect only when the environment is perfect. To no inferior environment is it suitably adapted. We may paraphrase this by cordially admitting that saintly conduct would be the most perfect conduct conceivable in an environment where all were saints already. But by adding that in an environment where few are saints, and many the exact reverse of saints, it must be ill adapted. We must frankly confess, then, using our empirical common sense and ordinary practical prejudices, that in the world that actually is, the virtues of sympathy, charity, and non-resistance may be, and often have been, manifested in excess. The powers of darkness have systematically taken advantage of them. The whole modern scientific organization of charity is a consequence of the failure of simply giving alms. The whole history of constitutional government is a commentary on the excellence of resisting evil. And when one cheek is smitten, of smiting back and not turning the other cheek also. You will agree to this in general, for in spite of the gospel, in spite of Quakerism, in spite of Tolstoy, you believe in fighting fire with fire, in shooting down usurpers, locking up thieves, and freezing out vagabonds and swindlers. And yet you are sure, as I am sure, that were the world confined to these hard-headed, hard-hearted, and hard-fisted methods exclusively, were there no one prompt to help a brother first, and find out afterwards whether he were worthy, no one willing to drown his private wrongs in pity for the wronger's person, no one ready to be duped many a time rather than live always on suspicion, no one glad to treat individuals passionately and impulsively rather than by general rules of prudence, the world would be an infinitely worse place than it is now to live in. The tender grace, not of a day that is dead, but of a day yet to be born somehow, with the golden rule grown natural, would be cut out from the perspective of our imaginations. The saints, existing in this way, may, with their extravagances of human tenderness, be prophetic. Nay, innumerable times they have proved themselves prophetic, treating those whom they met, in spite of the past, in spite of all appearances, as worthy. They have stimulated them to be worthy, miraculously transformed them by their radiant example and by the challenge of their expectation. From this point of view, we may admit the human charity which we find in all saints, and the great excess of it which we find in some saints, to be a genuinely creative social force, tending to make real a degree of virtue which it alone is ready to assume as possible. The saints are authors. The saints are authors, auctores, increasers of goodness. The potentialities of development in human souls are unfathomable. So many who seemed irretrievably hardened have in point of fact been softened, converted, regenerated in ways that amazed the subjects even more than they surprised the spectators, that we never can be sure in advance of any man that has his salvation by the way of love is hopeless. We have no right to speak of human crocodiles and boa constrictors as of fixedly incurable beings. We know not the complexities of personality, the smoldering emotional fires, the other facets of the character polyhedron. the resources of the subliminal region. St. Paul long ago made our ancestors familiar with the idea that every soul is virtually sacred. Since Christ died for us all without exception, St. Paul said, we must despair of no one. This belief in the essential sacredness of everyone expresses itself today in all sorts of humane customs and reformatory institutions, and in a growing aversion to the death penalty and to brutality in punishment. The saints, with their extravagance of human tenderness, are the great torch-bearers of this belief, the tip of the wedge, the clearers of the darkness. Like the single drops which sparkle in the sun as they are flung far ahead of the advancing edge of a wave crest or of a flood, they show the way and are forerunners. The world is not yet with them, so they often seem in the midst of the world's affairs to be preposterous. Yet they are impregnators of the world, vivifiers, and animators of potentialities of goodness, which but for them would lie forever dormant. It is not possible to be quite as mean as we naturally are when they have passed before us. One fire kindles another, and without that over-trust in human worth which they show, the rest of us would lie in spiritual stagnancy. Momentarily considered, then, the saint may waste his tenderness and be the dupe and victim of his charitable fever, but the general function of his charity in social evolution is vital and essential. If things are ever to move upward, someone must be ready to take the first step and assume the risk of it. No one who is not willing to try charity, to try non-resistance, as the saint is always willing, can tell whether these methods will or will not succeed. When they do succeed, they are far more powerfully successful than force or worldly prudence. Force destroys enemies, and the best that can be said of prudence is that it keeps what we already have in safety. But non-resistance, when successful, turns enemies into friends, and charity regenerates its objects. These saintly methods are, as I said, creative energies, and genuine saints find in the elevated excitement with which their faith endows them an authority and impressiveness which makes them irresistible in situations where men of shallower nature cannot get on at all without the use of worldly prudence. This practical proof that worldly wisdom may be safely transcended is the saint's magic gift to mankind. Not only does his vision of a better world console us for the generally prevailing prose and barrenness, but even when on the whole we have to confess him ill-adapted, he makes some converts, and the environment gets better for his ministry. He is an effective ferment of goodness, a slow transmuter of the earthly into a more heavenly order. In this respect, the utopian dreams of social justice, in which many contemporary socialists and anarchists indulge, are, in spite of their impracticability and non-adaptation to present environmental conditions, analogous to the saints' belief in an existent kingdom of heaven. They help to break the edge of the general reign of hardness and are slow leavens of a better order. The next topic in order is asceticism, which I fancy you are all ready to consider without argument, a virtue liable to extravagance and excess. The optimism and refinement of the modern imagination has, as I have already said elsewhere, changed the attitude of the Church towards corporeal mortification. And a Suso or a St. Peter of Alcantara appear to us today rather in the light of tragic mountebanks than of sane men inspiring us with respect. If the inner dispositions are right, we ask, what need of all this torment? this violation of the outer nature. It keeps the outer nature too important, and anyone who is genuinely emancipated from the flesh will look on pleasures and pains, abundance and privation, as alike irrelevant and indifferent. He can engage in actions and experience enjoyments without fear of corruption or enslavement. As the Bhagavad Gita says, only those need renounce worldly actions who are still inwardly attached thereto. If one be really unattached to the fruits of action, one may mix in the world with equanimity. I quoted in a former lecture St. Augustine's antinomian saying, "If you only love God enough, you may safely follow all your inclinations." He needs no devotional practices, is one of Ramakrishna's maxims, whose heart is moved to tears at the mere mention of the name of Hari. And the Buddha, in pointing out what he called the middle way to his disciples, told them to abstain from both extremes, excessive mortification being as unreal and unworthy as mere desire and pleasure. The only perfect life, he said, is that of inner wisdom, which makes one thing as indifferent to us as another, and thus leads to respect, and thus leads to rest, to peace, and to nirvana. We find accordingly that as ascetic saints have grown older and directors of conscience more experienced, they usually have shown a tendency to lay less stress on special bodily mortifications. Catholic teachers have always professed the rule that since health is needed for efficiency in God's service, health must not be sacrificed to mortification. The general optimism and healthy mindedness of liberal Protestant circles today makes mortification for mortification's sake repugnant to us. We can no longer sympathize with cruel deities, and the notion that God can take delight in the spectacle of sufferings self-inflicted in his honor is abhorrent. In consequence of all these motives, you probably are disposed, unless some special utility can be shown in some individual's discipline, to treat the general tendency to asceticism as pathological. Yet I believe that a more careful consideration of the whole matter, distinguishing between the general good intention of asceticism and the uselessness of some of the particular acts of which it may be guilty, ought to rehabilitate it in our esteem. For in its spiritual meaning, asceticism stands for nothing less than for the essence of the twice-born philosophy. It symbolizes, lamely enough no doubt, but sincerely, the belief that there is an element of real wrongness in this world, which is neither to be ignored nor evaded, but which must be squarely met and overcome by an appeal to the soul's heroic resources and neutralized and cleansed away by suffering. As against this view, the ultra-optimistic form of the once-born philosophy thinks we may treat evil by the method of ignoring. Let a man who, by fortunate health and circumstances, escapes the suffering of any great amount of evil in his own person, also close his eyes to it as it exists in the wider universe outside his private experience, and he will be quit of it altogether and can sail through life happily on a healthy-minded basis. But we saw in our lectures on melancholy how precarious this attempt necessarily is. Moreover, it is but for the individual and leaves the evil outside of him, unredeemed and unprovided for in his philosophy. No such attempt can be a general solution of the problem, and to minds of somber tinge, who naturally feel life as a tragic mystery, such optimism is a shallow dodge or mean evasion. It accepts, in lieu of a real deliverance, what is a lucky personal accident merely, a cranny to escape by, It leaves the general world unhelped and still in the clutch of Satan. The real deliverance, the twice-born folk insist, must be of universal application. Pain and wrong and death must be fairly met and overcome in higher excitement, or else their sting remains essentially unbroken. If one has ever taken the fact of the prevalence of tragic death in this world's history fairly into his mind, freezing, drowning, entombment alive, wild beasts, worse men, and hideous diseases, he can with difficulty, it seems to me, continue his own career of worldly prosperity without suspecting that he may all the while not be really inside the game, that he may lack the great initiation. Well, this is exactly what asceticism thinks. And it voluntarily takes the initiation. Life is neither farce nor genteel comedy, it says, but something we must sit at in mourning garments, hoping its bitter taste will purge us of our folly. The wild and the heroic are indeed such rooted parts of it that healthy-mindedness, pure and simple, with its sentimental optimism, can hardly be regarded by any thinking man as a serious solution. Phrases of neatness, coziness, and comfort can never be an answer to the Sphinx's riddle. In these remarks I am leaning only upon mankind's common instinct for reality, which, in point of fact, has always held the world to be essentially a theater for heroism. In heroism, we feel life's supreme mystery is hidden. We tolerate no one who has no capacity whatever for it in any direction. On the other hand, no matter what a man's frailties otherwise may be, if he be willing to risk death, and still more he suffer it heroically, in the service he has chosen, the fact consecrates him forever, inferior to ourselves in this or that way, if yet we cling to life, and he is able to fling it away like a flower, as caring nothing for it, we account him in the deepest way our born superior. Each of us in his own person feels that a high-hearted indifference to life would expiate all his shortcomings. The metaphysical mystery, thus recognized by common sense, that he who feeds on death, that feeds on men, possesses life supereminently and excellently, and meets best the secret demands of the universe, is the truth of which asceticism has been the faithful champion. The folly of the cross, so inexplicable by the intellect, has yet its indestructible vital meaning. Representatively, then, and symbolically, and apart from the vagaries into which the unenlightened intellect of former times may have let it wander, asceticism must, I believe, be acknowledged to go with the profounder way of handling the gift of existence. Naturalistic optimism is mere syllabub and flattery and sponge cake in comparison. The practical course of action for us as religious men would therefore, it seems to me, not be simply to turn our backs upon the ascetic impulse, as most of us today turn them, but rather to discover some outlet for it, of which the fruits in the way of privation and hardship might be objectively useful. The older monastic asceticism occupied itself with pathetic futilities, or terminated in the mere egotism of the individual, increasing his own perfection. But is it not possible for us to discard most of these older forms of mortification, and yet find saner channels for the heroism which inspired them? Does not, for example, the worship of material luxury and wealth, which constitutes so large a portion of the spirit of our age, make somewhat for effeminacy and unmanliness? Is not the exclusively sympathetic and facetious way in which most children are brought up today, so different from the education of 100 years ago, especially in evangelical circles, in danger, in spite of its many advantages, of developing a certain trashiness of fiber? Are there not hereabouts some points of application for a renovated and revised ascetic discipline? Many of you would recognize such dangers, but would point to athletics, militarism, and individual and national enterprise and adventure as the remedies. These contemporary ideals are quite as remarkable for the energy with which they make for heroic standards of life, as contemporary religion is remarkable for the way in which it neglects them. War and adventure assuredly keep all who engage in them from treating themselves too tenderly. They demand such incredible efforts, depth beyond depth of exertion, both in degree and in duration, that the whole scale of motivation alters. Discomfort and annoyance, hunger and wet, pain and cold, squalor and filth cease to have any deterrent operation whatever. Death turns into a commonplace matter, and its usual power to check our action vanishes. With the annulling of these customary inhibitions, ranges of new energy are set free, and life seems cast upon a higher plane of power. The beauty of war in this respect is that it is so congruous with ordinary human nature. Ancestral evolution has made us all potential warriors, so the most insignificant individual, when thrown into an army in the field, is weaned from whatever excess of tenderness towards his precious person he may bring with him, and may easily develop into a monster of insensibility. But when we compare the military type of self-severity with that of the ascetic saint, we find a worldwide difference in all their spiritual concomitants. "Live and let live," writes a clear-headed Austrian officer, "is no device for an army. Contempt for one's own comrades, for the troops of the enemy, and above all, fierce contempt for one's own person, are what war demands of everyone. Far better is it for an army to be too savage, too cruel, too barbarous, than to possess too much sentimentality and human reasonableness. If the soldier is to be good for anything as a soldier, he must be exactly the opposite of a reasoning and thinking man. The measure of goodness in him is his possible use in war. War, and even peace, require of the soldier absolutely peculiar standards of morality. The recruit brings with him common moral notions, of which he must seek immediately to get rid. For him, victory, success, must be everything. The most barbaric tendencies in men come to life again in war, and for war's uses, they are incommensurably good. These words are, of course, literally true. The immediate aim of the soldier's life is, as Moltke said, destruction, and nothing but destruction. And whatever constructions wars result in are remote and non-military. Consequently, the soldier cannot train himself to be too feelingless to all those usual sympathies and respects, whether for persons or for things that make for conservation. Yet, the fact remains that war is a school of strenuous life and heroism, and being in the line of aboriginal instinct, is the only school that as yet is universally available. But when we gravely ask ourselves whether this wholesale organization of irrationality and crime be our only bulwark against effeminacy, we stand aghast at the thought and think more kindly of ascetic religion. One hears of the mechanical equivalent of heat. What we now need to discover in the social realm is the moral equivalent of war, something heroic that will speak to men as universally as war does, and yet will be as compatible with their spiritual selves as war has proved itself to be incompatible. I've often thought that in the old monkish poverty worship, in spite of the pedantry which infested it, there might be something like that moral equivalent of war which we are seeking. May not voluntarily accepted poverty be the strenuous life without the need of crushing weaker peoples? Poverty indeed is the strenuous life. Without brass bands or uniforms or hysteric popular applause or lies or circumlocutions. And when one sees the way in which wealth-getting enters as an ideal into the very bone and marrow of our generation, one wonders whether a revival of the belief that poverty is a worthy religious vocation may not be the transformation of military courage, and the spiritual reform which our time stands most in need of. Among us English-speaking peoples especially, do the praises of poverty need once more to be boldly sung. We have grown literally afraid to be poor. We despise anyone who elects to be poor in order to simplify and save his inner life. If he does not join the general scramble and pant with the money-making street, we deem him spiritless and lacking in ambition. We have lost the power even of imagining what the ancient idealization of poverty could have meant. The liberation from material attachments, the unbribed soul, the manlier indifference, the paying our way by what we are or do, and not by what we have, the right to fling away our life at any moment, irresponsibly, the more athletic trim, in short, the moral fighting shape. When we of the so-called better classes are scared as men, we're never scared in history at material ugliness and hardship. When we put off marriage until our house can be artistic, and quake at the thought of having a child without a bank account and doomed to manual labor, it is time for thinking men to protest against so unmanly and irreligious a state of opinion. It is true that so far as wealth gives time for ideal ends and exercise to ideal energies, wealth is better than poverty and ought to be chosen. But wealth does this in only a portion of the actual cases. Elsewhere, the desire to gain wealth and the fear to lose it are our chief breeders of cowardice and propagators of corruption. There are thousands of conjunctures in which a wealth-bound man must be a slave, whilst a man for whom poverty has no terrors becomes a free man. Think of the strength which personal indifference to poverty would give us if we were devoted to unpopular causes. We need no longer hold our tongues or fear to vote the revolutionary or reformatory ticket. Our stocks might fall, our hopes of promotion vanish, our salaries stop, our club doors close in our faces. Yet while we lived, we would imperturbably bear witness to the Spirit. And our example would help to set free our generation. The cause would need its funds, but we, its servants, would be potent in proportion as we personally were contented with our poverty. I recommend this matter to your serious pondering, for it is certain that the prevalent fear of poverty among the educated classes is the worst moral disease from which our civilization suffers. I have now said all that I can usefully say about the several fruits of religion as they are manifested in saintly lives, so I will make a brief review and pass to my more general conclusions. Our question, you will remember, is as to whether religion stands approved by its fruits, as these are exhibited in the saintly type of character. single attributes of saintliness may, it is true, be temperamental endowments found in non-religious individuals, but the whole group of them forms a combination which, as such, is religious, for it seems to flow from the sense of the divine, as from its psychological center. Whoever possesses strongly this sense comes naturally to think that the smallest details of this world derive infinite significance from their relation to an unseen divine order. The thought of this order yields him a superior denomination of happiness and a steadfastness of soul with which no other can compare. In social relations, his serviceability is exemplary. He abounds in impulses to help. His help is inward as well as outward, for his sympathy reaches souls as well as bodies and kindles unsuspected faculties therein. Instead of placing happiness where common men place it, in comfort, he places it in a higher kind of inner excitement, which converts discomforts into sources of cheer and annuls happiness. So he turns his back upon no duty, however thankless, and when we are in need of assistance, we can count upon the saint lending his hand with more certainty than we can count upon any other person. Finally, his humble-mindedness and his ascetic tendencies save him from the petty personal pretensions which so obstruct our ordinary social intercourse, and his purity gives us in him a clean man for a companion. Felicity, purity, charity, patience, self-severity, these are splendid excellencies, and the saint of all men shows them in the completest possible measure. But as we saw, all these things together do not make saints infallible. When their intellectual outlook is narrow, they fall into all sorts of holy excesses, fanaticism or theopathic absorption, self-torment, prudery, scrupulosity, gullibility, and morbid inability to meet the world. By the very intensity of his fidelity to the paltry ideals with which an inferior intellect may inspire him, a saint can be even more objectionable and damnable than a superficial carnal man would be in the same situation. We must judge him not sentimentally only, and not in isolation, but using our own intellectual standards, placing him in his environment and estimating his total function. Now, in the matter of intellectual standards, we must bear in mind that it is unfair, where we find narrowness of mind, always to impute it as a vice to the individual. For in religious and theological matters, he probably absorbs his narrowness from his generation. Moreover, we must not confound the essentials of saintliness, which are those general passions of which I have spoken, with its accidents, which are the special determinations of these passions at any historical moment. In these determinations, the saints will usually be loyal to the temporary idols of their tribe. Taking refuge in monasteries was as much an idol of the tribe in the Middle Ages as bearing a hand in the world's work is today. St. Francis or St. Bernard, were they living today, would undoubtedly be leading consecrated lives of some sort, but quite as undoubtedly they would not lead them in retirement. Our animosity to special historic manifestations must not lead us to give away the saintly impulses in their essential nature to the tender mercies of inimical critics. The most inimical critic of the saintly impulses, whom I know, is Nietzsche. He contrasts them with the worldly passions as we find these embodied in the predacious military character, altogether to the advantage of the latter. Your born saint, it must be confessed, has something about him which often makes the gorge of a carnal man rise. So it will be worthwhile to consider the contrast in question more fully. Dislike of the saintly nature seems to be a negative result of the biologically useful instinct of welcoming leadership and glorifying the chief of the tribe. The chief is the potential, if not the actual tyrant, the masterful, overpowering man of prey. We confess our inferiority and grovel before him. We quail under his glance and are at the same time proud of owning so dangerous a lord. Such instinctive and submissive hero worship must have been indispensable in primeval tribal life. In the endless wars of those times, leaders were absolutely needed for the tribe's survival. If there were any tribes who owned no leaders, they can have left no issue to narrate their doom. The leaders always had good consciences, for conscience in them coalesced with will. And those who looked on their face were as much smitten with wonder at their freedom from inner restraint as with awe at the energy of their outward performances. Compared with these beaked and taloned graspers of the world, saints are herbivorous animals, tame and harmless barnyard poultry. They are saints whose beard you may, if you ever care to, pull with impunity. Such a man excites no thrills of wonder veiled in terror. His conscience is full of scruples and returns. He stuns us neither by his inward freedom nor his outward power. And unless he found within us an altogether different faculty of admiration to appeal to, we should pass him by with contempt. In point of fact, he does appeal to a different faculty. Reenacted in human nature is the fable of the wind, the sun, and the traveler. The sexes embody the discrepancy. The woman loves the man the more admiringly, the stormier he shows himself. And the world defies its rulers the more for being willful and unaccountable. But the woman in turn subjugates the man by the mystery of gentleness and beauty, and the saint has always charmed the world by something similar. Mankind is susceptible and suggestible in opposite directions, and the rivalry of influences is unsleeping. The saintly and the worldly ideal pursue their feud in literature as much as in real life. For Nietzsche, the saint represents little but sneakingness and slavishness. He is the sophisticated invalid, the degenerate par excellence, the man of insufficient vitality. His prevalence would put the human type in danger. The sick are the greatest danger for the well. The weaker, not the stronger, are the strong's undoing. It is not fear of our fellow men which we should wish to see diminished, for fear rouses those who are strong to become terrible in turn themselves, and preserves the hard-earned and successful type of humanity. What is to be dreaded by us more than any other doom is not fear, but rather the great disgust, not fear, but rather the great pity, disgust, and pity for our human fellows. The morbid are our greatest peril, not the bad men, not the predatory beings, those born wrong, the miscarried, the broken. They it is, the weakest, who are undermining the vitality of the race, poisoning our trust in life, and putting humanity in question. Every look of them is a sigh. Would I were something other. I am sick and tired of what I am. In this swamp soil of self-contempt, every poisonous weed flourishes, and all so small, so secret, so dishonest, and so sweetly rotten. Here swarm the worms of sensitiveness and resentment. Here the air smells odious with secrecy, with what is not to be acknowledged. Here is woven endlessly the net of the meanest of conspiracies. the conspiracy of those who suffer against those who succeed and are victorious. Here the very aspect of the victorious is hated, as if health, success, strength, pride, and the sense of power were in themselves things vicious, for which one ought eventually to make bitter expiation. Oh, how these people would themselves like to inflict the expiation, how they thirst to be the hangmen, and all the while their duplicity never confesses their hatred to be hatred. Poor Nietzsche's antipathy is itself sickly enough, but we all know what he means, and he expresses well the clash between the two ideals. The carnivorous mind, strong man, the adult male and cannibal, can see nothing but mouldiness and morbidness in the saint's gentleness and self-severity, and regards him with pure loathing. The whole feud revolves essentially upon two pivots. Shall the seen world, or the unseen world, be our chief sphere of adaptation? And must our means of adaptation in this seen world be aggressiveness or non-resistance? The debate is serious. In some sense and to some degree, both worlds must be acknowledged and taken account of, and in the seen world, both aggressiveness and non-resistance are needful. It is a question of emphasis, of more or less. Is the saint's type or the strong man's type the more ideal? It has often been supposed, and even now, I think, it is supposed by most persons that there can be one intrinsically ideal type of human character. A certain kind of man, it is imagined, must be the best man absolutely, and apart from the utility of his function, apart from economical considerations. The saint's type and the knight's or gentleman's type have always been rival claimants of this absolute ideality, and in the ideal of military religious orders, both types were in a manner blended. According to the empirical philosophy, however, all ideals are matters of relation. It would be absurd, for example, to ask for a definition of the ideal horse, so long as dragging drays and running races, bearing children and jogging about with tradesmen's packages all remain as indispensable differentiations of equine function. You may take what you call a general all-round animal as a compromise, but he will be inferior to any horse of a more specialized type in some one particular direction. We must not forget this now when, in discussing saintliness, we ask if it be an ideal type of manhood. We must test it by its economical relations. I think that the method which Mr. Spencer uses in his Data of Ethics will help to fix our opinion. Ideality in conduct is altogether a matter of adaptation. A society where all were invariably aggressive would destroy itself by inner friction, and in a society where some are aggressive, others must be non-resistant, if there is to be any kind of order. This is the present constitution of society, and to the mixture we owe many of our blessings. But the aggressive members of society are always tending to become bullies, robbers, and swindlers. And no one believes that such a state of things as we now live in is the millennium. It is meanwhile quite possible to conceive an imaginary society in which there should be no aggressiveness, but only sympathy and fairness. Any small community of true friends now realizes such a society. Abstractly considered, such a society on a large scale would be the millennium, for every good thing might be realized there with no expense of friction. To such a millennial society, the saint would be entirely adapted. His peaceful modes of appeal would be efficacious over his companions, and there would be no one extent to take advantage of his non-resistance. The saint is therefore abstractly a higher type of man than the strong man, because he is adapted to the highest society conceivable, whether that society ever be concretely possible or not. The strong man would immediately tend by his presence to make that society deteriorate. It would become inferior in everything, save in a certain kind of bellicose excitement, dear to men as they now are. But if we turn from the abstract question to the actual situation, we find that the individual saint may be well or ill adapted according to particular circumstances. There is, in short, no absoluteness in the excellence of sainthood. It must be confessed that, as far as this world goes, anyone who makes an out-and-out saint of himself does so at his peril. If he is not a large enough man, he may appear more insignificant and contemptible for all his saintship than if he had remained a worldling. Accordingly, religion has seldom been so radically taken in our Western world that the devotee could not mix it with some worldly temper. It has always found good men who could follow most of its impulses, but who stopped short when it came to non-resistance. Christ himself was fierce upon occasion. Cromwell's, Stonewall, Jackson's, Gordon's show that Christians can be strong men also. How is success to be absolutely measured when there are so many environments and so many ways of looking at the adaptation? It cannot be measured absolutely. The verdict will vary according to the point of view adopted. From the biological point of view, St. Paul was a failure because he was beheaded. Yet he was magnificently adapted to the larger environment of history. And so far as any saint's example is a leaven of righteousness in the world and draws it in the direction of more prevalent habits of saintliness, he is a success, no matter what his immediate bad fortune may be. The greatest saints, the spiritual heroes, whom everyone acknowledges, the Francises, Bernards, Luthers, Loyolas, Wesleys, Channings, Moody's, Grattarys, the Phillips Brookses, the Agnes Joneses, Margaret Hallahans, and Dora Pattersons, are successes from the outset. They show themselves, and there is no question. Everyone perceives their strength and stature, their sense of mystery in things, their passion, their goodness, irradiate about them and enlarge their outlines while they soften them. They are like pictures with an atmosphere and background, and placed alongside of them, the strong men of this world, and no other, seem as dry as sticks, as hard and crude as blocks of stone or brickbats. In a general way, then, and on the whole, our abandonment of theological criteria and our testing of religion by practical common sense and the empirical method leave it in possession of its towering place in history. Economically, the saintly group of qualities is indispensable to the world's welfare. The great saints are immediate successes. The smaller ones are at least heralds and harbingers, and they may be leavens also, of a better mundane order. Let us be saints, then, if we can, whether or not we succeed visibly and temporally. But in our Father's house are many mansions, and each of us must discover for himself the kind of religion and the amount of saintship which best comports with what he believes to be his powers and feels to be his truest mission and vocation. There are no successes to be guaranteed, and no set orders to be given to individuals, so long as we follow the methods of empirical philosophy. This is my conclusion so far. I know that on some of your minds it leaves a feeling of wonder that such a method should have been applied to such a subject, and this in spite of all those remarks about empiricism which I made at the beginning of Lecture 13. How you say, can religion which believes in two worlds and an invisible order, be estimated by the adaptation of its fruits to this world's order alone? It is its truth, not its utility, you insist, upon which our verdict ought to depend. If religion is true, its fruits are good fruits, even though in this world they should prove uniformly ill-adapted and full of naught but pathos. It goes back then, after all, to the question of the truth of theology. The plot inevitably thickens upon us. We cannot escape theoretical considerations. I propose, then, that to some degree we face the responsibility. Religious persons have often, though not uniformly, professed to see truth in a special manner. That manner is known as mysticism. I will consequently now proceed to treat at some length of mystical phenomena, and after that, though more briefly, I will consider religious philosophy. Lectures 16 and 17. Mysticism. Over and over again in these lectures I have raised points and left them open and unfinished until we should have come to the subject of mysticism. Some of you, I fear, may have smiled as you noted my reiterated postponements, but now the hour has come when mysticism must be faced in good earnest, and those broken threads wound up together. One may say truly, I think, that personal religious experience has its root and center in mystical states of consciousness. So for us, who in these lectures are treating personal experience as the exclusive subject of our study, such states of consciousness ought to form the vital chapter from which the other chapters get their light. Whether my treatment of mystical states will shed more light or darkness, I do not know, for my own constitution shuts me out from their enjoyment almost entirely, and I can speak of them only at second hand, but though forced to look upon the subject so externally, I will be as objective and receptive as I can, and I think I shall at least succeed in convincing you of the reality of the states in question, and of the paramount importance of their function. First of all, then, I ask, what does the expression mystical states of consciousness mean? How do we part off mystical states from other states? The words mysticism and mystical are often used as terms of mere reproach, to throw at any opinion which we regard as vague and vast and sentimental and without a base in either facts or logic. For some writers, a mystic is any person who believes in thought transference or spirit return. Employed in this way, the world has little value. There are too many less ambiguous synonyms. So to keep it useful by restricting it, I will do what I did in the case of the word religion, and simply propose to you 4 marks which, when an experience has them, may justify us in calling it mystical for the purpose of the present lectures. In this way, we shall save verbal disputation and the recriminations that generally go therewith. Number 1, ineffability. The handiest of the marks by which I classify a state of mind as mystical is negative. The subject of it immediately says that it defies expression, that no adequate report of its contents can be given in words. It follows from this that its quality must be directly experienced. It cannot be imparted or transferred to others. In this peculiarity, mystical states are more like states of feeling than like states of intellect. No one can make clear to another who has never had a certain feeling in what the quality or worth of it consists. One must have musical ears to know the value of a symphony. One must have been in love oneself to understand a lover's state of mind. Lacking the heart or ear, we cannot interpret the musician or the lover justly, and are even likely to consider him weak-minded or absurd. The mystic finds that most of us accord to his experiences an equally incompetent treatment. Number 2, noetic quality. Although so similar to states of feeling, mystical states seem to those who experience them to be also states of knowledge. They are states of insight into depths of truth unplumbed by the discursive intellect. They are illuminations, revelations, full of significance and importance, and all inarticulate though they remain. And as a rule, they carry with them a curious sense of authority for after time. These two characters will entitle any state to be called mystical, in the sense of which I use the word. Two other qualities are less sharply marked, but are usually found. These are, number 3, transiency. Mystical states cannot be sustained for long, except in rare instances. Half an hour, or at most an hour or two, seems to be the limit beyond which they fade into the light of common day. Often when faded, their quality can but imperfectly be reproduced in memory, but when they recur, it is recognized, and from one recurrence to another, it is susceptible of continuous development in what is felt as inner richness and importance. Number 4, passivity. Although the oncoming of mystical states may be facilitated by preliminary voluntary operations, as by fixing the attention or going through certain bodily performances, or in other ways which manuals of mysticism prescribe, yet when the characteristic sort of consciousness once has set in, the mystic feels as if his own will were in abeyance, and indeed sometimes as if he were grasped and held by a superior power. This latter peculiarity connects mystical states with certain definite phenomena of secondary or alternative personality, such as prophetic speech, automatic writing, or the mediumistic trance. When these latter conditions are well pronounced, however, there may be no recollection whatever of the phenomenon, and it may have no significance for the subject's usual inner life, to which, as it were, it makes a mere interruption. Mystical states, strictly so called, are never merely interruptive. Some memory of their content always remains, and a profound sense of their importance. They modify the inner life of the subject between the times of their recurrence. Sharp divisions in this region are, however, difficult to make, and we find all sorts of gradations and mixtures. These 4 characteristics are sufficient to mark out a group of states of consciousness peculiar enough to deserve a special name and to call for careful study. Let it then be called the mystical group. Our next step should be to gain acquaintance with some typical examples. Professional mystics, at the height of their development, have often elaborately organized experiences and a philosophy based thereupon. But you remember what I said in my first lecture. Phenomena are best understood when placed within their series, studied in their germ and in their overripe decay, and compared with their exaggerated and degenerated kindred. The range of mystical experience is very wide, much too wide for us to cover in the time at our disposal. Yet the method of serial study is so essential for interpretation that if we really wish to reach conclusions, we must use it. I will begin, therefore, with phenomena which claim no special religious significance, and end with those of which the religious pretensions are extreme. The simplest rudiment of mystical experience would seem to be that deepened sense of the significance of a maxim or formula which occasionally sweeps over one. "I've heard that said all my life," we exclaim, "but I never realized its full meaning until now." "When a fellow monk," said Luther, "one day repeated the words of the creed, 'I believe in the forgiveness of sins,' I saw the Scripture in an entirely new light, and straightway I felt as if I were born anew. It was as if I had found the door of paradise thrown wide open." This sense of deeper significance is not confined to rational propositions. Single words and conjunctions of words, effects of light on land and sea, odors and musical sounds, all bring it when the mind is tuned aright. Most of us can remember the strangely moving power of passages in certain poems read when we were young, irrational doorways as they were through which the mystery of fact, the wildness and the pang of life, stole into our hearts and thrilled them. The words have now perhaps become more polished surfaces for us. But lyric poetry and music are alive and significant only in proportion as they fetch these vague vistas of a life continuous with our own, beckoning and inviting, yet ever eluding our pursuit. We are alive or dead to the eternal inner message of the arts, according as we have kept or lost this mystical susceptibility. A more pronounced step forward on the mystical ladder is found in an extremely frequent phenomenon, that sudden feeling, namely, which sometimes sweeps over us of having been here before, as if at some indefinite past time, in just this place, with just these people, we were already saying just these things, as Tennyson writes. "Moreover, something is or seems that touches me with mystic gleams, like glimpses of forgotten dreams, of something felt, like something here, of something done, I know not where, such as no language may declare." Sir James Crichton Browne has given the technical name of dreamy states to these sudden invasions of vaguely reminiscent consciousness. They bring a sense of mystery and of the metaphysical duality of things, and the feeling of an enlargement of perception which seems imminent, but which never completes itself. In Dr. Crichton Browne's opinion, they connect themselves with the perplexed and scared disturbances of self-consciousness, which occasionally precede epileptic attacks. I think that this learned alienist takes a rather absurdly alarmist view of an intrinsically insignificant phenomenon. He follows it along the downward ladder to insanity. Our path pursues the upward ladder chiefly. The divergence shows how important it is to neglect no part of a phenomenon's connections, for we make it appear admirable or dreadful according to the context by which we set it off. Somewhat deeper plunges into mystical consciousness are met with in yet other dreamy states. Such feelings as these, which Charles Kingsley describes, are surely far from being uncommon, especially in youth. "When I walk the fields, I am oppressed now and then with an innate feeling that everything I see has a meaning, if I could but understand it, and this feeling of being surrounded with truths which I cannot grasp amounts to indescribable awe sometimes. Have you not felt that your real soul was imperceptible to your mental vision, except in a few hallowed moments?" A much more extreme state of mystical consciousness is described by J.A. Simons, and probably more persons than we suspect could give parallels to it from their own experience. Suddenly, writes Simons, at church, or in company, or when I was reading, and always, I think, when my muscles were at rest, I felt the approach of the mood. Irresistibly, it took possession of my mind and will, lasted what seemed an eternity, and disappeared in a series of rapid sensations which resembled the awakening from anesthetic influence. One reason why I disliked this kind of trance was that I could not describe it to myself. I cannot even now find words to render it intelligible. It consisted in a gradual but swiftly progressive obliteration of space, time, sensation, and the multitudinous factors of experience, which seem to qualify what we are pleased to call ourself. In proportion as these conditions of ordinary consciousness were subtracted, the sense of an underlying or essential consciousness acquired intensity. At last, nothing remained but a pure, absolute, abstract self. The universe became without form and void of content, but self persisted, formidable in its vivid keenness, feeling the most poignant doubt about reality, ready, as it seemed, to find existence break as breaks a bubble round about it. And what then? The apprehension of a coming dissolution, the grim conviction that this state was the last state of the conscious self, the sense that I had followed the last thread of being to the verge of the abyss, and had arrived at demonstration of eternal maya or illusion, stirred or seemed to stir me up again. The return to ordinary conditions of sentient existence began by my first recovering the power of touch, and then by the gradual, though rapid influx of familiar impressions and diurnal interests. At last, I felt myself once more a human being, and though the riddle of what is meant by life remained unsolved, I was thankful for this return from the abyss, this deliverance from so awful an initiation into the mysteries of skepticism. This trance recurred with the diminishing frequency until I reached the age of 28. It served to impress upon my growing nature the phantasmal unreality of all the circumstances which contribute to a merely phenomenal consciousness. Often have I asked myself with anguish, on waking from that formless state of denuded, keenly sentient being, which is the unreality? The trance of fiery, vacant, apprehensive, skeptical self from which I issue? Or these surrounding phenomena and habits which veil that inner self and build a self of flesh and blood conventionality? Again, are men the factors of some dream? The dream-like unsubstantiality of which they comprehend at such eventful moments? What would happen if the final stage of the trance were reached? In a recital like this, there is certainly something suggestive of pathology. The next step into mystical states carries us into a realm that public opinion and ethical philosophy have long since branded as pathological, though private practice in certain lyric strains of poetry seems still to bear witness to its ideality. I refer to the consciousness produced by intoxicants and anesthetics, especially by alcohol. The sway of alcohol over mankind is unquestionably due to its power to stimulate the mystical faculties of human nature, usually crushed to earth by the cold facts and dry criticisms of the sober hour. Sobriety diminishes, discriminates, and says no. Drunkenness expands, unites, and says yes. It is in fact the great exciter of the yes function in man. It brings its votary from the chill periphery of things to the radiant core. It makes him, for the moment, one with truth. Not through mere perversity do men run after it. To the poor and the unlettered, it stands in the place of symphony concerts and of literature, and it is part of the deeper mystery and tragedy of life that whiffs and gleams of something that we immediately recognize as excellent should be vouchsafed to so many of us only in the fleeting, earlier phases of what, in its totality, is so degrading a poisoning. The drunken consciousness is one bit of the mystic consciousness, and our total opinion of it must find its place in our opinion of that larger whole. Nitrous oxide and ether, especially nitrous oxide, when sufficiently diluted with air, stimulate the mystical consciousness in an extraordinary degree. Depth beyond depth of truth seems revealed to the inhaler. This truth fades out, however, or escapes at the moment of coming to, and if any words remain over in which it seemed to clothe itself, they prove to be the veriest nonsense. Nevertheless, the sense of a profound meaning, having been there, persists, and I know more than one person who is persuaded that in the nitrous oxide trance we have a genuine metaphysical revelation. Some years ago I myself made some observations on this aspect of nitrous oxide intoxication and reported them in print. One conclusion was forced upon my mind at that time, and my impression of its truth has ever since remained unshaken. It is that our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch they are there in all their completeness, definite types of mentality which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of the universe in its totality can be final which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. How to regard them is the question, for they are so discontinuous with ordinary consciousness. Yet they may determine attitudes, though they cannot furnish formulas, and open a region, though they fail to give a map. At any rate, they forbid a premature closing of our accounts with reality. Looking back on my own experiences, they all converge towards a kind of insight to which I cannot help ascribing some metaphysical significance. The keynote of it is invariably a reconciliation. It is as if the opposites of the world, whose contradictoriness and conflict make all our difficulties and troubles, were melted into unity. Not only do they, as contrasted species, belong to one and the same genus, but one of the species, the nobler and better one, is itself the genus, and so soaks up and absorbs its opposite into itself. This is a dark saying, I know, when thus expressed in terms of common logic, but I cannot wholly escape from its authority. I feel as if it must mean something like what the Hegelian philosophy means, if one could only lay hold of it more clearly. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. To me, the living sense of its reality only comes in the artificial, mystic state of mind. I just now spoke of friends who believe in the anesthetic revelation. For them, too, it is a monistic insight, in which the other in its various forms, appears absorbed into the one. Into this pervading genius, writes one of them, we pass forgetting and forgotten, and thenceforth each is all in God. There is no higher, no deeper, no other than the life in which we are founded. The one remains, the many change and pass, and each and every one of us is the one that remains. This is the ultimatum, as sure as being, whence is all our care, so sure is content, beyond duplexity, antithesis, or trouble, where I have triumphed in a solitude that God is not above. This has the genuine religious mystic ring. I just now quoted J.A. Symonds. He also records a mystical experience with chloroform as follows. After the choking and stifling had passed away, I seemed at first in a state of utter blankness. Then came flashes of intense light, alternating with blackness, and with a keen vision of what was going on in the room around me. But no sensation of touch. I thought that I was near death, when suddenly my soul became aware of God, who was manifestly dealing with me, handling me, so to speak, in an intense personal present reality. I felt him streaming in like light upon me. I cannot describe the ecstasy I felt. Then, as I gradually awoke from the influence of the anesthetics, the old sense of my relation to the world began to return. The new sense of my relation to God began to fade. I suddenly leapt to my feet on the chair where I was sitting and shrieked out, "It is too horrible! It is too horrible! It is too horrible!" meaning that I could not bear this disillusionment. Then I flung myself on the ground, and at last awoke covered with blood, calling to the two surgeons, who were frightened, "Why did you not kill me? Why would you not let me die?" Only think of it. To have felt for that long, dateless ecstasy of vision the very God, in all purity and tenderness and truth and absolute love, and then to find that I had, after all, had no revelation, but that I had been tricked by the abnormal excitement of my brain. Yet this question remains, is it possible that the inner sense of reality which succeeded when my flesh was dead to impressions from without, to the ordinary sense of physical relations, was not a delusion but an actual experience? Is it possible that I, in that moment, felt what some of the saints have said they always felt, the undemonstrable but irrefragable certainty of God? With this, we make connection with religious mysticism, pure and simple. Simon's question takes us back to those examples which you will remember my quoting in the lecture on the reality of the unseen, of sudden realization of the immediate presence of God. The phenomenon in one shape or another is not uncommon. I know, writes Mr. Trine, an officer on our police force who has told me that many times, when off duty and on his way home in the evening, there comes to him such a vivid and vital realization of his oneness with the infinite power. And this spirit of infinite peace so takes hold of and so fills him that it seems as if his feet could hardly keep to the pavement, so buoyant and so exhilarated does he become by reason of this inflowing tide. Certain aspects of nature seem to have a peculiar power of awakening such mystical moods. Most of the striking cases which I have collected have occurred out of doors, Literature has commemorated this fact in many passages of great beauty. This extract, for example, from Amiel's Journey in Time. Shall I ever again have one of those prodigious reveries which sometimes came to me in former days? One day, in youth at sunrise, sitting in the ruins of the castle of Fossigny, and again in the mountains under the noonday sun above Levi, lying at the foot of a tree, and visited by 3 butterflies, once more at night upon the shingly shore of the northern ocean, my back upon the sand and my vision ranging through the Milky Way, such grand and spacious, immortal, cosmogonic reveries, when one reaches to the stars, when one owns the infinite, moments divine, ecstatic hours, in which our thought flies from world to world, pierces the great enigma, breathes with a respiration broad, tranquil, and deep as the respiration of the ocean, serene and limitless as the blue firmament, instants of irresistible intuition, in which one feels oneself great as the universe and calm as a god. What hours, what memories, the vestiges they leave behind are enough to fill us with belief and enthusiasm as if they were visits of the Holy Ghost. Here is a similar record from the memoirs of that interesting German idealist Malwida von Meysenbug. I was alone upon the sea shore as all these thoughts flowed over me, liberating and reconciling, and now again as once before. In distant days in the Alps of Dauphin, I was impelled to kneel down, this time before the illimitable ocean, the symbol of the infinite. I felt that I prayed as I had never prayed before, and knew now what prayer really is, to return from the solitude of individuation into the consciousness of unity with all that is, to kneel down as one that passes away and to rise up as one imperishable. Earth, heaven, and sea resounded as one vast world-encircling harmony. It was as if the chorus of all the great who had ever lived were about me. I felt myself one with them, and it appeared as if I heard their greeting. Thou too belongest to the company of those who overcome. The well-known passage from Walt Whitman is a classical expression of this sporadic type of mystical experience. I believe in you, my soul. Loaf with me on the grass. Loose the stop from your throat. Only the lull I like, the hum of your valved voice. I mind how once we lay, such a transparent summer morning, swiftly arose and spread around me the peace and knowledge that pass all the argument of the earth, and I know that the hand of God is the promise of my own, and I know that the Spirit of God is the brother of my own, and that all the men ever born are also my brothers, and women my sisters and lovers, and that a kelson of the creation is love. I could easily give more instances, but one will suffice. I take it from the autobiography of J. Trevor. One brilliant Sunday morning, my wife and boys went to the Unitarian chapel in Macclesfield. I felt it impossible to accompany them, as though to leave the sunshine on the hills and go down there to the chapel would be for the time an act of spiritual suicide, and I felt such need for new inspiration and expansion in my life. So very reluctantly and sadly, I left my wife and boys to go down into the town, while I went further up into the hills with my stick and my dog. In the loveliness of the morning and the beauty of the hills and valleys, I soon lost my sense of sadness and regret. For nearly an hour I walked along the road to the Cat and Fiddle, and then returned. On the way back, suddenly, without warning, I felt that I was in heaven, an inward state of peace and joy and assurance indescribably intense, accompanied with a sense of being bathed in a warm glow of light, as though the external condition had brought about the internal effect, a feeling of having passed beyond the body, though the scene around me stood out more clearly and as if nearer to me than before, by reason of the illumination in the midst of which I seemed to be placed. This deep emotion lasted, though with decreasing strength, until I reached home, and for some time after only gradually passing away. The writer adds that having had further experiences of a similar sort, he now knows them well. The spiritual life, he writes, justifies itself to those who live it. But what can we say to those who do not understand? This, at least, we can say, that it is a life whose experiences are proved real to their possessor because they remain with him when brought closest into contact with the objective realities of life. Dreams cannot stand this test. We wake from them to find that they are but dreams. Wanderings of an overwrought brain do not stand this test. These highest experiences that I have had of God's presence have been rare and brief flashes of consciousness which have compelled me to exclaim with surprise, God is here. Or conditions of exaltation and insight less intense and only gradually passing away. I have severely questioned the worth of these moments. To no soul have I named them, lest I should be building my life and work on mere fantasies of the brain, but I find that after every questioning and test, they stand out today as the most real experiences of my life, and experiences which have explained and justified and unified all past experiences and all past growth. Indeed, their reality and their far-reaching significance are ever becoming more clear and evident. When they came, I was living the fullest, strongest, sanest, deepest life. I was not seeking them. What I was seeking with resolute determination was to live more intensely my own life, as against what I knew would be the adverse judgment of the world. It was in the most real seasons that the real presence came, and I was aware that I was immersed in the infinite ocean of God. Even the least mystical of you must by this time be convinced of the existence of mystical moments as states of consciousness of an entirely specific quality, and of the deep impression which they make on those who have them. A Canadian psychiatrist, Dr. R.M. Buck, gives to the more distinctly characterized of these phenomena the name of cosmic consciousness. Cosmic consciousness, in its more striking instances, is not, Dr. Book says, simply an expansion or extension of the self-conscious mind, with which we are all familiar, but the superaddition of a function as distinct from any possessed by the average man as self-consciousness is distinct from any function possessed by one of the higher animals. The prime characteristic of cosmic consciousness is a consciousness of the cosmos, that is, of the life and order of the universe. Along with the consciousness of the cosmos, there occurs an intellectual enlightenment which alone would place the individual on a new plane of existence, would make him almost a member of a new species. To this is added a state of moral exaltation, an indescribable feeling of elevation, elation, and joyousness, and a quickening of the moral sense, which is fully as striking and more important than is the enhanced intellectual power. With these come what may be called a sense of immortality, a consciousness of eternal life, not a conviction that he shall have this, but the consciousness that he has it already. It was Dr. Buck's own experience of a typical onset of cosmic consciousness in his own person which led him to investigate it in others. He has printed his conclusions in a highly interesting volume from which I take the following account of what occurred to him. I had spent the evening in a great city with 2 friends, reading and discussing poetry and philosophy. We parted at midnight. I had a long drive in a hansom to my lodging. My mind, deeply under the influence of the ideas, images, and emotions called up by the reading and talk, was calm and peaceful. I was in a state of quiet, almost passive enjoyment, not actually thinking, but letting ideas, images, and emotions flow of themselves, as it were, through my mind. All at once, without warning of any kind, I found myself wrapped in a flame-colored cloud. For an instant I thought of fire, an immense conflagration somewhere close by in that great city. The next I knew that the fire was within myself. Directly afterward there came upon me a sense of exaltation, of immense joyousness, accompanied or immediately followed by an intellectual illumination, impossible to describe. Among other things, I did not merely come to believe, but I saw that the universe is not composed of dead matter, but is on the contrary a living presence. I became conscious in myself of eternal life. It was not a conviction that I would have eternal life, but a consciousness that I possessed eternal life then. I saw that all men are immortal, that the cosmic order in such that without any peradventure all things work together for the good of each and all, that the foundation principle of the world, of all the worlds, is what we call love, and that the happiness of each and all is in the long run absolutely certain. The vision lasted a few seconds and was gone. But the memory of it, and the sense of the reality of what it taught, has remained during the quarter of a century which has since elapsed. I knew that what the vision showed was true. I had attained to a point of view from which I saw that it must be true. That view, that conviction, I may say that consciousness has never, even during periods of the deepest depression, been lost. We have now seen enough of this cosmic or mystic consciousness as it comes sporadically. We must next pass to its methodical cultivation as an element of the religious life. Hindus, Buddhists, Mohammedans, and Christians all have cultivated it methodically. In India, training in mystical insight has been known from time immemorial under the name of yoga. Yoga means the experimental union of the individual with the divine. It is based on persevering exercise, and the diet, posture, breathing, intellectual concentration, and moral discipline vary slightly in the different systems which teach it. The yogi or disciple, who has by these means overcome the obscurations of his lower nature sufficiently, enters into the condition termed samadhi, and comes face to face with facts which no instinct or reason can ever know. He learns that the mind itself has a higher state of existence, beyond reason, a superconscious state, and that when the mind gets to that higher state, then this knowledge beyond reasoning comes. All the different steps in yoga are intended to bring us scientifically to the superconscious state, or samadhi. Just as unconscious work is beneath consciousness, so there is another work which is above consciousness, and which, also, is not accompanied with the feeling of egoism. There is no feeling of I, and yet the mind works desireless, free from restlessness, objectless, bodiless. Then the truth shines in its full effulgence, and we know ourselves, for samadhi lies potential in us all, for what we truly are, free, immortal, omnipotent, loosed from the finite and its contrasts of good and evil altogether, and identical with the Atman, or universal soul. The Vedantists say that one may stumble into superconscious sporadically without the previous discipline, but it is then impure. Their test of its purity, like our test of religion's value, is empirical. Its fruits must be good for life. When a man comes out of samadhi, they assure us that he remains enlightened, a sage, a prophet, a saint, his whole character changed, his life changed, illumined. The Buddhists use the word samadhi as well as the Hindus, but dhyana is their special word for higher states of contemplation. There seem to be 4 stages recognized in dhyana. The first stage comes through concentration of the mind upon one point. It excludes desire, but not discernment or judgment. It is still intellectual. In the second stage, the intellectual functions drop off, and the satisfied sense of unity remains. In the third stage, the satisfaction departs, and indifference begins, along with memory and self-consciousness. In the fourth stage, the indifference, memory, and self-consciousness are perfected. Just what memory and self-consciousness mean in this connection is doubtful. They cannot be the faculties familiar to us in the lower life. Higher stages still of contemplation are mentioned, a region where there exists nothing, and where the meditator says there exists absolutely nothing and stops. Then he reaches another region where he says there are neither ideas nor absence of ideas, and stops again. Then another region where, having reached the end of both idea and perception, he stops finally. This would seem to be not yet nirvana, but as close an approach to it as this life accords. In the Mohammedan world, the Sufi sect and various dervish bodies are the possessors of the mystical tradition. The Sufis have existed in Persia from the earliest times, and as their pantheism is so at variance with the hot and rigid monotheism of the Arab mind, it has been suggested that Sufism must have been inoculated into Islam by Hindu influences. We Christians know little of Sufism, for its secrets are disclosed only to those initiated. To give its existence a certain liveliness in your minds, I will quote a Muslim document and pass away from the subject. Al-Ghazali, a Persian philosopher and theologian who flourished in the 11th century and ranks as one of the greatest doctors of the Muslim Church, has left us one of the few autobiographies to be found outside of Christian literature. Strange that a species of books so abundant among ourselves should be so little represented elsewhere. The absence of strictly personal confessions is the chief difficulty to the purely literary student who would like to become acquainted with the inwardness of religions other than the Christian. M. Schmulders has translated a part of Al-Ghazali's autobiography into French. The science of the Sufis, says the Muslim author, aims at detaching the heart from all that is not God, and at giving to it for sole occupation the meditation of the divine being. Theory being more easy for me than practice, I read certain books until I understand all that can be learned by study and hearsay. Then I recognize that what pertains most exclusively to their method is just what no study can grasp, but only transport, ecstasy, and the transformation of the soul. How great, for example, is the difference between knowing the definitions of health, of satiety, with their causes and conditions, and being really healthy or filled. How different to know in what drunkenness consists, as being a state occasioned by a vapor that rises from the stomach, and being drunk effectively. Without doubt, the drunken man knows neither the definition of drunkenness, nor what makes it interesting for science. Being drunk, he knows nothing, whilst the physician, although not drunk, knows well in what drunkenness consists, and what are its predisposing conditions. Similarly, there is a difference between knowing the nature of abstinence and being abstinent, or having one's soul detached from the world. Thus I had learned what words could teach of Sufism, but what was left could be learned neither by study nor through the ears, but solely by giving oneself up to ecstasy and leading a pious life. Reading on my situation, I found myself tied down by a multitude of bonds, temptations on every side. Considering my teaching, I found it was impure before God. I saw myself struggling with all my might to achieve glory and to spread my name. Here follows an account of his 6 months' hesitation to break away from the conditions of his life at Baghdad, at the end of which he fell ill with a paralysis of the tongue. Then, feeling my own weakness, and having entirely given up my own will, I repaired to God, like a man in distress who has no more resources. He answered, as he answers the wretch who invokes him. My heart no longer felt any difficulty in renouncing glory, wealth, and my children. So I quitted Baghdad, and reserving from my fortune only what was indispensable for my subsistence, I distributed the rest. I went to Syria, where I remained about 2 years, with no other occupation than living in retreat and solitude, conquering my desires, combating my passions, training myself to purify my soul, to make my character perfect, to prepare my heart for meditating on God, all according to the methods of the Sufis, as I had read of them. This retreat only increased my desire to live in solitude and to complete the purification of my heart and fit it for meditation. But the vicissitudes of the times, the affairs of the family, the need of subsistence, changed in some respects my primitive resolve, and interfered with my plans for a purely solitary life. I had never yet found myself completely in ecstasy, save in a few single hours. Nevertheless, I kept the hope of attaining this state. Every time that the accidents led me astray, I sought to return, and in this situation I spent 10 years. During this solitary state, things were revealed to me which it is impossible either to describe or to point out. I recognized for certain that the Sufis are assuredly walking in the path of God, both in their acts and in their inaction, whether internal or external. They are illumined by the light which proceeds from the prophetic source. The first condition for a Sufi is to purge his heart entirely of all that is not God. The next key of the contemplative life consists in the humble prayers which escape from the fervent soul, and in the meditations on God in which the heart is swallowed up entirely. But in reality, this is only the beginning of the Sufi life, the end of Sufism being total absorption in God. The intuitions and all that precede are, so to speak, only the threshold for those who enter. From the beginning, revelations take place in so flagrant a shape that the Sufis see before them, whilst wide awake, the angels and the souls of the prophets. They hear their voices and obtain their favors, and then the transport rises from the perception of forms and figures to a degree which escapes all expression, and which no man may seek to give an account of without his words involving sin. Whoever has had no experience of the transport knows of the true nature of prophetism nothing but the name. He may meanwhile be sure of his existence, both by experience and by what he hears the Sufis say, as there are men endowed only with the sensitive faculty who reject what is offered them in the way of objects of the pure understanding. So there are intellectual men who reject and avoid the things perceived by the prophetic faculty. A blind man can understand nothing of colors, save what he has learned by narration and hearsay. Yet God has brought prophetism near to men in giving them all a state analogous to it in its principal characters. This state is sleep. And if you were to tell a man who was himself without experience of such a phenomenon that there are people who at times swoon away so as to resemble dead men, and who in dreams yet perceive things that are hidden, he would deny it and give his reasons. Nevertheless, his arguments would be refuted by actual experience. Wherefore, just as the understanding is a stage of human life in which an eye opens to discern various intellectual objects uncomprehended by sensation, just so in the prophetic the sight is illumined by a light which uncovers hidden things and objects which the intellect fails to reach. The chief properties of prophetism are perceptible only during the transport by those who embrace the Sufi life. The prophet is endowed with qualities to which you possess nothing analogous, and which consequently you cannot possibly understand. How should you know their true nature, since one knows only what one can comprehend? But the transport which one attains by the method of the Sufis is like an immediate perception, as if one touched the objects with one's hand. This incommunicableness of the transport is the keynote of all mysticism. Mystical truth exists for the individual who has the transport, but for no one else. In this, as I have said, it resembles the knowledge given to us in sensations, more than that given by conceptual thought. Thought, with its remoteness and abstractness, has often enough in the history of philosophy been contrasted unfavorably with sensation. It is a commonplace of metaphysics that God's knowledge cannot be discursive, but must be intuitive. That is, must be constructed more after the pattern of what in ourselves is called immediate feeling than after that of proposition and judgment. But our immediate feelings have no content but what the five senses supply. And we have seen and shall see again that mystics may emphatically deny that the senses play any part in the very highest type of knowledge which their transports yield. In the Christian Church there have always been mystics. Although many of them have been viewed with suspicion, some have gained favor in the eyes of the authorities. The experiences of these have been treated as precedents, and a codified system of mystical theology has been based upon them, in which everything legitimate finds its place. The basis of the system is orison, or meditation, the methodical elevation of the soul towards God. Through the practice of orison, the higher levels of mystical experience may be attained. It is odd that Protestantism, especially evangelical Protestantism, should seemingly have abandoned everything methodical in this line. Apart from what prayer may lead to, Protestant mystical experience appears to have been almost exclusively sporadic. It has been left to our mind curers to reintroduce methodical meditation into our religious life. The first thing to be aimed at in orison is the mind's detachment from outer sensations, for these interfere with its concentration upon ideal things. Such manuals as St. Ignatius's Spiritual Exercises recommend the disciple to expel sensation by a graduated series of efforts to imagine holy scenes. The acme of this kind of discipline would be a semi-hallucinatory monoideism, an imaginary figure of Christ, for example, coming fully to occupy the mind. Sensorial images of this sort, whether literal or symbolic, play an enormous part in mysticism, but in certain cases, imagery may fall away entirely, and in the very highest raptures, it tends to do so. The state of consciousness becomes then insusceptible of any verbal description. Mystical teachers are unanimous as to this. St. John of the Cross, for instance, one of the best of them, thus describes the condition called the union of love, which he says is reached by dark contemplation. In this, the deity compenetrates the soul, but in such a hidden way that the soul finds no terms, no means, no comparison, whereby to render the sublimity of the wisdom and the delicacy of the spiritual feeling with which she is filled. We receive this mystical knowledge of God clothed in none of the kinds of images, in none of the sensible representations which our mind makes use of in other circumstances. Accordingly, in this knowledge, since the senses and the imagination are not employed, we get neither form nor impression, nor can we give any account or furnish any likeness, although the mysterious and sweet-tasting wisdom comes home so clearly to the inmost parts of our soul. Fancy a man seeing a certain kind of thing for the first time in his life. He can understand it, use it, and enjoy it, but he cannot apply a name to it, nor communicate any idea of it, even though all the while it be a mere thing of sense. How much greater will be his powerlessness when it goes beyond the senses. This is the peculiarity of the divine language. The more infused, intimate, spiritual, and supersensible it is, the more does it exceed the senses, both inner and outer, and impose silence upon them. The soul then feels as if placed in a vast and profound solitude to which no created thing has access. In an immense and boundless desert the more delicious, the more solitary it is. There, in this abyss of wisdom, the soul grows by what it drinks in from the well springs of the comprehension of love, and recognizes, however sublime and learned may be the terms we employ, how utterly vile, insignificant, and improper they are when we speak to discourse of divine things by their means. I cannot pretend to detail to you the sundry stages of the Christian mystical life. Our time would not suffice, for one thing, and moreover, I confess that the subdivisions and names which we find in the Catholic books seem to me to represent nothing objectively distinct. So many men, so many minds. I imagine that these experiences can be as infinitely varied as are the idiosyncrasies of individuals. The cognitive aspects of them, their value in the way of revelation, is what we are directly concerned with, and it is easy to show by citation how strong an impression they leave of being revelations of new depths of truth. Saint Teresa is the expert of experts in describing such conditions, so I will turn immediately to what she says of one of the highest of them, the orison of union. In the orison of union, says Saint Teresa, the soul is fully awake as regards God, but wholly asleep as regards things of this world, and in respect of herself. During the short time the union lasts, she is, as it were, deprived of every feeling. And even if she would, she could not think of any single thing. Thus she needs to employ no artifice in order to arrest the use of her understanding. It remains so stricken with inactivity that she neither knows what she loves, nor in what manner she loves, nor what she wills. In short, she is utterly dead to the things of the world and lives solely in God. I do not even know whether in this state she has enough life left to breathe. It seems to me she has not, or at least that if she does breathe, she is unaware of it. Her intellect would fain understanding something of what is going on within her, but it has so little force now that it can act in no way whatsoever. So a person who falls into a deep faint appears as if dead. Thus does God, when he raises a soul to union with himself, suspend the natural action of all her faculties. She neither sees, hears, nor understands, so long as she is united with God. But this time is always short, and it seems even shorter than it is. God establishes himself in the interior of this soul in such a way that when she returns to herself, it is wholly impossible for her to doubt that she has been in God, and God in her. This truth remains so strongly impressed on her that even though many years should pass without the condition returning, she can neither forget the favor she received nor doubt of its reality. If you, nevertheless, ask how it is possible that the soul can see and understand that she has been in God, since during the union she has neither sight nor understanding, I reply that she does not see it then, but that she sees it clearly later, after she has returned to herself, not by any vision, but by a certitude which abides with her and which God alone can give her. I knew a person who was ignorant of the truth that God's mode of being in everything must be either by presence, by power, or by essence, but who, after having received the grace of which I am speaking, believed this truth in the most unshakable manner, so much so that, having consulted a half-learned man who was as ignorant on this point as she had been before she was enlightened, when he replied that God is in us only by grace, she disbelieved his reply, so sure she was of the true answer. And when she came to ask wiser doctors, they confirmed her in her belief, which much consoled her. But how, you will repeat, can one have such certainty in respect to what one does not see? This question I am powerless to answer. These are secrets of God's omnipotence, which it does not appertain to me to penetrate. All that I know is that I tell the truth, and I shall never believe that any soul who does not possess this certainty has ever been really united to God. The kinds of truth communicable in mystical ways, whether these be sensible or supersensible, are various. Some of them relate to this world, visions of the future, the reading of hearts, the sudden understanding of texts, the knowledge of distant events, for example. But the most important revelations are theological or metaphysical. Saint Ignatius confessed one day to Father Lainez that a single hour of meditation at Manresa had taught him more truths about heavenly things than all the teachings of all the doctors put together could have taught him. One day in Orizon, on the steps of the choir of the Dominican church, he saw in a distinct manner the plan of divine wisdom in the creation of the world. On another occasion, during a procession, his spirit was ravished in God, and it was given him to contemplate in a form and images fitted to the weak understanding of a dweller on the earth, the deep mystery of the Holy Trinity. This last vision flooded his heart with such sweetness that the mere memory of it in after times made him shed abundant tears. Similarly with Saint Teresa. One day being in Orizon, she writes, it was granted me to perceive in one instant how all things are seen and contained in God. I did not perceive them in their proper form, and nevertheless the view I had of them was of a sovereign clearness, and has remained vividly impressed upon my soul. It is one of the most signal of all the graces which the Lord has granted me. The view was so subtle and delicate that the understanding cannot grasp it. She goes on to tell how it was as if the deity were an enormous and sovereignly limpid diamond, in which all our actions were contained in such a way that their full sinfulness appeared evident as never before. On another day, she relates while she was reciting the Athanasian Creed, our Lord made me comprehend in what way it is that one God can be in three persons. He made me see it so clearly that I remained as extremely surprised as I was comforted. And now, when I think of the Holy Trinity or hear it spoken of, I understand how the three adorable persons form only one God, and I experience an unspeakable happiness. On still another occasion, it was given to Saint Teresa to see and understand in what wise the Mother of God had been assumed into her place in heaven. The deliciousness of some of these states seems to be beyond anything known in ordinary consciousness. It evidently involves organic sensibilities, for it is spoken of as something too extreme to be borne, and as verging on bodily pain. But it is too subtle and piercing a delight for ordinary words to denote. God's touches, the wounds of his spear, references to ebriety and to nuptial union, have to figure in the phraseology by which it is shadowed forth. Intellect and senses both swoon away in these highest states of ecstasy. If our understanding comprehends, says Saint Teresa, it is in a mode which remains unknown to it, and it can understand nothing of what it comprehends. For my own part, I do not believe that it does comprehend, because, as I said, it does not understand itself to do so. I confess that it is all a mystery in which I am lost, in the condition called raptus, or ravishment by theologians. Breathing and circulation are so depressed that it is a question among the doctors whether the soul be or be not temporarily dissevered from the body. One must read St. Teresa's descriptions and the very exact distinctions which she makes to persuade oneself that one is dealing not with imaginary experiences, but with phenomena which, however rare, follow perfectly definite psychological types. To the medical mind, these ecstasies signify nothing but suggested and imitated hypnoid states. on an intellectual basis of superstition, and a corporeal one of degeneration and hysteria. Undoubtedly, these pathological conditions have existed in many and possibly in all the cases, but that fact tells us nothing about the value for knowledge of the consciousness which they induce. To pass a spiritual judgment upon these states, we must not content ourselves with superficial medical talk, but inquire into their fruits for life. Their fruits appear to have been various. Stupefaction, for one thing, seems not to have been altogether absent as a result. You may remember the helplessness in the kitchen and schoolroom of poor Margaret Mary Alacoque. Many other ecstatics would have perished but for the care taken of them by admiring followers. The otherworldliness, encouraged by the mystical consciousness, makes this over-abstraction from practical life peculiarly liable to befall mystics, in whom the character is naturally passive and the intellect feeble, but in natively strong minds and characters, we find quite opposite results. The great Spanish mystics, who carried the habit of ecstasy as far as it has often been carried, appear for the most part to have shown indomitable spirit and energy, and all the more so for the trances in which they indulged. St. Ignatius was a mystic, but his mysticism made him assuredly one of the most powerfully practical human engines that ever lived. St. John of the Cross, writing of the intuitions and touches by which God reaches the substance of the soul, tells us that they enrich it marvelously. A single one of them may be sufficient to abolish at a stroke certain imperfections of which the soul, during its whole life, had vainly tried to rid itself, and to leave it adorned with virtues and loaded with supernatural gifts. A single one of these intoxicating consolations may reward it for all the labors undergone in its life, even were they numberless. Invested with an invincible courage, filled with an impassioned desire to suffer for its God, the soul then is seized with a strange torment, that of not being allowed to suffer enough. Saint Teresa is as emphatic and much more detailed. You may perhaps remember a passage I quoted from her in my first lecture. There are many similar pages in her autobiography. Where in literature is a more evidently veracious account of the formation of a new center of spiritual energy than is given in her description of the effects of certain ecstasies which in departing leave the soul upon a higher level of emotional excitement?
Often infirm and wrought upon with dreadful pains, before the ecstasy, the soul emerges from it, full of health and admirably disposed for action, as if God had willed that the body itself, already obedient to the soul's desires, should share in the soul's happiness. The soul, after such a favor, is animated with a degree of courage so great that if at that moment its body should be torn to pieces for the cause of God, it would feel nothing but the liveliest comfort. Then it is that promises and heroic resolutions spring up in profusion in us, soaring desires, horror of the world, and the clear perception of our proper nothingness. What empire is comparable to that of a soul who from this sublime summit to which God has raised her sees all the things of earth beneath her feet and is captivated by no one of them? How ashamed she is of her former attachments, How amazed at her blindness! What lively pity she feels for those whom she recognizes still shrouded in the darkness. She groans at having ever been sensitive to points of honor, at the illusion that made her ever see as honor what the world calls by that name. Now she sees in this name nothing more than an immense lie of which the world remains a victim. She discovers in the new light from above that in genuine honor there is nothing spurious, that to be faithful to this honor is to give our respect to what deserves to be respected really, and to consider as nothing or as less than nothing whatsoever perishes and is not agreeable to God. She laughs when she sees grave persons of origin, caring for points of honor for which she now feels profoundest contempt. It is suitable to the dignity of their rank to act thus, they pretend, and it makes them more useful to others. But she knows that in despising the dignity of their rank for the pure love of God, they would do more good in a single day than they would effect in 10 years by preserving it. She laughs at herself that there should ever have been a time in her life when she made any case of money, when she ever desired it. Oh, if human beings might only agree together to regard it as so much useless mud, what harmony would then reign in the world? With what friendship we would all treat each other if our interest in honor and in money could but disappear from earth. For my own part, I feel as if it would be a remedy for all our ills. Mystical conditions may, therefore, render the soul more energetic in the lines which their inspiration favors, but this could be reckoned an advantage only in the case the inspiration were a true one. If the inspiration were erroneous, the energy would be all the more mistaken and misbegotten. So we stand once more before that problem of truth which confronted us at the end of the lectures on saintliness. You will remember that we turned to mysticism precisely to get some light on truth. Do mystical states establish the truth of those theological affections in which the saintly life has its root? In spite of their repudiation of articulate self-description, mystical states in general assert a pretty distinct theoretic drift. It is possible to give the outcome of the majority of them in terms that point in definite philosophical directions. One of these directions is optimism, and the other is monism. We pass into mystical states from out of ordinary consciousness as from a less into a more, as from a smallness into a vastness, and at the same time as from an unrest to a rest. We feel them as reconciling, unifying states. They appeal to the yes function more than to the no function in us. In them, the unlimited absorbs the limits and peacefully closes the account. Their very denial of every adjective you may propose as applicable to the ultimate truth. He, the self, the Atman, is to be described by no, no. Only, say the Upanishads, though it seems on the surface to be a no function, is a denial made on behalf of a deeper yes. Whoso calls the absolute anything in particular, or says that it is this, seems implicitly to shut it off from being that. It is as if he lessened it. So we deny the this, negating the negation,
which it seems to us to imply, in the interests of the higher affirmative attitude by which we are possessed. The fountainhead of Christian mysticism is Dionysius the Areopagite. He describes the absolute truth by negatives exclusively. The cause of all things is neither soul nor intellect, nor has it imagination, opinion, or reason, or intelligence, nor is it reason or intelligence, nor is it spoken or thought. It is neither number, nor order, nor magnitude, nor littleness, nor equality, nor inequality, nor similarity, nor dissimilarity. It neither stands, nor moves, nor rests. It is neither essence, nor eternity, nor time. Even intellectual contact does not belong to it. It is neither science nor truth. It is not even royalty or wisdom, not one, not unity, not divinity or goodness, nor even spirit as we know it, etc. ad libitum. But these qualifications are denied by Dionysius, not because the truth falls short of them, but because it so infinitely excels them. It is above them. It is superlucent, supersplendent, super-essential, super-sublime, super everything that can be named. Like Hegel in his logic, mystics journey towards the positive pole of truth only by the Methode der absoluten Negativität. Thus come the paradoxical expressions that so abound in mystical writings, as when Eckhart tells of the still desert of the Godhead, where never was seen difference, neither Father, Son, nor Holy Ghost, where there is no one at home, yet where the spark of the soul is more at peace than in itself, is when Bohm writes of the primal love, that it may fitly be compared to nothing, for it is deeper than anything, and is as nothing with respect to all things, for as much as it is not comprehensible by any of them. And because it is nothing respectively, it is therefore free from all things, and is that only good which a man cannot express or utter what it is, there being nothing to which it may be compared, to express it by. Or, as Angelus Silesius sings, Gott ist einer lauter nichts, ihn rührt kein nu noch hier, je mehr du nach ihm greifst, je mehr entwindt dir. To this dialectical use, by the intellect, of negation as a mode of passage towards a higher kind of affirmation, there is correlated the subtlest of moral counterparts in the sphere of the personal will. Since denial of the finite self and its wants, since asceticism of some sort is found in religious experience to be the only doorway to the larger and more blessed life, this moral mystery intertwines and combines with the intellectual mystery in all mystical writings. Love, continues Behmen, is nothing, for when thou art gone forth wholly from the creature, and from that which is visible, and art become nothing to all that is nature and creature, then thou art in that eternal one, which is God himself, and then thou shalt feel within thee the highest virtue of love. The treasure of treasures for the soul is where she goeth out of the somewhat into that nothing out of which all things may be made. The soul here saith, I have nothing, for I am utterly stripped and naked. I can do nothing, for I have no manner of power, but am as water poured out I am nothing. For all that I am is no more than an image of being. And only God is to me I am. And so, sitting down in my own nothingness, I give glory to the eternal being, and will nothing of myself, that so God may will all in me, being unto me my God, and all things. In Paul's language, I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. Only when I become as nothing can God enter in, and no difference between his life and mine remain outstanding. This overcoming of all the usual barriers between the individual and the absolute is the great mystic achievement. In mystic states, we both become one with the absolute, and we become aware of our oneness. This is the everlasting and triumphant mystical tradition, hardly altered by differences of clime or creed. In Hinduism, in Neoplatonism, in Sufism, in Christian mysticism, in Whitmanism, we find the same recurring note, so that there is about mystical utterances an eternal unanimity, which ought to make a critic stop and think, and which brings it about that the mystical classics have, as has been said, neither birthday nor native land, perpetually telling of the unity of man with God. Their speech antedates languages, and they do not grow old. Thou art thou, say the Upanishads, and the Vedantists add, not a part, not a mode of that, but identically that absolute spirit of the world. As pure water poured into pure water remains the same, thus, O Gautama, is the self of a thinker who knows. Water in water, fire in fire, ether in ether, no one can distinguish them. Likewise, a man whose mind has entered into the self, every man, says the Sufi Gulshan Raz, whose heart is no longer shaken by any doubt, knows with certainty that there is no being, save only one, in his divine majesty. The me, the we, the thou are not found. For in the one there can be no distinction. Every being who is annulled and entirely separated from himself hears resound outside of him this voice and this echo, I am God. He has an eternal way of existing and is no longer subject to death. In the vision of God, says Plotinus, what sees is not our reason, but something prior and superior to our reason. He who thus sees does not properly see, does not distinguish or imagine two things. He changes. He ceases to be himself, preserves nothing of himself. Absorbed in God, he makes but one with him, like a center of a circle coinciding with another center. Here, writes Suso, the spirit dies, and yet is all alive in the marvels of the Godhead, and is lost in the stillness of the glorious, dazzling obscurity, and of the naked, simple unity. It is in this modeless where that the highest bliss is to be found. Ich bin so groß als Gott, sings Angelus Silesius again. Ist als ich so klein, kann nicht über mich, ich unter ihm nicht sein. In mystical literature, such self-contradictory phrases as dazzling obscurity, whispering silence, teeming desert, are continually met with. They prove that not conceptual speech, but music rather, is the element through which we are best spoken to by mystical truth. Many mystical scriptures are indeed little more than musical compositions. He who would hear the voice of nada, the soundless sound, and comprehend it, he has to learn the nature of dharana. When to himself his form appears unreal, as do on waking all the forms he sees in dreams, when he has ceased to hear the many, he may discern the one, the inner sound which kills the outer, for then the soul will hear and will remember, and then to the inner ear will speak the voice of the silence. And now thyself is lost in self, thyself unto thyself, merged in that self from which thou first didst radiate. Behold, thou hast become the light, thou hast become the sound, thou art thy master and thy God, thou art thyself the object of thy search, the voice unbroken that resounds throughout eternities, exempt from change, from sin exempt, the seven sounds in one, the voice of the silence, Om Tat Sat. Om Tat Sat. Om Tat Sat. These words, if they do not awaken laughter as you receive them, probably stir chords within you which music and language touch in common. Music gives us ontological messages which non-musical criticism is unable to contradict, though it may laugh at our foolishness in minding them. There is a verge of the mind which these things haunt, and whispers therefrom mingle with the operations of our understanding, even as the waters of the infinite ocean send their waves to bring among the pebbles that lie upon our shores. Here begins the sea that ends not till the world's end. Where we stand, could we know the next high sea mark set, beyond these waves that gleam, we should know what never man hath known, nor eye of man hath scanned. Ah, but here man's heart leaps, yearning towards the gloom with venturous glee, from the shore that hath no shore beyond it, set in all the sea. That doctrine, for example, that eternity is timeless, that our immortality, if we live in the eternal, is not so much future as already now and here, which we find so often expressed today in certain philosophic circles, finds its support in a here, or an amen, which floats up from that mysteriously deeper level. We recognize the passwords to the mystical region as we hear them, but we cannot use them ourselves. It alone has the keeping of the password primeval. I have now sketched with extreme brevity and insufficiency, but as fairly as I am able in the time allowed, the general traits of the mystic range of consciousness. It is on the whole pantheistic and optimistic, or at least the opposite of pessimistic. It is anti-naturalistic and harmonizes best with twice-bornness and so-called otherworldly states of mind. My next task is to inquire whether we can invoke it as authoritative. Does it furnish any warrant for the truth of the twice-bornness and supernaturality and pantheism which it favors? I must give my answer to this question as concisely as I can. In brief, my answer is this, and I will divide it into 3 parts. Number 1, mystical states, when well developed, usually are and have the right to be absolutely authoritative over the individuals to whom they come. Number 2, no authority emanates from them which should make it a duty for those who stand outside of them to accept their revelations uncritically. Number 3, they break down the authority of the non-mystical or rationalistic consciousness based upon the understanding and the senses alone. They show it to be only one kind of consciousness. They open out the possibility of other orders of truth, in which, so far as anything in us vitally responds to them, we may freely continue to have faith. I will take up these points one by one. Number one, as a matter of psychological fact, mystical states of a well-pronounced and emphatic sort are usually authoritative over those who have them. They have been there and know. It is vain for rationalism to grumble about this. If the mystical truth that comes to a man proves to be a force that he can live by, what mandate have we of the majority to order him to live in another way? We can throw him into a prison or a madhouse, but we cannot change his mind. We commonly attach it only the more stubbornly to its beliefs. It mocks our utmost efforts, as a matter of fact, and in point of logic, it absolutely escapes our jurisdiction. Our own more rational beliefs are based on evidence exactly similar in nature to that which mystics quote for theirs. Our senses, namely, have assured us of certain states of fact, but mystical experiences are as direct perceptions of fact for those who have them as any sensations ever were for us. The records show that even though the five senses be in abeyance in them, they are absolutely sensational in their epistemological quality, if I may be pardoned the barbarous expression. That is, they are face-to-face presentations of what seems immediately to exist. The mystic is, in short, invulnerable, and must be left, whether we relish it or not, in undisturbed enjoyment of his creed. Faith, says Tolstoy, is that by which men live, and faith state and mystic state are practically convertible terms. Number two, but I now proceed to add that mystics have no right to claim that we ought to accept the deliverance of their peculiar experiences, if we are ourselves outsiders and feel no private call thereto. The utmost they can ever ask of us in this life is to admit that they establish a presumption. They form a consensus and have an unequivocal outcome, and it would be odd, mystics might say, if such a unanimous type of experience should prove to be altogether wrong. At bottom, however, this would only be an appeal to numbers, like the appeal of rationalism the other way, and the appeal to numbers has no logical force. If we acknowledge it, it is for suggestive, not for logical reasons. We follow the majority because to do so suits our life. But even this presumption from the unanimity of mystics is far from being strong. In characterizing mystic states as pantheistic, optimism, etc., I am afraid I oversimplified the truth. I did so for expository reasons and to keep the closer to the classic mystical tradition. The classic religious mysticism, it now must be confessed, is only a privileged case. It is an extract kept true to type by the selection of the fittest specimens and their preservation in schools. It is carved out from a much larger mass, and if we take the larger mass as seriously as religious mysticism has historically taken itself, we find that the supposed unanimity largely disappears. To begin with, even religious mysticism itself, the kind that accumulates traditions and makes schools, is much less unanimous than I have allowed. It has been both ascetic and antinomianly self-indulgent within the Christian Church. It is dualistic in Sankhya and monistic in Vedanta philosophy. I called it pantheistic, but the great Spanish mystics are anything but pantheists. They are, with few exceptions, non-metaphysical minds, for whom the category of personality is absolute. The union of man with God is for them much more like an occasional miracle than like an original identity. How different again, apart from the happiness common to all, is the mysticism of Walt Whitman, Edward Carpenter, Richard Jefferies, and other naturalistic pantheists from the more distinctive Christian sort. The fact is that the mystical feeling of enlargement, union, and emancipation has no specific intellectual content whatever of its own. It is capable of forming matrimonial alliances with material furnished by the most diverse philosophies and theologies, provided only they can find a place in their framework for its peculiar emotional mood. We have no right, therefore, to invoke its prestige as distinctively in favor of any special belief, such as that in absolute idealism or in the absolute monistic identity. We have no right, therefore, to invoke its prestige as distinctively in favor of any special belief, such as that in absolute idealism or in the absolute monistic identity, or in the absolute goodness of the world. It is only relatively in favor of all these things. It passes out of common human consciousness in the direction in which they lie. So much for religious mysticism proper. But more remains to be told, for religious mysticism is only one half of mysticism. The other half has no accumulated traditions except those which the textbooks on insanity supply. Open any one of these, and you will find abundant cases in which mystical ideas are cited as characteristic symptoms of enfeebled or deluded states of mind. In delusional insanity, paranoia, as they sometimes call it, we may have a diabolical mysticism, a sort of religious mysticism turned upside down. The same sense of ineffable importance in the smallest events, the same texts and words coming with new meanings, the same voices and visions and leadings and missions, the same controlling by extraneous powers, only this time the emotion is pessimistic. Instead of consolations, we have desolations. The meanings are dreadful, and the powers are enemies to life. It is evident that from the point of view of their psychological mechanism, the classic mysticism and these lower mysticisms spring from the same mental level, from that great subliminal or transmarginal region of which science is beginning to admit the existence, but of which so little is really known. That region contains every kind of matter. Seraph and snake abide there side by side. To come from thence is no infallible credential. What comes must be sifted and tested and run the gauntlet of confrontation with the total context of experience, just like what comes from the outer world of sense. Its value must be ascertained by empirical methods, so long as we are not mystics ourselves. Once more, then, I repeat that non-mystics are under no obligation to acknowledge in mystical states a superior authority conferred on them by their intrinsic nature. Number 3. Yet I repeat once more, the existence of mystical states absolutely overthrows the pretension of non-mystical states to be the sole and ultimate dictators of what we may believe. As a rule, mystical states merely add a supersensuous meaning to the ordinary outward data of consciousness. They are excitements, like the emotions of love or ambition, gifts to our spirit, by means of which facts already objectively before us fall into a new expressiveness and make a new connection with our active life. They do not contradict these facts as such, or deny anything that our senses have immediately seized. It is the rationalistic critic, rather, who plays the part of denier in the controversy. And his denials have no strength, for there never can be a state of facts to which new meaning may not truthfully be added, provided the mind ascend to a more enveloping point of view. It must always remain an open question whether mystical states may not possibly be such superior points of view, windows through which the mind looks out upon a more extensive and inclusive world. The difference of the views seen from the different mystical windows need not prevent us from entertaining this supposition. The wider world would in that case prove to have a mixed constitution like that of this world. That is all. It would have its celestial and its infernal regions, its tempting and its saving moments, its valid experiences and its counterfeit ones, just as our world has them. But it would be a wider world all the same. We should have to use its experiences by selecting and subordinating and substituting, just as is our custom in this ordinary naturalistic world. We should be liable to error, just as we are now, yet the counting in of that wider world of meanings and the serious dealing with it might, in spite of all the perplexity, be indispensable stages in our approach to the final fullness of the truth. In this shape, I think we have to leave the subject. Mystical states indeed wield no authority due simply to their being mystical states, but the higher ones among them point in directions to which the religious sentiments, even of non-mystical men, incline. They tell of the supremacy of the ideal, of vastness, of union, of safety, and of rest. They offer us hypotheses which we may voluntarily ignore, but which as thinkers we cannot possibly upset. The supernaturalism and optimism to which they would persuade us may, interpreted in one way or another, be after all the truest of insights into the meaning of this life. Oh, the little more, and how much it is, and the little less, and what worlds away. It may be that possibility and permission of this sort are all that the religious consciousness requires to live on. Oh, the little more, and how much it is, and the little less, and what worlds away. It may be that possibility and permission of this sort are all that the religious consciousness requires to live on. In my last lecture, I shall have to try to persuade you that this is the case. Meanwhile, however, I am sure that for many of my readers this diet is too slender. If supernaturalism and inner union with the divine are true, you think, then not so much permission as compulsion to believe ought to be found. Philosophy has always professed to prove religious truth by coercive argument, and the construction of philosophies of this kind has always been one favorite function of the religious life, if we use this term in the large historic sense. But religious philosophy is an enormous subject, and in my next lecture I can only give that brief glance at it which my limits will allow. Lecture 18, Philosophy. The subject of saintliness left us face to face with the question, is the sense of divine presence a sense of anything objectively true? We turned first to mysticism for an answer and found that although mysticism is entirely willing to corroborate religion, it is too private and also too various in its utterances to be able to claim a universal authority. But philosophy publishes results which claim to be universally valid, if they are valid at all. So we now turn with our question to philosophy. Can philosophy stamp a warrant of veracity upon the religious man's sense of the divine. I imagine that many of you at this point begin to indulge in guesses at the goal to which I am tending. I have undermined the authority of mysticism, you say, and the next thing I shall probably do is to seek to discredit that of philosophy. Religion, you expect to hear me conclude, is nothing but an affair of faith, based either on vague sentiment or on that vivid sense of the reality of things unseen, of which in my second lecture, and in the lecture on mysticism, I gave so many examples. It is essentially private and individualistic. It always exceeds our powers of formulation, and although attempts to pour its contents into a philosophic mold will probably always go on, men being what they are, yet these attempts are always secondary processes which in no way add to the authority or warrant the veracity of the sentiments from which they derive their own stimulus, and borrow whatever glow of conviction they may themselves possess. In short, you suspect that I am planning to defend feeling at the expense of reason, to rehabilitate the primitive and unreflective, and to dissuade you from the hope of any theology worthy of the name. To a certain extent, I have to admit that you guess rightly. I do believe that feeling is the deeper source of religion, and that philosophic and theological formulas are secondary products, like translations of a text into another tongue. But all such statements are misleading from their brevity, and it will take the whole hour for me to explain to you exactly what I mean. When I call theological formulas secondary products, I mean that in a world in which no religious feeling had ever existed, I doubt whether any philosophic theology could ever have been framed. I doubt if dispassionate intellectual contemplation of the universe, apart from inner unhappiness and need of deliverance on the one hand, and mystical emotion on the other, would ever have resulted in religious philosophies such as we now possess. Men would have begun with animistic explanations of natural fact, and criticized these away into scientific ones, as they actually have done. In the science, they would have left a certain amount of psychical research, even as they now will probably have to readmit a certain amount. But high-flying speculations like those of either dogmatic or idealistic theology, these they would have had no motive to venture on, feeling no need of commerce with such deities. These speculations must, it seems to me, be classed as over-beliefs, buildings out, performed by the intellect into directions of which feeling originally supplied the hint. But even if religious philosophy had to have its first hint supplied by feeling, may it not have dealt in a superior way with the matter which feeling suggested? Feeling is private and dumb, and unable to give an account of itself. It allows that its results are mysteries and enigmas, declines to justify them rationally, and on occasion is willing that they should even pass for paradoxical and absurd. Philosophy takes just the opposite attitude. Her aspiration is to reclaim from mystery and paradox whatever territory she touches, to find an escape from obscure and wayward personal persuasion to truth objectively valid for all thinking men has ever been the intellect's most cherished ideal. To redeem religion from unwholesome privacy, and to give public status and universal right of way to its deliverances, has been reason's task. I believe that philosophy will always have opportunity to labor at this task. We are thinking beings, and we cannot exclude the intellect from participating in any of our functions. Even in soliloquizing with ourselves, we construe our feelings intellectually. Both our personal ideals and our religious and mystical experiences must be interpreted congruously with the kind of scenery which our thinking mind inhabits. The philosophic climate of our time inevitably forces its own clothing on us. Moreover, we must exchange our feelings with one another, and in doing so we have to speak and to use general and abstract verbal formulas. Conceptions and constructions are thus a necessary part of our religion, and as moderator amid the clash of hypotheses and mediator among the criticisms of one man's constructions by another, philosophy will always have much to do. It would be strange if I disputed this, when these very lectures which I am giving are, as you will see more clearly from now onwards, a laborious attempt to extract from the privacies of religious experience some general facts which can be defined in formulas upon which everybody may agree. Religious experience, in other words, spontaneously and inevitably engenders myths, superstitions, dogmas, creeds, and metaphysical theologies, and criticisms of one set of these by the adherents of another. Of late, impartial classifications and comparisons have become possible alongside of the denunciations and anathemas by which the commerce between creeds used exclusively to be carried on. We have the beginnings of a science of religions, so-called, and if these lectures could ever be accounted a crumb-like contribution to such a science, I should be made very happy. But all these intellectual operations, whether they be constructive or comparative and critical, presuppose immediate experiences as their subject matter. They are interpretative and inductive operations after the fact, consequent upon religious feeling, not coordinate with it, not independent of what it ascertains. The intellectualism in religion which I wish to discredit pretends to be something altogether different from this. It assumes to construct religious objects out of the resources of logical reason alone, or of logical reason drawing rigorous inference from non-subjective facts. It calls its conclusions dogmatic theology, or philosophy of the absolute, as the case may be. It does not call them science of religions. It reaches them in an a priori way and warrants their veracity. Warranted systems have ever been the idols of aspiring souls, all-inclusive yet simple, noble, clean, luminous, stable, rigorous, true. What more ideal refuge could there be than such a system would offer to spirits vexed by the muddiness and accidentality of the world of sensible things? Accordingly, we find inculcated in the theological schools of today, almost as much as in those of the foretime, a disdain for merely possible or probable truth, and of results that only private assurance can grasp. Scholastics and idealists both express this disdain. Principal John Caird, for example, writes as follows in his introduction to the philosophy of religion. Religion must indeed be a thing of the heart, but in order to elevate it from the region of subjective caprice and waywardness, and to distinguish between that which is true and false in religion, we must appeal to an objective standard. That which enters the heart must first be discerned by the intelligence to be true. It must be seen as having in its own nature a right to dominate feeling, and as constituting the principle by which feeling must be judged. In estimating the religious character of individuals, nations, or races, the first question is not how they feel, but what they think and believe. Not whether their religion is one which manifests itself in emotions, more or less vehement and enthusiastic, but what are the conceptions of God and divine things by which these emotions are called forth. Feeling is necessary in religion, but it is by the content or intelligent basis of a religion, and not by feeling, that its character and worth are to be determined. Cardinal Newman, in his work The Idea of a University, gives more emphatic expression still to this disdain for sentiment. Theology, he says, is a science in the strictest sense of the word. I will tell you, he says, what it is not. Not physical evidence is, for God, not natural religion, for these are but vague, subjective interpretations. If, he continues, the Supreme Being is powerful or skillful, just so far as the telescope shows power, or the microscope shows skill, if his moral law is to be ascertained simply by the physical processes of the animal frame, or his will gathered from the immediate issues of human affairs, if his essence is just as high and deep and broad as the universe and no more, if this be the fact, then will I confess that there is no specific science about God, that theology is but a name and a protest in its behalf and hypocrisy. Then, pious as it is to think of him, while the pageant of experiment or abstract reasoning passes by, still such piety is nothing more than a poetry of thought, or an ornament of language, a certain view taken of nature which one man has, and another has not, which gifted minds strike out, which others see to be admirable and ingenious, and which all would be the better for adopting. It is but the theology of nature, just as we talk of the philosophy or the romance of history, or the poetry of childhood, or the picturesque, or the sentimental, or the humorous, or any other abstract quality which the genius or the caprice of the individual, or the fashion of the day, or the consent of the world, recognizes in any set of objects which are subjected to its contemplation. I do not see much difference between avowing that there is no God and implying that nothing definite can be known for certain about him. What I mean by theology, continues Newman, is none of these things. I simply mean the science of God, or the truths we know about God, put into a system, just as we have a science of the stars and call it astronomy, or of the crust of the earth and call it geology. In both these extracts, we have the issue clearly set before us. Feeling valid only for the individual is pitted against reason, valid universally. The test is a perfectly plain one of fact. Theology based on pure reason must in point of fact convince men universally. If it did not, wherein would its superiority consist? If it only formed sects and schools, even as sentiment and mysticism form them, how would it fulfill its program of freeing us from personal caprice and waywardness? This perfectly definite practical test of the pretensions of philosophy to found religion on universal reason simplifies my procedure today. I need not discredit philosophy by laborious criticism of its arguments. It will suffice if I show that, as a matter of history, it fails to prove its pretension to be objectively convincing. In fact, philosophy does so fail. It does not banish differences. It founds schools and sects, just as feeling does. I believe, in fact, that the logical reason of man operates in this field of divinity exactly as it has always operated in love, or in patriotism, or in politics, or in any other of the wider affairs of life, in which our passions or our mystical intuitions fix our beliefs beforehand. It finds arguments for our conviction, for indeed it has to find them. It amplifies and defines our faith, and dignifies it, and lends it words and plausibility. It hardly ever engenders it. It cannot now secure it. Lend me your attention while I run through some of the points of the older systematic theology. You find them in both Protestant and Catholic manuals. Best of all, in the innumerable textbooks published since Pope Leo's encyclical recommending the study of St. Thomas. I glance first at the arguments by which dogmatic theology establishes God's existence. After that, at those by which it establishes his nature. The arguments for God's existence have stood for hundreds of years with the waves of unbelieving criticism breaking against them, never totally discrediting them in the ears of the faithful, but on the whole, slowly and surely, washing out the mortar from between their joints. If you have a God already whom you believe in, these arguments confirm you. If you are atheistic, they fail to set you right. The proofs are various. The cosmological one, so-called, reasons from the contingents of the world to a first cause, which must contain whatever perfections the world itself contains. The argument from design reasons from the fact that nature's laws are mathematical and her parts benevolently adapted to each other, that this cause is both intellectual and benevolent. The moral argument is that the moral law presupposes a lawgiver. The argument ex consensugentium is that the belief in God is so widespread as to be grounded in the rational nature of man, and should therefore carry authority with it. As I just said, I will not discuss these arguments technically. The bare fact that all idealists since Kant have felt entitled either to scout or to neglect them shows that they are not solid enough to serve as religion's all-sufficient foundation. Absolutely impersonal reasons would be in duty bound to show more general convincingness. Causation is indeed too obscure a principle to bear the weight of the whole structure of theology. As for the argument from design, see how Darwinian ideas have revolutionized it. Conceived as we now conceive them, as so many fortunate escapes from almost limitless processes of destruction, the benevolent adaptations which we find in nature suggest a deity very different from the one who figured in the earlier versions of the argument. The fact is that these arguments do but follow the combined suggestions of the facts and of our feeling. They prove nothing rigorously, they only corroborate our pre-existent partialities. If philosophy can do so little to establish God's existence, how stands it with her efforts to define his attributes? It is worthwhile to look at the attempts of systematic theology in this direction. Since God is first cause, this science of sciences says he differs from all his creatures in possessing existence, A-S-E. From this aseity on God's part, theology deduces by mere logic most of his other perfections. For instance, he must be both necessary and absolute, cannot not be, and cannot in any way be determined by anything else. This makes him absolutely unlimited from without, and unlimited also from within. For limitation is non-being, and God is being itself. This unlimitedness makes God infinitely perfect. Moreover, God is one and only. For the infinitely perfect can admit no peer. He is spiritual. For were he composed of physical parts, some other power would have to combine them into the total, and his aseity would thus be contradicted. He is therefore both simple and non-physical in nature. He is simple metaphysically also. That is to say, his nature and his existence cannot be distinct, as they are in finite substances which share their formal natures with one another, and are individually only in their material aspect. Since God is one and only, his essentia and his esse must be given at one stroke. This excludes from his being all those distinctions, so familiar in the world of finite beings, between potentiality and actuality, substance and accidents, being and activity, existence and attributes. We can talk, it is true, of God's powers, acts, and attributes. But these discriminations are only virtual and made from the human point of view. In God, all these points of view fall into an absolute identity of being. This absence of all potentiality in God obliges him to be immutable. He is actuality, through and through. Were there anything potential about him, he would either lose or gain by its actualization, and either loss or gain would contradict his perfection. He cannot therefore change. Furthermore, he is immense, boundless, for could he be outlined in space, he would be composite, and this would contradict his indivisibility. He is therefore omnipresent, indivisibly there, at every point of space. He is similarly wholly present at every point of time, in other words, eternal. For if he began in time, he would need a prior cause, and that would contradict his aseity. If he ended, it would contradict his necessity. If he went through any succession, it would contradict his immutability. He has intelligence and will and every other creature perfection, for we have them, and effectus nequit superare causam. In him, however, they are absolutely and eternally in act, and their object, since God can be bounded by naught, that is, external, can primarily be nothing else than God himself. He knows himself then in one eternal, indivisible act, and wills himself with an infinite self-pleasure. Since he must of logical necessity thus love and will himself, he cannot be called free ad intra, with the freedom of contrarieties that characterizes finite creatures. Ad extra, however, or with respect to his creation, God is free. He cannot need to create, being perfect in being and in happiness already. He wills to create, then, by an absolute freedom. Being thus a substance endowed with intellect and will and freedom, God is a person, and a living person also, for he is both object and subject of his own activity, and to be this distinguishes the living from the lifeless. He is thus absolutely self-sufficient. His self-knowledge and self-love are both of them infinite and adequate, and need no extraneous conditions to perfect them. He is omniscient, for in knowing himself as cause, he knows all creature things and events by implication. His knowledge is previsive, for he is present to all time. Even our free acts are known beforehand to him, for otherwise his wisdom would admit of successive moments of enrichment, and this would contradict his immutability. He is omnipotent for everything that does not involve logical contradiction. He can make being, in other words, his power includes creation. If what he creates were made of his own substance, it would have to be infinite in essence, as that substance is, but it is finite, so it must be non-divine in substance. If it were made of a substance, an eternally existing matter, for example, which God found there to his hand, and to which he simply gave its form, that would contradict God's definition as first cause, and make him a mere mover of something caused already. The things he creates, then, he creates ex nihilo, and gives them absolute being as so many finite substances additional to himself. The forms which he imprints upon them have their prototypes in his ideas. But as in God, there is no such thing as multiplicity, and as these ideas for us are manifold, we must distinguish the ideas as they are in God, and the way in which our minds externally imitate them. We must attribute them to him only in a terminative sense, as differing aspects from the finite point of view of his unique essence. God, of course, is holy, good, and just. He can do no evil, for he is positive being's fullness, and evil is negation. It is true that he has created physical evil in places, but only as a means of wider good, for bonum totius proemine bonum partis. Moral evil he cannot will, either as an end or means, for that would contradict his holiness. By creating free beings, he permits it only, neither his justice nor his goodness obliging him to prevent the recipients of freedom from misusing the gift. As regards God's purpose in creating, primarily it can only have been to exercise his absolute freedom by the manifestation to others of his glory. From this it follows that the others must be rational beings, capable in the first place of knowledge, love, and honor, and in the second place of happiness, for the knowledge and love of God is the mainspring of felicity. In so far forth, one may say that God's secondary purpose in creating is love. I will not weary you by pursuing these metaphysical determinations farther, into the mysteries of God's Trinity, for example. What I have given will serve as a specimen of the orthodox philosophical theology of both Catholics and Protestants. Newman, filled with enthusiasm at God's list of perfections, continues the passage by which I began to quote to you by a couple of pages of a rhetoric so magnificent that I can hardly refrain from adding them, in spite of the inroad they would make upon our time. He first enumerates God's attributes sonorously, then celebrates his ownership of everything in earth and heaven, and the dependence of all that happens upon his permissive will. He gives us scholastic philosophy touched with emotion, and every philosophy should be touched with emotion to be rightly understood. Emotionally, then, dogmatic theology is worth something to the minds of the type of Newman's. It will aid us to estimate what it is worth intellectually, if at this point I make a short digression. What God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. The continental schools of philosophy have too often overlooked the fact that man's thinking is organically connected with his conduct. It seems to me to be the chief glory of English and Scottish thinkers to have kept the organic connection in view. The guiding principle of British philosophy has in fact been that every difference must make a difference. Every theoretical difference somewhere issue in a practical difference, and that the best method of discussing points of theory is to begin by ascertaining what practical difference would result from one alternative or the other being true. What is the particular truth in question known as? In what facts does it result? What is its cash value in terms of particular experience? This is the characteristic English way of taking up a question. In this way, you remember, Locke takes up the question of personal identity. What you mean by it is just your chain of particular memories, says he. That is the only concretely verifiable part of its significance. All further ideas about it, such as the oneness or the manyness of the spiritual substance on which it is based, are therefore void of intelligible meaning, and propositions touching such ideas may be indifferently affirmed or denied. So Berkeley with his matter. The cash value of matter is our physical sensations. That is what is known as all that we concretely verify of its conception. That, therefore, is the whole meaning of the term matter. Any other pretended meaning is mere wind of words. Hume does the same thing with causation. It is known as habitual antecedents, and as tendency on our part to look for something definite to come. Apart from this practical meaning, it has no significance whatever, and books about it may be committed to the flames, says Hume. Dugald Stewart and Thomas Brown, James Mill, John Mill, and Professor Bain have followed more or less consistently the same method, and Shadworth Hodgson has used the principle with full explicitness. When all is said and done, it was English and Scotch writers, and not Kant, who introduced the critical method into philosophy, the one method fitted to make philosophy a study worthy of serious men. For what seriousness can possibly remain in debating philosophic propositions that will never make an appreciable difference to us in action? And what could it matter if all propositions were practically indifferent, which of them we should agree to call true or which false? An American philosopher of eminent originality, Mr. Charles Sanders Peirce, has rendered thought a service by disentangling from the particulars of its application the principle by which these men were instinctively guided, and by singling it out as fundamental and giving to it a Greek name. He calls it the principle of pragmatism, and he defends it somewhat as follows. Thought in movement has for its only conceivable motive the attainment of belief, or thought at rest. Only when our thought about a subject has found its rest in belief can our action on the subject firmly and safely begin. Beliefs, in short, are rules for action, and the whole function of thinking is but one step in the production of active habits. If there were any part of a thought that made no difference in the thought's practical consequences, then that part would be no proper element of the thought's significance. To develop a thought's meaning, we need therefore only determine what conduct it is fitted to produce. That conduct is for us its sole significance, and the tangible fact at the root of all our thought distinctions is that there is no one of them so fine as to consist in anything but a possible difference of practice. To attain perfect clearness in our thoughts of an object, we need then only consider what sensations, immediate or remote, we are conceivably to expect from it, and what conduct we must prepare in case the object should be true. Our conception of these practical consequences is for us the whole of our conception of the object, so far as that conception has positive significance at all. This is the principle of Peirce, the principle of pragmatism. Such a principle will help us on this occasion to decide, among the various attributes set down in the scholastic inventory of God's perfections, whether some be not far less significant than others. If, namely, we apply the principle of pragmatism to God's metaphysical attributes, strictly so called, as distinguished from his moral attributes, I think that even were we forced by a coercive logic to believe them, we still should have to confess them to be destitute of all intelligible significance. Take God's aseity, for example, or his necessariness, his immateriality, his simplicity, or superiority to the kind of inner variety and succession which we find in finite beings, his indivisibility and lack of the inner distinctions of being and activity, substance and accident, potentiality and actuality, and the rest, his repudiation of inclusion in a genus, his actualized infinity, his personality, apart from the moral qualities which it may comport, his relations to evil being permissive and not positive, his self-sufficiency, self-love, and absolute felicity in himself, candidly speaking, how do such qualities as these make any definite connection with our life? And if they severally call for no distinctive adaptations of our conduct, what vital difference can it possibly make to a man's religion, whether they be true or false? For my own part, although I dislike to say aught that may grate upon tender associations, I must frankly confess that even though these attributes were faultlessly deduced, I cannot conceive of its being of the smallest consequence to us religiously that any one of them should be true. Pray, what specific act can I perform in order to adapt myself the better to God's simplicity? Or how does it assist me to plan my behavior to know that his happiness is anyhow absolutely complete? In the middle of the century just past, Mayne Reid was the great writer of books of out-of-door adventure. He was forever extolling the hunters and field observers of living animals' habits, and keeping up a fire of invective against the closet naturalists, as he called them, the collectors and classifiers and handlers of skeletons and skins. When I was a boy, I used to think that a closet naturalist must be the vilest type of wretch under the sun. But surely the systematic theologians are the closet naturalists of the deity, even in Captain Mayne Reid's sense. What is their deduction of metaphysical attributes but a shuffling and matching of pedantic dictionary adjectives, aloof from morals, aloof from human needs, something that might be worked out from the mere word God by one of those logical machines of wood and brass which recent ingenuity has contrived, as well as by a man of flesh and blood. They have the trail of the serpent over them. One feels that in the theologian's hands. They are only a set of titles obtained by a mechanical manipulation of synonyms. Verbality has stepped into the place of vision, professionalism into that of life. Instead of bread, we have a stone. Instead of a fish, a serpent. Did such a conglomeration of abstract terms give really the gist of our knowledge of the deity? Schools of theology might indeed continue to flourish, but religion, vital religion, would have taken its flight from this world. What keeps religion going is something else than abstract definitions and systems of concatenated adjectives, and something different from faculties of theology and their professors. All these things are after effects, secondary accretions upon those phenomena of vital conversation with the unseen divine, of which I have shown you so many instances, renewing themselves in secula seculorum in the lives of humble, private men. So much for the metaphysical attributes of God. From the point of view of practical religion, the metaphysical monster which they offer to our worship is an absolutely worthless invention of the scholarly mind. What shall we now say of the attributes called moral? Pragmatically, they stand on an entirely different footing. They positively determine fear and hope and expectation, and are foundations for the saintly life. It needs but a glance at them to show how great is their significance. God's holiness, for example, being holy, God can will nothing but the good. Being omnipotent, he can secure its triumph. Being omniscient, he can see us in the dark. Being just, he can punish us for what he sees. Being loving, he can pardon too. Being unalterable, we can count on him securely. These qualities enter into connection with our life. It is highly important that we should be informed concerning them. That God's purpose in creation should be the manifestation of his glory is also an attribute which has definite relations to our practical life. Among other things, it has given a definite character to worship in all Christian countries. If dogmatic theology really does prove beyond dispute that a God within characters like these exists, she may well claim to give a solid basis to religious sentiment. But verily, how stands it with her arguments? It stands with them as ill as with the arguments for his existence. Not only do post-Kantian idealists reject them root and branch, but it is a plain historic fact that they never have converted any one who has found in the moral complexion of the world, as he experienced it, reasons for doubting that a good God can have framed it. To prove God's goodness by the scholastic argument that there is no non-being in his essence would sound to such a witness simply silly. No, the book of Job went over this whole matter once for all and definitively. Ratiocination is a relatively superficial and unreal path to the deity. I will lay mine hand upon my mouth. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. An intellect perplexed and baffled, yet a trustful sense of presence, such is the situation of the man who is sincere with himself and with the facts, but who remains religious still. We must therefore, I think, bid a definitive goodbye to dogmatic theology. In all sincerity, our faith must do without that warrant. Modern idealism, I repeat, has said goodbye to this theology forever. Can modern idealism give faith a better warrant, or must she still rely on her poor self for witness? The basis of modern idealism is Kant's doctrine of the transcendental ego of apperception. By this formidable term, Kant merely meant the fact that the consciousness, I think them, must potentially or actually accompany all our objects. Former skeptics had said as much, but the I in question had remained for them identified with the personal individual. Kant abstracted and depersonalized it and made it the most universal of all his categories, although for Kant himself the transcendental ego had no theological implications. It was reserved for his successors to convert Kant's notion of Bewusstsein überhaupt, or abstract consciousness, into an infinite concrete self-consciousness, which is the soul of the world, and in which our sundry personal self-consciousness have their being. It would lead me into technicalities to show you even briefly how this transformation was, in point of fact, effected. Suffice it to say that in the Hegelian school, which today so deeply influences both British and American thinking, two principles have borne the brunt of the operation. The first of these principles is that the old logic of identity never gives us more than a post-mortem dissection of dissecta membra, and that the fullness of life can be construed to thought only by recognizing that every object which our thought may propose to itself involves the notion of some other object, which seems at first to negate the first one. The second principle is that to be conscious of a negation is already virtually to be beyond it. The mere asking of a question or expression of a dissatisfaction proves that the answer, or the dissatisfaction, is already imminent. The finite, realized as such, is already the infinite in posse. Applying these principles, we seem to get a propulsive force into our logic, which the ordinary logic of a bare, stark self-identity in each thing never attains to. The objects of our thought now act within our thought, act as objects act when given in experience. They change and develop, they introduce something other than themselves along with them, and this other, at first only ideal or potential, presently proves itself also to be actual. It supersedes the thing at first supposed, and both verifies and corrects it in developing the fullness of its meaning. The program is excellent. The universe is a place where things are followed by other things that both correct and fulfill them. And a logic which gave us something like this movement of fact would express truth far better than the traditional school logic, which never gets of its own accord from anything to anything else, and registers only predictions and subsumptions, or static resemblances and differences. Nothing could be more unlike the methods of dogmatic theology than those of this new logic. Let me quote in illustration some passages from the Scottish transcendentalist whom I have already named. How are we to conceive, Principal Caird writes, of the reality in which all intelligence rests? He replies, two things may without difficulty be proved, that this reality is an absolute spirit, and conversely that it is only in communion with this absolute spirit or intelligence that the finite spirit can realize itself. It is absolute, for the faintest movement of human intelligence would be arrested. If it did not presuppose the absolute reality of intelligence, of thought itself, doubt or denial themselves presuppose and indirectly affirm it. When I pronounce anything to be true, I pronounce it indeed to be relative to thought, but not to be relative to my thought or to the thought of any other individual mind. From the existence of all individual minds as such as I can abstract, I can think them away. But that which I cannot think away is thought or self-consciousness itself in its independence and absoluteness, or, in other words, an absolute thought or self-consciousness. Here you see Principal Caird makes the transition which Kant did not make. He converts the omnipresence of consciousness in general as a condition of truth, being anywhere possible, into an omnipresent universal consciousness, which he identifies with God in his concreteness. He next proceeds to use the principle that to acknowledge your limits is in essence to be beyond them, and makes the transition to the religious experience of individuals in the following words. If man were only a creature of transient sensations and impulses, of an ever-coming and going succession of intuitions, fancies, feelings, then nothing could ever have for him the character of objective truth or reality. But it is the prerogative of man's spiritual nature that he can yield himself up to a thought and will that are infinitely larger than his own. As a thinking, self-conscious being, indeed, he may be said by his very nature to live in the atmosphere of the universal life. As a thinking being, it is possible for me to suppress and quell in my consciousness every movement of self-assertion, every notion and opinion that is merely mine, every desire that belongs to me as this particular self, and to become the pure medium of a thought that is universal, in one word, to live no more my own life, but let my consciousness be possessed and suffused by the infinite and eternal life of spirit. And yet it is just in this renunciation of self that I truly gain myself, or realize the highest possibilities of my own nature. For whilst in one sense we give up self to live the universal and absolute life of reason, yet that to which we thus surrender ourselves is in reality our truer self. The life of absolute reason is not a life that is foreign to us. Nevertheless, Principal Caird goes on to say, so far as we are able outwardly to realize this doctrine, the balm it offers remains incomplete. Whatever we may be in posse, the very best of us in actu falls very short of being absolutely divine. Social morality, love, and self-sacrifice even, merge ourself only in some other finite self or selves. They do not quite identify it with the infinite. Man's ideal destiny, infinite in abstract logic, might thus seem in practice forever unrealizable. Is there, then, our author continues, no solution of the contradiction between the ideal and the actual? We answer, there is such a solution, but in order to reach it, we are carried beyond the sphere of morality into that of religion. It may be said to be the essential characteristic of religion, as contrasted with morality, that it changes aspiration into fruition, anticipation into realization, that instead of leaving man in the interminable pursuit of a vanishing ideal, it makes him the actual partaker of a divine or infinite life. Whether we view religion from the human side or the divine, as the surrender of the soul to God, or as the life of God in the soul, in either aspect, it is of its very essence that the infinite has ceased to be a far-off vision and has become a present reality. The very first pulsation of the spiritual life, when we rightly apprehend its significance, is the indication that the division between the spirit and its object has vanished, that the ideal has become real, that the finite has reached its goal and become suffused with the presence and life of the infinite. Oneness of mind and will with the divine mind and will is not the future hope and aim of religion, but its very beginning and birth in the soul. To enter on the religious life is to terminate the struggle. In that act which constitutes the beginning of the religious life, call it faith or trust or self-surrender, or by whatever name you will, there is involved the identification of the finite with a life which is eternally realized. It is true indeed that the religious life is progressive, but understood in the light of the foregoing idea, religious progress is not progress towards, but within the sphere of the infinite. It is not the vain attempt by endless finite additions or increments to become possessed of infinite wealth, but it is the endeavor, by the constant exercise of spiritual activity, to appropriate that infinite inheritance of which we are already in possession. The whole future of the religious life is given in its beginning, but it is given implicitly. The position of the man who has entered on the religious life is that evil, error, imperfection do not really belong to him. They are excrescences, which have no organic relation to his true nature. They are already virtually, as they will be actually, suppressed and annulled. And in the very process of being annulled, they become the means of spiritual progress. Though he is not exempt from temptation and conflict, yet in that inner sphere in which his true life lies, the struggle is over, the victory already achieved. It is not a finite, but an infinite life which the Spirit lives. Every pulse beat of its existence is the expression and realization of the life of God. You will readily admit that no description of the phenomena of the religious consciousness could be better than these words of your lamented preacher and philosopher. They reproduce the very rapture of those crises of conversion of which we have been hearing. They utter what the mystic felt but was unable to communicate, and the saint, in hearing them, recognizes his own experience. It is indeed gratifying to find the content of religion reported so unanimously, but when all is said and done, has Principle cared, and I only use him as an example of that whole mode of thinking, transcended the sphere of feeling and of the direct experience of the individual, and laid the foundations of religion in impartial reason? Has he made religion universal by coercive reasoning, transformed it from a private faith into a public certainty? Has he rescued its affirmations from obscurity and mystery? I believe that he has done nothing of the kind, but that he has simply reaffirmed the individual's experiences in a more generalized vocabulary. And again, I can be excused from proving technically that the transcendentalist reasonings fail to make religion universal, for I can point to the plain fact that a majority of scholars, even religiously disposed ones, stubbornly refuse to treat them as convincing. The whole of Germany, one may say, has positively rejected the Hegelian argumentation. As for Scotland, I need only mention Professor Fraser's and Professor Pringle Pattison's memorable criticisms, with which so many of you are familiar. Once more I ask, if transcendental idealism were as objectively and absolutely rational as it pretends to be, could it possibly fail so egregiously to be persuasive? What religion reports, you must remember, always purports to be a fact of experience. The divine is actually present, religion says, and between it and ourselves, relations of give and take are actual. If definite perceptions of fact like this cannot stand upon their own feet, surely abstract reasoning cannot give them the support they are in need of. Conceptual processes can class facts, define them, interpret them, but they do not produce them, nor can they reproduce their individuality. There is always a plus, a thisness, which feeling alone can answer for. Philosophy in this sphere is thus a secondary function, unable to warrant faith's veracity, and so I revert to the thesis which I announced at the beginning of this lecture. In all sad sincerity, I think we must conclude that the attempt to demonstrate by purely intellectual processes the truth of the deliverances of direct religious experience is absolutely hopeless. It would be unfair to philosophy, however, to leave her under this negative sentence. Let me close then by briefly enumerating what she can do for religion. If she will abandon metaphysics and deduction for criticism and induction, and frankly transform herself from theology into science of religions, she can make herself enormously useful. The spontaneous intellect of man always defines the divine, which it feels in ways that harmonize with its temporary intellectual prepossessions. Philosophy can, by comparison, eliminate the local and the accidental from these definitions. Both from dogma and from worship, she can remove historic incrustations. By confronting the spontaneous religious constructions with the results of natural science, philosophy can also eliminate doctrines that are now known to be scientifically absurd or incongruous. Sifting out in this way unworthy formulations, she can leave a residuum of conceptions that at least are possible. With these she can deal as hypotheses, testing them in all the manners, whether negative or positive, by which hypotheses are ever tested. She can reduce their number, as some are found more open to objection. She can perhaps become the champion of one which she picks out as being the most closely verified or verifiable. She can refine upon the definition of this hypothesis, distinguishing between what is innocent overbelief and symbolism in the expression of it, and what is to be literally taken. As a result, she can offer mediation between different believers and help to bring about consensus of opinion. She can do this the more successfully, the better she discriminates the common and essential from the individual and local elements of the religious beliefs which she compares. I do not see why a critical science of religions of this sort might not eventually command as general a public adhesion as is commanded by a physical science. Even the personally non-religious might accept its conclusions on trust, much as blind persons now accept the facts of optics. It might appear as foolish to refuse them. Yet as the science of optics has to be fed in the first instance, and continually verified later by facts experienced by seeing persons, so the science of religions would depend for its original material on facts of personal experience and would have to square itself with personal experience through all its critical reconstructions. It could never get away from concrete life or work in a conceptual vacuum. It would forever have to confess, as every science confesses, that the subtlety of nature flies beyond it, and that its formulas are but approximations. Philosophy lives in words, but truth and fact well up into our lives in ways that exceed verbal formulation. There is in the living act of perception always something that glimmers and twinkles and will not be caught, and for which reflection comes too late. No one knows this as well as the philosopher. He must fire his volley of new vocables out of his conceptual shotgun, for his profession condemns him to this industry. But he secretly knows the hollowness and irrelevancy. His formulas are like stereoscopic or kinetoscopic photographs seen outside the instrument. They lack the depth, the motion, the vitality. In the religious sphere in particular, belief that formulas are true can never wholly take the place of personal experience. In my next lecture, I will try to complete my rough description of religious experience. And in the lecture after that, which is the last one, I will try my own hand at formulating conceptually the truth to which it is a witness. Lecture 19. Other Characteristics. We have wound our way back after our excursion through mysticism and philosophy to where we were before. The uses of religion, its uses to the individual who has it, and the uses of the individual himself to the world are the best arguments that truth is in it. We return to the empirical philosophy. The truth is what works well, even though the qualification, on the whole, may always have to be added. In this lecture, we must revert to description again and finish our picture of the religious consciousness by a word about some of its other characteristic elements. Then, in a final lecture, we shall be free to make a general review and draw our independent conclusions. The first point I will speak of is the part which the aesthetic life plays in determining one's choice of a religion. Men, I said a while ago, involuntarily intellectualize their religious experience. They need formulas, just as they need fellowship in worship. I spoke therefore too contemptuously of the pragmatic uselessness of the famous scholastic list of attributes of the deity, for they have one use which I neglected to consider. The eloquent passage in which Newman enumerates them puts us on the track of it. Intoning them, as he would intone a cathedral service, he shows how high is their aesthetic value. It enriches our bare piety to carry these exalted and mysterious verbal additions, just as it enriches a church to have an organ and old brasses, marbles and frescoes and stained windows. Epithets lend an atmosphere and overtones to our devotion. They are like a hymn of praise and service of glory, and may sound the more sublime for being incomprehensible. Minds like Newman's grow as jealous of their credit as heathen priests are of that of the jewelry and ornaments that blaze upon their idols. Among the buildings out of religion which the mind spontaneously indulges in, the aesthetic motive must never be forgotten. I promised to say nothing of ecclesiastical systems in these lectures. I may be allowed, however, to put in a word at this point on the way in which their satisfaction of certain aesthetic needs contributes to their hold on human nature. Although some persons aim most at intellectual purity and simplification, for others, richness is the supreme imaginative requirement. When one's mind is strongly of this type, an individual religion will hardly serve the purpose. The inner need is rather of something institutional and complex, majestic in the hierarchic interrelatedness of its parts, with authority descending from stage to stage, and at every stage objects for adjectives of mystery and splendor, derived in the last resort from the Godhead who is the fountain and culmination of the system. One feels then as if in presence of some vast, encrusted work of jewelry or architecture. One hears the multitudinous liturgical appeal. One gets the honorific vibration coming from every quarter. Compared with such a noble complexity in which ascending and descending movements seem in no way to jar upon stability, in which no single item, however humble, is insignificant, because so many august institutions hold it in its place. How flat does evangelical Protestantism appear? How bare the atmosphere of those isolated religious lives whose boast it is that man in the bush with God may meet. What a pulverization and leveling of what a gloriously piled up structure. To an imagination used to the perspectives of dignity and glory, the naked gospel scheme seems to offer an almshouse for a palace. It is much like the patriotic sentiment of those brought up in ancient empires. How many emotions must be frustrated of their object when one gives up the titles of dignity, the crimson lights and blare of brass, the gold embroidery, the plumed troops, the fear and trembling, and puts up with a president in a black coat who shakes hands with you, and comes, it may be, from a home upon a veldt or a prairie, with one sitting room and a Bible on its center table. It pauperizes the monarchical imagination. The strength of these aesthetic sentiments makes it rigorously impossible, it seems to me, that Protestantism, however superior in spiritual profundity it may be to Catholicism, should at the present day succeed in making many converts from the more venerable ecclesiasticism. The latter offers a so much richer pasturage and shade to the fancy, has so many cells with so many different kinds of honey, and is so indulgent in its multiform appeals to human nature, that Protestantism will always show to Catholic eyes the almshouse physiognomy. The bitter negativity of it is to the Catholic mind incomprehensible. To intellectual Catholics, many of the antiquated beliefs and practices to which the Church gives countenance are, if taken literally, as childish as they are to Protestants. But they are childish in the pleasing sense of childlike, innocent and amiable, and worthy to be smiled on in consideration of the undeveloped condition of the dear people's intellects. To the Protestant, on the contrary, they are childish in the sense of being idiotic falsehoods. He must stamp out their delicate and lovable redundancy, leaving the Catholic to shudder at his literalness. He appears to the latter as morose as if he were some hard-eyed, numb, monotonous kind of reptile. The two will never understand each other. Their centers of emotional energy are too different. Rigorous truth and human nature's intricacies are always in need of a mutual interpreter. So much for the aesthetic diversities in the religious consciousness. In most books on religion, three things are represented as its most essential elements. These are sacrifice, confession, and prayer. I must say a word in turn of each of these elements, though briefly. First of sacrifice. Sacrifices to gods are omnipresent in primeval worship. But as cults have grown refined, burnt offerings and the blood of he-goats have been superseded by sacrifices more spiritual in their nature. Judaism, Islam, and Buddhism get along without ritual sacrifice. So does Christianity, save insofar as the notion is preserved in transfigured form in the mystery of Christ's atonement. These religions substitute offerings of the heart, renunciations of the inner self, for all those vain oblations. In the ascetic practices which Islam, Buddhism, and the older Christianity encourage, we see how indestructible is the idea that sacrifice of some sort is a religious exercise. In lecturing on asceticism, I spoke of its significance as symbolic of the sacrifices which life, whenever it is taken strenuously, calls for. But as I said my say about those, and as these lectures expressly avoid earlier religious usages and questions of derivation, I will pass from the subject of sacrifice altogether and turn to that of confession. In regard to confession, I will also be most brief, saying my word about it psychologically, not historically. Not nearly as widespread as sacrifice, it corresponds to a more inward and moral stage of sentiment. It is part of the general system of purgation and cleansing, which one feels oneself in need of in order to be in right relations to one's deity. For him who confesses, shams are over and realities have begun. He has exteriorized his rottenness. If he has not actually got rid of it, he at least no longer smears it over with a hypocritical show of virtue. He lives at least upon a basis of veracity. The complete decay of the practice of confession in Anglo-Saxon communities is a little hard to account for. Reaction against popery is of course the historic explanation, for in popery, confession went with penances and absolution and other inadmissible practices. But on the side of the sinner himself, it seems as if the need ought to have been too great to accept so summary a refusal of its satisfaction. One would think that in more men the shell of secrecy would have had to open, the pent-in abscess to burst and gain relief, even though the ear that heard the confession were unworthy. The Catholic Church, for obvious utilitarian reasons, has substituted auricular confession to one priest for the more radical act of public confession. We English-speaking Protestants, in the general self-reliance and unsociability of our nature, seem to find it enough if we take God alone into our confidence. The next topic on which I must comment is prayer. And this time it must be less briefly. We have heard much talk of late against prayer, especially against prayers for better weather and for the recovery of sick people. As regards prayers for the sick, if any medical fact can be considered to stand firm, it is that in certain environments prayer may contribute to recovery and should be encouraged as a therapeutic measure. Being a normal factor of moral health in the person, its omission would be deleterious. The case of the weather is different, notwithstanding the recency of the opposite belief. everyone now knows that droughts and storms follow from physical antecedents, and that moral appeals cannot avert them. But petitional prayer is only one department of prayer. And if we take the word in the wider sense as meaning every kind of inward communion or conversation with the power recognized as divine, we can easily see that scientific criticism leaves it untouched. Prayer in this wide sense is the very soul and essence of religion. Religion, says a liberal French theologian, is an intercourse, a conscious and voluntary relation, entered into by a soul in distress with the mysterious power upon which it feels itself to depend, and upon which its fate is contingent. This intercourse with God is realized by prayer. Prayer is religion in act. That is, prayer is real religion. It is prayer that distinguishes the religious phenomenon from such similar or neighboring phenomena as purely moral or aesthetic sentiment. Religion is nothing if it be not the vital act by which the entire mind seeks to save itself by clinging to the principle from which it draws its life. This act is prayer, by which term I understand no vain exercise of words, no mere repetition of certain sacred formula, but the very movement itself of the soul, putting itself in a personal relation of contact with the mysterious power of which it feels the presence, it may be, even before it has a name by which to call it. Wherever this interior prayer is lacking, there is no religion. Wherever, on the other hand, this prayer rises and stirs the soul, even in the absence of forms or of doctrines, we have living religion. One sees from this why natural religion, so-called, is not properly a religion. It cuts man off from prayer. It leaves him and God in mutual remoteness, with no intimate commerce, no interior dialogue, no interchange, no action of God in man, no return of man to God. At bottom, this pretended religion is only a philosophy, born at epochs of rationalism, of critical investigations. It never was anything but an abstraction, an artificial and dead creation. It reveals to its examiner hardly one of the characters proper to religion. It seems to me that the entire series of our lectures proves the truth of M. Sapatier's contention. The religious phenomenon studied as an inner fact and apart from the ecclesiastical or theological complications has shown itself to consist everywhere and at all its stages in the consciousness which individuals have of an intercourse between themselves and higher powers with which they feel themselves to be related. This intercourse is realized at the time as being both active and mutual. If it be not effective, if it be not a give-and-take relation, if nothing be really transacted while it lasts, if the world is in no whit different for its having taken place, then prayer, taken in this wide meaning of a sense that something is transacting, is of course a feeling of what is illusory. And religion must on the whole be classed not simply as containing elements of delusion, these undoubtedly everywhere exist, but as being rooted in delusion altogether, just as materialists and atheists have always said it was. At most, there might remain, when the direct experiences of prayer were ruled out as false witnesses, some inferential belief that the whole order of existence must have a divine cause. But this way of contemplating nature pleasing as it would doubtless be to persons of a pious taste, would leave to them but the spectator's part at a play, whereas in experimental religion and the prayerful life, we seem ourselves to be actors, and not in a play, but in a very serious reality. The genuineness of religion is thus indissolubly bound up with the question whether the prayerful consciousness be or be not deceitful. The conviction that something is genuinely transacted in this consciousness is the very core of living religion. As to what is transacted, great differences of opinion have prevailed. The unseen powers have been supposed, and are yet supposed, to do things which no enlightened man can nowadays believe in. It may well prove that the sphere of influence in prayer is subjective exclusively, and that what is immediately changed is only the mind of the praying person. But however our opinion of prayer's effects may come to be limited by criticism, religion, in the vital sense in which these lectures study it, must stand or fall by the persuasion that effects of some sort genuinely do occur. Through prayer, religion insists, things which cannot be realized in any other manner come about. Energy which but for prayer would be bound is by prayer set free and operates in some part, be it objective or subjective, of the world of facts. This postulate is strikingly expressed in a letter written by the late Frederick W. H. Myers to a friend, who allows me to quote from it. It shows how independent the prayer instinct is of usual doctrinal complications. Mr. Myers writes, "I am glad that you have asked me about prayer because I have rather strong ideas on the subject. First consider what are the facts. There exists around us a spiritual universe, and that universe is in actual relation with the material. From the spiritual universe comes the energy which maintains the material, the energy which makes the life of each individual spirit. Our spirits are supported by a perpetual indrawal of this energy, and the vigor of that indrawal is perpetually changing, much as the vigor of our absorption of material nutriment changes from hour to hour. I call these facts because I think that some scheme of this kind is the only one consistent with our actual evidence, too complex to summarize here. How, then, should we act on these facts? Plainly, we must endeavor to draw in as much spiritual life as possible, and we must place our minds in any attitude which experience shows to be favorable to such indrawal. Prayer is the general name for that attitude of open and earnest expectancy. If we then ask to whom to pray, the answer, strangely enough, must be that does not matter. The prayer is not indeed a purely subjective thing. It means a real increase in intensity of absorption of spiritual power or grace. But we do not know enough of what takes place in the spiritual world to know how the prayer operates. Who is cognizant of it, or through what channel the grace is given? Better let children pray to Christ, who is at any rate the highest individual spirit of whom we have any knowledge. But it would be rash to say that Christ himself hears us, while to say that God hears us is merely to restate the first principle. That grace flows in from the infinite spiritual world. Let us reserve the question of the truth or falsehood of the belief that power is absorbed until the next lecture, when our dogmatic conclusions, if we have any, must be reached. Let this lecture still confine itself to the description of phenomena, and as a concrete example of an extreme sort, of the way in which the prayerful life may still be led, let me take a case with which most of you must be acquainted, that of George Mueller of Bristol, who died in 1898. Müller's prayers were of the crassest petitional order. Early in life he resolved on taking certain Bible promises in literal sincerity, and on letting himself be fed not by his own worldly foresight, but by the Lord's hand. He had an extraordinarily active and successful career, among the fruits of which were the distribution of over 2 million copies of the Scripture text in different languages, the equipment of several hundred missionaries, the circulation of more than 111 million of scriptural books, pamphlets, and tracts, the building of 5 large orphanages, and the keeping and educating of thousands of orphans. Finally, the establishment of schools in which over 121,000 youthful and adult pupils were taught. In the course of this work, Mr. Müller received and administered nearly £1.5 million of pounds sterling and travelled over 200,000 miles of sea and land. And during the 68 years of his ministry, he never owned any property except his clothes and furniture and cash in hand, and he left at the age of 86 an estate worth only £160. His method was to let his general wants be publicly known, but not to acquaint other people with the details of his temporary necessities. For the relief of the latter, he prayed directly to the Lord, believing that sooner or later prayers are always answered if one have trust enough. "When I lose such a thing as a key," he writes, "I ask the Lord to direct me to it, and I look for an answer to my prayer. When a person with whom I have made an appointment does not come according to the fixed time, and I begin to be inconvenienced by it, I ask the Lord to be pleased to hasten him to me, and I look for an answer. When I do not understand a passage of the Word of God, I lift up my heart to the Lord, that he would be pleased by his Holy Spirit to instruct me, and I expect to be taught, though I do not fix the time when, and the manner how it should be, when I am going to minister in the world. I seek help from the Lord, and am not cast down, but of good cheer, because I look for his assistance." Müller's custom was to never run up bills, not even for a week. As the Lord deals out to us by the day, the week's payment might become due, and we have no money to meet it, and thus those with whom we deal might be inconvenienced by us, and we be found acting against the commandment of the Lord. "Owe no man anything. From this day and henceforward, whilst the Lord gives to us our supplies by the day, we purpose to pay at once for every article as it is purchased, and never to buy anything except we can pay for it at once, however much it may seem to be needed, and however much those with whom we deal may wish to be paid only by the week." The articles needed of which Müller speaks were the food, fuel, etc. of his orphanages. Somehow, near as they often come to going without a meal, they hardly ever seem actually to have done so. Greater and more manifest nearness of the Lord's presence I have never had than when after breakfast there were no means for dinner for more than 100 persons, or when after dinner there were no means for the tea. And yet the Lord provided the tea, and all this without one single human being having been informed about our need. Through grace my mind is so fully assured of the faithfulness of the Lord, that in the midst of the greatest need I am enabled in peace to go about my other work. Indeed, did not the Lord give me this, which is the result of trusting in him, I should scarcely be able to work at all, for it is now comparatively a rare thing that a day comes when I am not in need for one or another part of the work. In building his orphanages simply by prayer and faith, Müller affirms that his prime motive was to have something to point to as a visible proof that our God and Father is the same faithful God that he ever was, as willing as ever to prove himself the living God, in our day as formerly, to all that put their trust in him. For this reason he refused to borrow money for any of his enterprises. How does it work when we thus anticipate God by going our own way? We certainly weaken faith instead of increasing it, and each time we work thus a deliverance of our own, we find it more and more difficult to trust in God, till at last we give way entirely to our natural fallen reason, and unbelief prevails. How different if one is enabled to wait God's own time, and to look alone to him for help and deliverance. When at last help comes, after many seasons of prayer it may be, how sweet it is, and what a present recompense. Dear Christian reader, if you have never walked in this path of obedience before, do so now, and you will then know experimentally the sweetness of the joy which results from it. When the supplies came in but slowly, Mueller always considered that this was for the trial of his faith and patience. When his faith and patience had been sufficiently tried, the Lord would send more means. And thus it has proved. I quote from his diary, "For today was given the sum of £2,050, of which 2,000 are for the building fund of a certain house, and 50 for present necessities. It is impossible to describe my joy in God when I received this donation. I was neither excited nor surprised, for I look out for answers to my prayers. I believe that God hears me, yet my heart was so full of joy that I could only sit before God and admire him, like David in 2 Samuel 7. At last I cast myself flat down upon my face and burst forth in thanksgiving to God, and in surrendering my heart afresh to him for his blessed service." George Mueller's is a case extreme in every respect, and in no respect more so than in the extraordinary narrowness of the man's intellectual horizon. His God was, as he often said, his business partner. He seems to have been for Mueller little more than a sort of supernatural clergyman interested in the congregation of tradesmen and others in Bristol who were his saints, and in the orphanages and other enterprises, but unpossessed of any of those vaster and wilder and more ideal attributes with which the human imagination elsewhere has invested him. Mueller, in short, was absolutely unphilosophical. His intensely private and practical conception of his relations with the deity continued the traditions of the most primitive human thought. When we compare a mind like his with such a mind as, for example, Emerson's or Phillips Brooks's, we see the range which the religion's consciousness covers. There is an immense literature relating to answers to petitional prayer. The evangelical journals are filled with such answers, and books are devoted to the subject, but for us Mueller's case will suffice. A less sturdy, beggar-like fashion of leading the prayerful life is followed by innumerable other Christians. Persistence in leaning on the Almighty for support and guidance will, such persons say, bring with it proofs, palpable but much more subtle, of his presence and active influence. The following description of a led life, by a German writer whom I have already quoted, would no doubt appear to countless Christians in every country as if transcribed from their own personal experience. One finds in this guided sort of life, says Dr. Hilty, that books and words and sometimes people come to one's cognizance just at the very moment in which one needs them, that one glides over great dangers, as if with shut eyes, remaining ignorant of what would have terrified one or led one astray, until the peril is past, this being especially the case with temptations to vanity and sensuality, that paths on which one ought not to wander are, as it were, hedged off with thorns, but that on the other side great obstacles are suddenly removed, that when the time has come for something, one suddenly receives a courage that formerly failed, or perceives the root of a matter that until then was concealed, or discovers thoughts, talents, yea, even pieces of knowledge and insight in one's self, of which it is impossible to say whence they come. Finally, that persons help us, or decline to help us, favor us or refuse us, as if they had to do so against their will, so that often those indifferent or even unfriendly to us yield us the greatest service and furtherance. God takes often their worldly goods from those whom he leads at just the right moment, when they threaten to impede the effort after higher interests. Besides all this, other noteworthy things come to pass, of which it is not easy to give account. There is no doubt whatever that now one walks continually through open doors and on the easiest roads, with as little care and trouble as it is possible to imagine. Furthermore, one finds oneself settling one's affairs neither too early nor too late, whereas they were wont to be spoiled by untimeliness, even when the preparations had been well laid. In addition to this, one does them with perfect tranquillity of mind, almost as if they were matters of no consequence, like errands done by us for another person, in which case we usually act more calmly than when we act in our own concerns. Again, one finds that one can wait for everything patiently, and that is one of life's great arts. One finds also that each thing comes duly, one thing after the other, so that one gains time to make one's footing sure before advancing farther. And then everything occurs to us at the right moment, just what we ought to do, etc., and often in a very striking way, just as if a third person were keeping watch over those things which we are in easy danger of forgetting. Often, too, persons are sent to us at the right time to offer or ask for what is needed, and what we should never have had the courage or resolution to undertake of our own accord. Through all these experiences, one finds that one is kindly and tolerant of other people, even of such as are repulsive, negligent, or ill-willed, for they also are instruments of good in God's hand, and often most efficient ones. Without these thoughts, it would be hard for even the best of us always to keep our equanimity. But with the consciousness of divine guidance, one sees many a thing in life quite differently from what would otherwise be possible. All these are things that every human being knows who has had experience of them, and of which the most speaking examples could be brought forward. The highest resources of worldly wisdom are unable to attain that which, under divine leading, comes to us of its own accord. Such accounts as this shade away into others where the belief is, not that particular events are tempered more towardly to us by a superintending providence, as a reward for our reliance, but that by cultivating the continuous sense of our connection with the power that made things as they are, we are tempered more towardly for their reception. The outward face of nature need not alter, but the expressions of meaning in it alter. It was dead and is alive again. It is like the difference between looking on a person without love or upon the same person with love. In the latter case, intercourse springs into new vitality. So when one's affections keep in touch with the divinity of the world's authorship, fear and egotism fall away. And in the equanimity that follows, one finds in the hours, as they succeed each other, a series of purely benignant opportunities. It is as if all doors were opened and all paths freshly smoothed. We meet a new world when we meet the old world in the spirit which this kind of prayer infuses. Such a spirit was that of Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus. It is that of mind-curers, of the transcendentalists, and of the so-called liberal Christians. As an expression of it, I will quote a page from one of Martineau's sermons. The universe open to the eye today looks as it did 1,000 years ago, and the morning hymn of Milton does but tell the beauty with which our own familiar sun dressed the earliest fields and gardens of the world. We see what all our fathers saw, and if we cannot find God in your house or in mine, upon the roadside or the margin of the sea, in the bursting seed or opening flower, in the day duty or the night musing, in the general laugh and the secret grief, in the procession of life, ever entering afresh, and solemnly passing by and dropping off. I do not think we should discern him any more on the grass of Eden, or beneath the moonlight of Gethsemane. Depend upon it, it is not the want of greater miracles, but of the soul to perceive such as are allowed us still, that makes us push all the sanctities into the far spaces we cannot reach. The devout feel that wherever God's hand is, there is miracle, and it is simply an indevoutness which imagines that only where miracle is can there be the real hand of God. The customs of heaven ought surely to be more sacred in our eyes than its anomalies, the dear old ways of which the Most High is never tired, than the strange things which he does not love well enough ever to repeat. And he who will but discern beneath the sun, as he rises any morning, the supporting finger of the Almighty, may recover the sweet and reverent surprise with which Adam gazed on the first dawn in paradise. It is no outward change, no shifting in time or place, but only the loving meditation of the pure in heart that can reawaken the eternal from the sleep within our souls, that can render him a reality again and reassert for him once more his ancient name of the living God. When we see all things in God and refer all things to him, we read in common matters superior expressions of meaning. The deadness with which custom invests the familiar vanishes, and existence as a whole appears transfigured. The state of a mind thus awakened from torpor is well expressed in these words, which I take from a friend's letter. If we occupy ourselves in summing up all the mercies and bounties we are privileged to have, we are overwhelmed by their number, so great that we can imagine ourselves unable to give ourselves time even to begin to review the things we may imagine we have not. We sum them and realize that we are actually killed with God's kindness, that we are surrounded by bounties upon bounties, without which all would fall. Should we not love it? Should we not feel buoyed up by the eternal arms? Sometimes this realization that facts are of divine sending, instead of being habitual, is casual, like a mystical experience. Father Gratry gives this instance from his youthful melancholy period. One day I had a moment of consolation because I met with someone which seemed to me ideally perfect. It was a poor drummer beating the tattoo in the streets of Paris. I walked behind him in returning to the school on the evening of a holiday. His drum gave out the tattoo in such a way that, at that moment at least, however peevish I were, I could find no pretext for fault-finding. It was impossible to conceive more nerve or spirit, better time or measure, more clearness or richness than were in this drumming. Ideal desire could go no farther in that direction. I was enchanted and consoled. The perfection of this wretched act did me good. Good is at least possible, I said, since the ideal can thus sometimes get embodied. In Senancour's novel of Obermann, a similar transient lifting of the veil is recorded. In Paris streets on a March day, he comes across a flower in bloom, a jonquil. It was the strongest expression of desire. It was the first perfume of the year. I felt all the happiness destined for man, this unutterable harmony of souls. The phantom of the ideal world arose in me complete. I never felt anything so great or so instantaneous. I know not what shape, what analogy, what secret of relation it was that made me see in this flower a limitless beauty. I shall never enclose in a conception this power, this immensity that nothing will express, this form that nothing will contain, this ideal of a better world which one feels, but which it seems nature has not made actual. We heard in previous lectures of the vivified face of the world as it may appear to converts after their awakening. As a rule, religious persons generally assume that whatever natural facts connect themselves in any way with their destiny are significant of the divine purposes with them. Through prayer, the purpose, often far from obvious, comes home to them. And if it be trial, strength to endure the trial is given. Thus, at all stages of the prayerful life, we find the persuasion that in the process of communion energy from on high flows in to meet demand and becomes operative within the phenomenal world. So long as this operativeness is admitted to be real, it makes no essential difference whether its immediate effects be subjective or objective. The fundamental religious point is that in prayer, spiritual energy, which otherwise would slumber, does become active, and spiritual work of some kind is effected really. So much for prayer, taken in the wide sense of any kind of communion. As the core of religion, we must return to it in the next lecture. The last aspect of the religious life which remains for me to touch upon is the fact that its manifestations so frequently connect themselves with the subconscious part of our existence. You may remember what I said in my opening lecture about the prevalence of the psychopathic temperament in religious biography. You will, in point of fact, hardly find a religious leader of any kind in whose life there is no record of automatisms. I speak not merely of savage priests and prophets, whose followers regard automatic utterance and action as by itself tantamount to inspiration. I speak of leaders of thought and subjects of intellectualized experience. St. Paul had his visions, his ecstasies, his gift of tongues, small as was the importance he attached to the latter. The whole array of Christian saints and heresiarchs, including the greatest, the Bernards, the Loyolas, the Luthers, the Foxes, the Wesleys, had their visions, voices, rapt conditions, guiding impressions, and openings. They had these things because they had exalted sensibility, and to such things persons of exalted sensibility are liable. In such liability there lie, however, consequences for theology. Beliefs are strengthened wherever automatisms corroborate them. Incursions from beyond the transmarginal region have a peculiar power to increase conviction. The inchoate sense of presence is infinitely stronger than conception, but strong as it may be, it is seldom equal to the evidence of hallucination. Saints who actually see or hear their Savior reach the acme of assurance. Motor automatisms, though rarer, are, if possible, even more convincing than sensations. The subjects here actually feel themselves played upon by powers beyond their will. The evidence is dynamic. The God or Spirit moves the very organs of their body. The great field for this sense of being the instrument of a higher power is, of course, inspiration. It is easy to discriminate between the religious leaders who have been habitually subject to inspiration and those who have not. In the teachings of the Buddha, of Jesus, of St. Paul, apart from his gift of tongues, of St. Augustine, of Huss, of Luther, of Wesley, automatic or semi-automatic composition appears to have been only occasional. In the Hebrew prophets, on the contrary, in Muhammad, in some of the Alexandrians, in many minor Catholic saints, in Fox, in Joseph Smith, something like it appears to have been frequent, sometimes habitual. We have distinct professions of being under the direction of a foreign power and serving as its mouthpiece. As regards the Hebrew prophets, it is extraordinary, writes an author who has made a careful study of them, to see how one after another the same features are reproduced in the prophetic books. The process is always extremely different from what it would be if the prophet arrived at his insight into spiritual things by the tentative efforts of his own genius. There is something sharp and sudden about it. He can lay his finger, so to speak, on the moment when it came, and it always comes in the form of an overpowering force from without, against which he struggles, but in vain. Listen, for instance, to the opening of the book of Jeremiah. Read through, in like manner, the first 2 chapters of the prophecy of Ezekiel. It is not, however, only at the beginning of his career that the prophet passes through a crisis, which is clearly not self-caused. Scattered all through the prophetic writings are expressions which speak of some strong and irresistible impulse coming down upon the prophet, determining his attitude to the events of his time, constraining his utterance, making his words the vehicle of a higher meaning than their own. For instance, this of Isaiah's: "The Lord spake thus to me with a strong hand," an emphatic phrase which denotes the overmastering nature of the impulse, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people. Or passages like this from Ezekiel: "The hand of the Lord God fell upon me. The hand of the Lord was strong upon me." The one standing characteristic of the prophet is that he speaks with the authority of Jehovah himself. Hence it is that the prophets, one and all, preface their addresses so confidently. "The word of the Lord," or "Thus saith the Lord." They have even the audacity to speak in the first person, as if Jehovah himself were speaking. As in Isaiah, "Hearken unto me, O Jacob, and Israel my called. I am he, I am the first, I also am the last," and so on. The personality of the prophet sinks entirely into the background. He feels himself for the first time being the mouthpiece of the Almighty. We need to remember that prophecy was a profession, and that the prophets formed a professional class. There were schools of the prophets in which the gift was regularly cultivated. A group of young men would gather round some commanding figure, a Samuel or an Elisha, and would not only record or spread the knowledge of his sayings and doings, but seek to catch themselves something of his inspiration. It seems that music played its part in their exercises. It is perfectly clear that by no means all of these sons of the prophets ever succeeded in acquiring more than a very small share in the gift which they sought. It was clearly possible to counterfeit prophecy. Sometimes this was done deliberately, but it by no means follows that in all cases where a false message was given, the giver of it was altogether conscious of what he was doing. Here, to take another Jewish case, is the way in which Philo of Alexandria describes his inspiration. Sometimes when I have come to my work empty, I have suddenly become full, ideas being in invisible manner showered upon me and implanted in me from on high, so that through the influence of divine inspiration I have become greatly excited, and have known neither the place in which I was, nor those who were present, nor myself, nor what I was saying, nor what I was writing, for then I have been conscious of a richness of interpretation, an enjoyment of light, a most penetrating insight, a most manifest energy in all that was to be done, having such effect on my mind as the clearest ocular demonstration would have on the eyes. If we turn to Islam, we find that Muhammad's revelations all came from the subconscious sphere. To the question in what way he got them, Muhammad is said to have answered that sometimes he heard a knell as from a bell, and that this had the strongest effect on him, and when the angel went away he had received the revelation. Sometimes again he held converse with the angel, as with a man, so as easily to understand his words. The later authorities, however, distinguish still other kinds. In the Itkan 103, the following are enumerated. 1. Revelations with sound of bell. 2. By inspiration of the Holy Spirit in M's heart. 3. By Gabriel in human form. 4. By God immediately, either when awake, as in his journey to heaven, or in dream. In Al-Mawahib, Al-Adunya, the kinds are thus given. 1. Dream. 2. Inspiration of Gabriel in the prophet's heart. 3. Gabriel taking Daya's form. 4. With the bell sound, etc. 5. Gabriel in propria persona, only twice. 6. Revelation in heaven. 7. God appearing in person but veiled. 8. God revealing himself immediately without veil. Others add 2 other stages, namely, 1. Gabriel in the form of still another man. 2. God showing himself personally in dream. In none of these cases is the revelation distinctly motor. In the case of Joseph Smith, who had prophetic revelations innumerable, in addition to the revealed translation of the gold plates, which resulted in the Book of Mormon, although there may have been a motor element, the inspiration seems to have been predominantly sensorial. He began his translation by the aid of the peep stones, which he found, or thought or said that he found, with the gold plates, apparently a case of crystal gazing. For some of the other revelations he used the peep stones, but seems generally to have asked the Lord for more direct instruction. Other revelations are described as openings. Foxes, for example, were evidently of the kind known in spiritist circles of today as impressions, as all effective initiators of change must needs live to some degree upon this psychopathic level of sudden perception or conviction of new truth, or of impulse to action so obsessive that it must be worked off. I will say nothing more about so very common a phenomenon. When, in addition to these phenomena of inspiration, we take religious mysticism into the account, when we recall the striking and sudden unifications of a discordant self, which we saw in conversion, and when we review the extravagant obsessions of tenderness, purity, and self-severity met with in saintliness, we cannot, I think, avoid the conclusion that in religion we have a department of human nature with unusually close relations to the transmarginal or subliminal region. If the word subliminal is offensive to any of you as smelling too much of psychical research or other aberrations. Call it by any other name you please to distinguish it from the level of full, sunlit consciousness. Call this latter the A region of personality, if you care to, and call the other the B region. The B region, then, is obviously the larger part of each of us, for it is the abode of everything that is latent and the reservoir of everything that passes unrecorded or unobserved. It contains, for example, such things as all our momentarily inactive memories, and it harbors the springs of all our obscurely motived passions, impulses, likes, dislikes, and prejudices, our intuitions, hypotheses, fancies, superstitions, persuasions, convictions, and in general all our non-rational operations come from it. It is the source of our dreams, and apparently they may return to it. In it arise whatever mystical experiences we may have, and our automatisms, sensory or motor, our life in hypnotic and hypnoid conditions, if we are subjects to such conditions, our delusions, fixed ideas, and hysterical accidents, if we are hysteric subjects, our supranormal cognitions, if such there be, and if we are telepathic subjects. It is also the fountainhead of much that feeds our religion. In persons deep in the religious life, as we have now abundantly seen, and this is my conclusion, the door into this region seems unusually wide open. At any rate, experiences making their entrance through that door have had emphatic influence in shaping religious history. With this conclusion, I turn back and close the circle which I opened in my first lecture, terminating thus the review which I then announced of inner religious phenomena as we find them in developed and articulate human individuals. I might easily, if the time allowed, multiply both my documents and my discriminations. But a broad treatment is, I believe, in itself better, and the most important characteristics of the subject lie, I think, before us already. In the next lecture, which is also the last one, we must try to draw the critical conclusions which so much material may suggest. Lecture 20. Conclusions. The material of our study of human nature is now spread before us, and in this parting hour, set free from the duty of description, we can draw our theoretical and practical conclusions. In my first lecture, defending the empirical method, I foretold that whatever conclusions we might come to could be reached by spiritual judgments only, appreciations of the significance for life of religion, taken on the whole. Our conclusions cannot be as sharp as dogmatic conclusions would be, but I will formulate them when the time comes as sharply as I can, summing up in the broadest possible way the characteristics of the religious life as we have found them. It includes the following beliefs. Number 1, that the visible world is part of a more spiritual universe from which it draws its chief significance. Number 2, that union or harmonious relation with that higher universe is our true end. Number 3, that prayer, or inner communion with the spirit thereof, be that spirit God or law, is a process wherein work is really done, and spiritual energy flows in and produces effects, psychological or material, within the phenomenal world. Religion includes also the following psychological characteristics. Number 4, a new zest, which adds itself like a gift to life and takes the form either of lyrical enchantment or of appeal to earnestness and heroism. Number 5, an assurance of safety and a temper of peace, and in relation to others, a preponderance of loving affections. In illustrating these characteristics by documents, we have been literally bathed in sentiment. In rereading my manuscript, I am almost appalled at the amount of emotionality which I find in it. After so much of this, we can afford to be drier and less sympathetic in the rest of the work that lies before us. The sentimentality of many of my documents is a consequence of the fact that I sought them among the extravagances of the subject. If any of you are enemies of what our ancestors used to brand as enthusiasm, and are nevertheless still listening to me now, you have probably felt my selection to have been sometimes almost perverse, and have wished I might have stuck to soberer examples. I reply that I took these extremer examples as yielding the profounder information. To learn the secrets of any science, we go to expert specialists, even though they may be eccentric persons, and not to commonplace pupils. We combine what they tell us with the rest of our wisdom, and form our final judgment independently. Even so with religion. We who have pursued such radical expressions of it may now be sure that we know its secrets as authentically as anyone can know them who learns them from another, and we have next to answer, each of us for himself, the practical question: what are the dangers in this element of life, and in what proportion may it need to be restrained by other elements to give the proper balance? But this question suggests another one which I will answer immediately and get it out of the way, for it has more than once already vexed us. Ought it to be assumed that in all men the mixture of religion with other elements should be identical? Ought it indeed to be assumed that the lives of all men should show identical religious elements? In other words, is the existence of so many religious types and sects and creeds regrettable? To these questions I answer no, emphatically, and my reason is that I do not see how it is possible that creatures in such different positions and with such different powers as human individuals are, should have exactly the same functions and the same duties. No two of us have identical difficulties, nor should we be expected to work out identical solutions. Each, from his peculiar angle of observation, takes in a certain sphere of fact and trouble which each must deal with in a unique manner. One of us must soften himself, another must harden himself. One must yield a point, another must stand firm, in order the better to defend the position assigned him. If an Emerson were forced to be a Wesley, or a Moody forced to be a Whitman, the total human consciousness of the divine would suffer. The divine can mean no single quality. It must mean a group of qualities, by being champions of which in alternation different men may all find worthy missions. Each attitude being a syllable in human nature's total message, it takes the whole of us to spell the meaning out completely. So a god of battles must be allowed to be the god for one kind of person, a god of peace in heaven and home, the god for another. We must frankly recognize the fact that we live in partial systems, and that parts are not interchangeable in the spiritual life. If we are peevish and jealous, destruction of the self must be an element of our religion. Why need it be one if we are good and sympathetic from the outset? If we are sick souls, we require a religion of deliverance, but why think so much of deliverance if we are healthy-minded? Unquestionably, some men have the completer experience and the higher vocation, here just as in the social world, but for each man to stay in his own experience, whate'er it be, and for others to tolerate him there, is surely best. But you may now ask, would not this one-sidedness be cured if we should all espouse the science of religions as our own religion? In answering this question, I must open again the general relations of the theoretic to the active life. Knowledge about a thing is not the thing itself. You remember what Al-Ghazali told us in the lecture on mysticism, that to understand the causes of drunkenness, as a physician understands them, is not to be drunk. A science might come to understand everything about the causes and elements of religion, and might even decide which elements were qualified, by their general harmony with other branches of knowledge, to be considered true. And yet the best man at this science might be the man who found it hardest to be personally devout.
Tout savoir, c'est tout pardonner.
The name of
Renan
would doubtless occur to many persons as an example of the way in which breadth of knowledge may make one only a dilettante in possibilities, and blunt the acuteness of one's living faith. If religion be a function by which either God's cause or man's cause is to be really advanced, then he who lives the life of it, however narrowly, is a better servant than he who merely knows about it, however much. Knowledge about life is one thing. Effective occupation of a place in life, with its dynamic currents passing through your being, is another. For this reason, the science of religions may not be an equivalent for living religion, and if we turn to the inner difficulties of such a science, we see that a point comes when she must drop the purely theoretic attitude and either let her knots remain uncut or have them cut by active faith. To see this, suppose that we have our science of religions constituted as a matter of fact. Suppose that she has assimilated all the necessary historical material and distilled out of it, as its essence, the same conclusions which I myself a few moments ago pronounced. Suppose that she agrees that religion, wherever it is an active thing, involves a belief in ideal presences, and a belief that in our prayerful communion with them, work is done, and something real comes to pass. She has now to exert her critical activity and to decide how far, in the light of other sciences and in that of general philosophy, such beliefs can be considered true. Dogmatically, to decide this is an impossible task. Not only are the other sciences and the philosophy still far from being completed, but in their present state, we find them full of conflicts. The sciences of nature know nothing of spiritual presences, and on the whole hold no practical commerce whatever with the idealistic conceptions towards which general philosophy inclines. The scientist, so-called, is, during his scientific hours at least, so materialistic that one may well say that on the whole the influence of science goes against the notion that religion should be recognized at all, and this antipathy to religion finds an echo within the very science of religions itself. The cultivator of this science has to become acquainted with so many groveling and horrible superstitions that a presumption easily arises in his mind that any belief that is religious probably is false. In the prayerful communion of savages, with such mumbo-jumbos of deities as they acknowledge, it is hard for us to see what genuine spiritual work, even though it were work relative only to their dark savage obligations, can possibly be done. The consequence is that the conclusions of the science of religions are as likely to be adverse as they are to be favorable to the claim that the essence of religion is true. There is a notion in the air about us that religion is probably only an anachronism, a case of survival, an atavistic relapse into a mode of thought which humanity in its more enlightened examples has outgrown. In this notion, our religious anthropologists at present do little to counteract. This view is so widespread at the present day that I must consider it with some explicitness before I pass to my own conclusions. Let me call it the survival theory, for brevity's sake. The pivot round which the religious life, as we have traced it, revolves is the interest of the individual in his private, personal destiny. Religion, in short, is a monumental chapter in the history of human egotism. The gods believed in, whether by crude savages or by men disciplined intellectually, agree with each other in recognizing personal calls. Religious thought is carried on in terms of personality, this being in the world of religion the one fundamental fact. Today, quite as much as at any previous age, the religious individual tells you that the divine meets him on the basis of his personal concerns. Science, on the other hand, has ended by utterly repudiating the personal point of view. She catalogues her elements and records her laws, indifferent as to what purpose may be shown forth by them, and constructs her theories quite careless of their bearing on human anxieties and fates. Though the scientist may individually nourish a religion and be a theist in his irresponsible hours, the days are over when it could be said that for science herself the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Our solar system, with its harmonies, is seen now as but one passing case of a certain sort of moving equilibrium in the heavens, realized by a local accident in an appalling wilderness of worlds where no life can exist. In a span of time which as a cosmic interval will count but as an hour, it will have ceased to be. The Darwinian notion of chance production and subsequent destruction, speedy or deferred, applies to the largest as well as to the smallest facts. It is impossible in the present temper of the scientific imagination to find in the driftings of the cosmic atoms, whether they work on the universal or on the particular scale, anything but a kind of aimless weather, doing and undoing, achieving no proper history, and leaving no result. Nature has no one distinguishable ultimate tendency with which it is possible to feel a sympathy. In the vast rhythm of her processes, as the scientific mind now follows them, she appears to cancel herself. The books of natural theology, which satisfied the intellects of our grandfathers, seem to us quite grotesque, representing, as they did, a God who conformed the largest things of nature to the paltriest of our private wants. The God whom science recognizes must be a God of universal laws exclusively, a God who does a wholesale, not a retail business. He cannot accommodate his processes to the convenience of individuals. The bubbles on the foam which coats a stormy sea are floating episodes made and unmade by the forces of the wind and water. Our private selves are like those bubbles, epiphenomena, as Clifford, I believe, ingeniously called them. Their destinies weigh nothing and determine nothing in the world's irremediable currents of events. You see how natural it is from this point of view to treat religion as a mere survival, for religion does in fact perpetuate the traditions of the most primeval thought. To coerce the spiritual powers, or to square them and get them on our side, was during enormous tracts of time the one great object in our dealings with the natural world. For our ancestors, dreams, hallucinations, revelations, and cock-and-bull stories were inextricably mixed with facts. Up to a comparatively recent date, such distinctions as those between what has been verified and what is only conjectured, between the impersonal and the personal aspects of existence, were hardly suspected or conceived. Whatever you imagined in a lively manner, whatever you thought fit to be true, you affirmed confidently, and whatever you affirmed, your comrades believed. Truth was what had not yet been contradicted. Most things were taken into the mind from the point of view of their human suggestiveness, and the attention confined itself exclusively to the aesthetic and dramatic aspects of events. How indeed could it be otherwise? The extraordinary value for explanation and prevision of those mathematical and mechanical modes of conception which science uses was a result that could not possibly have been expected in advance. Weight, movement, velocity, direction, position. What thin, pallid, uninteresting ideas! How could the richer animistic aspects of nature, the peculiarities and oddities that make phenomena picturesquely striking or expressive, fail to have been first singled out and followed by philosophy as the more promising avenue to the knowledge of nature's life? Well, it is still in these richer animistic and dramatic aspects that religion delights to dwell. It is the terror and beauty of phenomena, the promise of the dawn and of the rainbow, the voice of the thunder, the gentleness of the summer rain, the sublimity of the stars, and not the physical laws which these things follow, by which the religious mind still continues to be most impressed. And just as of yore, the devout man tells you that in the solitude of his room or of the fields he still feels the divine presence, that inflowings of help come in reply to his prayers, and that sacrifices to this unseen reality fill him with security and peace. Pure anachronism, says the survival theory. Anachronism for which the anthropomorphization of the imagination is the remedy required. The less we mix the private with the cosmic, the more we dwell in universal and impersonal terms, the truer heirs of science we become. In spite of the appeal which this impersonality of the scientific attitude makes to a certain magnanimity of temper, I believe it to be shallow, and I can now state my reason in comparatively few words. That reason is that so long as we deal with the cosmic and the general, we deal only with the symbols of reality. But as soon as we deal with private and personal phenomena as such, we deal with realities in the completest sense of the term. I think I can easily make clear what I mean by these words. The world of our experience consists at all times of two parts, an objective and a subjective part, of which the former may be incalculably more extensive than the latter, and yet the latter can never be omitted or suppressed. The objective part is the sum total of whatsoever at any given time we may be thinking of. The subjective part is the inner state in which the thinking comes to pass. What we think of may be enormous, the cosmic times and spaces, for example, whereas the inner state may be the most fugitive and paltry activity of mind. Yet the cosmic objects, so far as the experience yields them, are but ideal pictures of something whose existence we do not inwardly possess, but only point at outwardly, while the inner state is our very experience itself. Its reality and that of our experience are one. A conscious field plus its object as felt or thought of, plus an attitude towards the object, plus the sense of a self to whom the attitude belongs. Such a concrete bit of personal experience may be a small bit, but it is a solid bit as long as it lasts, not hollow, not a mere abstract element of experience, such as the object is when taken all alone. It is a full fact, even though it be an insignificant fact. It is of the kind to which all realities whatsoever must belong, The motor currents of the world run through the like of it. It is on the line connecting real events with real events. That unshareable feeling which each one of us has of the pinch of his individual destiny as he privately feels it rolling out on fortune's wheel may be disparaged, for its egotism may be sneered at as unscientific, but it is the one thing that fills up the measure of our concrete actuality. And any would-be existent that should lack such a feeling, or its analog, would be a piece of reality only half made up. If this be true, it is absurd for science to say that the egotistic elements of experience should be suppressed. The axis of reality runs solely through the egotistic places. They are strung upon it like so many beads. To describe the world with all the various feelings of the individual pinch of destiny, all the various spiritual attitudes left out from the description, they being as describable as anything else, would be something like offering a printed bill of fare as the equivalent for a solid meal. Religion makes no such blunder. The individual's religion may be egotistic, and those private realities which it keeps in touch with may be narrow enough, but at any rate it always remains infinitely less hollow and abstract, as far as it goes, than a science which prides itself on taking no account of anything private at all. A bill of fare with one real raisin on it, instead of the word raisin, with one real egg, instead of the word egg, might be an inadequate meal, but it would at least be a commencement of reality. The contention of the survival theory that we ought to stick to non-personal elements exclusively seems like saying that we ought to be satisfied forever with reading the naked bill of fare. I think, therefore, that however particular questions connected with our individual destinies may be answered, it is only by acknowledging them as genuine questions and living in the sphere of thought which they open up that we become profound. But to live thus is to be religious. So I unhesitatingly repudiate the survival theory of religion as being founded on an egregious mistake. It does not follow because our ancestors made so many errors of fact and mixed them with their religion that we should therefore leave off being religious at all. By being religious, we establish ourselves in possession of ultimate reality at the only points at which reality is given us to guard. Our responsible concern is with our private destiny, after all. You see now why I have been so individualistic throughout these lectures, and why I have seemed so bent on rehabilitating the element of feeling in religion and subordinating its intellectual part. Individuality is founded in feeling, and the recesses of feeling, the darker, blinder strata of character, are the only places in the world in which we catch real fact in the making and directly perceive how events happen and how work is actually done. Compared with this world of living individualized feelings, the world of generalized objects which the intellect contemplates is without solidity or life, as in stereoscopic or kinescopic pictures seen outside the instrument. The third dimension, the movement, the vital element, are not there. We get a beautiful picture of an express train supposed to be moving, but where in the picture, as I have heard a friend say, is the energy or the 50 miles an hour? Let us agree then that religion, occupying herself with personal destinies and keeping thus in contact with the only absolute realities which we know, must necessarily play an eternal part in human history. The next thing to decide is what she reveals about those destinies, or whether indeed she reveals anything distinct enough to be considered a general message to mankind. We have done, as you see, with our preliminaries, and our final summing up can now begin. I am well aware that after all the palpitating documents which I have quoted, and all the perspectives of emotion-inspiring institution and belief that my previous lectures have opened, the dry analysis to which I now advance may appear to many of you like an anticlimax, a tapering off and flattening out of the subject, instead of a crescendo of interest and result. I said a while ago that the religious attitude of Protestants appears poverty-stricken to the Catholic imagination. Still more poverty-stricken, I fear, may my final summing up of the subject appear at first to some of you. On which account I pray you now to bear this point in mind, that in the present part of it I am expressly trying to reduce religion to its lowest admissible terms, to that minimum free from individualistic excrescences, which all religions contain as their nucleus, and on which it may be hoped that all religious persons may agree. That established, we should have a result which might be small, but would at least be solid, and on it and round it the ruddier additional beliefs on which the different individuals make their venture might be grafted and flourish as richly as you please. I shall add my own overbelief, which will be, I confess, of a somewhat pallid kind, as befits a critical philosopher. And you will, I hope, also add your overbeliefs, and we shall soon be in the varied world of concrete religious constructions once more. For the moment, let me dryly pursue the analytic part of the task. Both thought and feeling are determinants of conduct, and the same conduct may be determined either by feeling or by thought. When we survey the whole field of religion, we find a great variety in the thoughts that have prevailed there, but the feelings on the one hand and the conduct on the other are almost always the same. For Stoic, Christian, and Buddhist saints are practically indistinguishable in their lives. The theories which religion generates, being thus variable, are secondary, and if you wish to grasp her essence, you must look to the feelings and the conduct as being the more constant elements. It is between these two elements that the short circuit exists on which she carries on her principal business, while the ideas and symbols and other institutions form loop lines, which may be perfections and improvements, and may even some day all be united into one harmonious system, but which are not to be regarded as organs with an indispensable function, necessary at all times for religious life to go on. This seems to me the first conclusion which we are entitled to draw from the phenomena we have passed in review. The next step is to characterize the feelings. To what psychological order do they belong? The resultant outcome of them is in any case what Kant calls a sthenic affection, an excitement of the cheerful, expansive, dynamogenic order, which, like any tonic, freshens our vital powers. In almost every lecture, but especially in the lectures on conversion and on saintliness, we have seen how this emotion overcomes temperamental melancholy and imparts endurance to the subject, or a zest, or a meaning, or an enchantment and glory to the common objects of life. The name of faith state, by which Professor Loibe designates it, is a good one. It is biological as well as a psychological condition, and Tolstoy is absolutely accurate in classing faith among the forces by which men live. The total absence of it, anhedonia, means collapse. The faith state may hold a very minimum of intellectual content. We saw examples of this in those sudden raptures of the divine presence, or in such mystical seizures as Dr. Buck described. It may be a mere vague enthusiasm, half spiritual, half vital, a courage, and a feeling that great and wondrous things are in the air. When, however, a positive intellectual content is associated with a faith state, it gets invisibly stamped in upon belief, and this explains the passionate loyalty of religious persons everywhere to the minutest details of their so widely differing creeds. Taking creeds and faith state together as forming religions and treating these as purely subjective phenomena without regard to the question of their truth, we are obliged, on account of their extraordinary influence upon action and endurance, to class them amongst the most important biological functions of mankind.
Their stimulant and anesthetic effect is so great that Professor Loibe, in a recent article, goes so far as to say that so long as men can use their God, they care very little who he is or even whether he is at all. The truth of the matter can be put, says Loibe, in this way. God is not known, he is not understood, he is used, sometimes as meat purveyor, sometimes as moral support, sometimes as friend, sometimes as an object of love. If he proves himself useful, the religious consciousness asks for no more than that.
Does God really exist? How does he exist? What is he? Are so many irrelevant questions. Not God, but life. More life, a larger, richer, more satisfying life, is in the last analysis the end of religion. The love of life at any and every level of development is the religious impulse. At this purely subjective rating, therefore, religion must be considered vindicated in a certain way from the attacks of her critics. It would seem that she cannot be a mere anachronism and survival, but must exert a permanent function, whether she be with or without intellectual content, and whether, if she have any, it be true or false. We must next pass beyond the point of view of merely subjective utility and make inquiry into the intellectual content itself. First, is there, under all the discrepancies of the creeds, a common nucleus to which they bear their testimony unanimously? And second, ought we to consider the testimony true? I will take up the first question first and answer it immediately in the affirmative. The warring gods and formulas of the various religions do indeed cancel each other. But there is a certain uniform deliverance in which religions all appear to meet. It consists of two parts. Number one, an uneasiness, and two, its solution. Number one, the uneasiness, reduced to its simplest terms, is a sense that there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand. Number two, the solution is a sense that we are saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers. In those more developed minds which alone we are studying, the wrongness takes a moral character, and the salvation takes a mystical tinge. I think we shall keep well within the limits of what is common to all such minds if we formulate the essence of their religious experience in terms like these. The individual, so far as he suffers from his wrongness and criticizes it, is to that extent consciously beyond it, and in at least possible touch with something higher, if anything higher exists. Along with the wrong part, there is thus a better part of him, even though it may be but a most helpless germ, with which part he should identify his real being is by no means obvious at this stage, but when stage 2, the stage of solution or salvation, arrives, the man identifies his real being with a germinal higher part of himself, and does so in the following way. He becomes conscious that this higher part is conterminous and continuous with a more of the same quality, which is operative in the universe outside of him, and which he can keep in working touch with, and in a fashion get on board of and save himself when all his lower being has gone to pieces in the wreck. It seems to me that all the phenomena are accurately describable in these very simple general terms. They allow for the divided self and the struggle. They involve the change of personal center and the surrender of the lower self. They express the appearance of exteriority of the helping power, and yet account for our sense of union with it, and they fully justify our feelings of security and joy. There is probably no autobiographic document among all those which I have quoted to which the description will not well apply. One need only add such specific details as will adapt it to various theologies and various personal temperaments, and one will then have the various experiences reconstructed in their individual forms. So far, however, as this analysis goes, the experiences are only psychological phenomena. They possess it is true, enormous biological worth. Spiritual strength really increases in the subject when he has them. A new life opens for him, and they seem to him a place of conflux, where the forces of two universes meet, and yet this may be nothing but his subjective way of feeling things, a mood of his own fancy, in spite of the effects produced. I now turn to my second question. What is the objective truth of their content? The part of the content concerning which the question of truth most pertinently arises is that more of the same quality with which our own higher self appears in the experience to come into harmonious working relation. Is such a more merely our own notion, or does it really exist? If so, in what shape does it exist? Does it act as well as exist? And in what form should we conceive of that union with it, of which religious geniuses are so convinced? It is in answering these questions that the various theologies perform their theoretic work, and that their divergencies most come to light. They all agree that the more really exists, though some of them hold it to exist in the shape of a personal god or gods, while others are satisfied to conceive it as a stream of ideal tendency, embedded in the eternal structure of the world. They all agree, moreover, that it acts as well as exists, and that something really is effected for the better when you throw your life into its hands. It is when they treat of the experience of union with it that their speculative differences appear most clearly. Over this point, pantheism and theism, nature and second birth, works and grace and karma, immortality and reincarnation, rationalism and mysticism carry on inveterate disputes. At the end of my lecture on philosophy, I held out the notion that an impartial science of religions might sift out from the midst of their discrepancies a common body of doctrine which she might also formulate in terms to which physical science need not object. This, I said, she might adopt as her own reconciling hypothesis and recommend it for general belief. I also said that in my last lecture I should have to try my own hand at framing such an hypothesis. The time has now come for this attempt. Who says hypothesis renounces the ambition to be coercive in his arguments? The most I can do is accordingly to offer something that may fit the facts so easily that your scientific logic will find no plausible pretext for vetoing your impulse to welcome it as true. The more, as we called it, and the meaning of our union with it form the nucleus of our inquiry. Into what definite description can these words be translated, and for what definite facts do they stand? It would never do for us to place ourselves offhand at the position of a particular theology, the Christian theology, for example, and proceed immediately to define the more as Jehovah and the union as his imputation to us of the righteousness of Christ. That would be unfair to other religions, and from our present standpoint at least, would be an over-belief. We must begin by using less particularized terms. And since one of the duties of the science of religions is to keep religion in connection with the rest of science, we shall do well to seek, first of all, a way of describing the more, which psychologists may also recognize as real. The subconscious self is nowadays a well-accredited psychological entity, and I believe that in it we have exactly the mediating term required. Apart from all religious considerations, there is actually and literally more life in our total soul than we are at any time aware of. The exploration of the transmarginal field has hardly yet been seriously undertaken, but what Mr. Myers said in 1892 in his essay on the subliminal consciousness is as true as when it was first written. Each of us is in reality an abiding psychical entity far more extensive than he knows, an individuality which can never express itself completely through any corporeal manifestation. The self manifests through the organism, but there is always some part of the self unmanifested, and always, as it seems, some power of organic expression in abeyance or reserve. Much of the content of this larger background against which our conscious being stands out in relief is insignificant. Imperfect memories, silly jingles, inhibitive timidities, dissolutive phenomena of various sorts, as Myers calls them, enter into it for a large part, but in many of the performances of genius seem also to have their origin, and in our study of conversion, of mystical experiences, and of prayer, we have seen how striking a part invasions from this region play in the religious life. Let me then propose as an hypothesis that whatever it may be on its farther side, the more with which in religious experience we feel ourselves connected is on its hither side the subconscious continuation of our conscious life. Starting thus with a recognized psychological fact as our basis, we seem to preserve a contact with science, which the ordinary theologian lacks. At the same time, the theologian's contention that the religious man is moved by an external power is vindicated, for it is one of the peculiarities of invasions from the subconscious region to take on objective appearances and to suggest to the subject an external control. In the religious life, the control is felt as higher, but since on our hypothesis it is primarily the higher faculties of our own hidden mind which are controlling, the sense of union with the power beyond us is a sense of something, not merely apparently, but literally true. This doorway into the subject seems to me the best one for a science of religions, for it mediates between a number of different points of view. Yet it is only a doorway, and difficulties present themselves as soon as we step through it, and ask how far our transmarginal consciousness carries us if we follow it on its remoter side. Here the over-beliefs begin. Here mysticism and the conversion rapture and Vedantism and transcendental idealism bring in their monistic interpretations and tell us that the finite self rejoins the absolute self, for it was always one with God, and identical with the soul of the world. Here the prophets of all the different religions come with their visions, voices, raptures, and other openings, supposed by each to authenticate his own peculiar faith. Those of us who are not personally favored with such specific revelations must stand outside of them altogether, and for the present at least decide that since they corroborate incompatible theological doctrines, they neutralize one another and leave no fixed result. If we follow any one of them, or if we follow philosophical theory and embrace monistic pantheism on non-mystical grounds, we do so in the exercise of our individual freedom and build out our religion in the way most congruous with our personal susceptibilities. Among these susceptibilities, intellectual ones play a decisive part, although the religious question is primarily a question of life, of living or not living in the higher union, which opens itself to us as a gift. Yet the spiritual excitement in which the gift appears, a real one, will often fail to be aroused in an individual until certain particular intellectual beliefs or ideas, which, as we say, come home to him, are touched. These ideas will thus be essential to that individual's religion, which is as much as to say that overbeliefs in various directions are absolutely indispensable, and that we should treat them with tenderness and tolerance, so long as they are not intolerant themselves. As I have elsewhere written, the most interesting and valuable things about a man are usually his overbeliefs. Disregarding the overbeliefs and confining ourselves to what is common and generic, we have in the fact that the conscious person is continuous with a wider self through which saving experiences come. A positive content of religious experience which, it seems to me, is literally and objectively true as far as it goes. If I now proceed to state my own hypothesis about the farther limits of this extension of our personality, I shall be offering my own overbelief, though I know it will appear a sorry underbelief to some of you, for which I can only bespeak the same indulgence which in a converse case I should accord to yours. The further limits of our being plunged, it seems to me, into an altogether other dimension of existence from the sensible and merely understandable world. Name it the mystical region, or the supernatural region, whichever you choose, so far as our ideal impulses originate in this region, and most of them do originate in it, for we find them possessing us in a way for which we cannot articulately account. We belong to it in a more intimate sense than that in which we belong to the visible world, for we belong in the most intimate sense wherever our ideals belong. Yet the unseen region in question is not merely ideal, for it produces effects in this world. When we commune with it, work is actually done upon our finite personality, for we are turned into new men, and consequences in the way of conduct follow in the natural world upon our regenerative change. But that which produces effects within another reality must be termed a reality itself. So I feel as if we had no philosophic excuse for calling the unseen or mystical world unreal. God is the natural appellation, for us Christians at least, for the supreme reality. So I will call this higher part of the universe by the name of God. We and God have business with each other, and in opening ourselves to his influence, our deepest destiny is fulfilled. The universe, at those parts of it which our personal being constitutes, takes a turn genuinely for the worse or for the better in proportion as each one of us fulfills or evades God's demands. As far as this goes, I probably have you with me, for I only translate into schematic language what I may call the instinctive belief of mankind. God is real since he produces real effects. The real effects in question, so far as I have as yet admitted them, are exerted on the personal centers of energy of the various subjects, but the spontaneous faith of most of the subjects is that they embrace a wider sphere than this. Most religious men believe, or know, if they be mystical, that not only they themselves, but the whole universe of beings to whom the God is present, are secure in his parental hands. There is a sense, a dimension, they are sure, in which we are all saved, in spite of the gates of hell and all adverse terrestrial appearances. God's existence is the guarantee of an ideal order that shall be permanently preserved. This world may indeed, as science assures us, some day burn up or freeze. But if it is part of his order, the old ideals are sure to be brought elsewhere to fruition, so that where God is, tragedy is only provisional and partial, and shipwreck and disillusion are not the absolutely final things. Only when this farther step of faith concerning God is taken, and remote objective consequences are predicted, does religion, as it seems to me, get wholly free from the first immediate subjective experience and bring a real hypothesis into play. A good hypothesis in science must have other properties than those of the phenomena it is immediately invoked to explain, otherwise it is not prolific enough. God, meaning only what enters into the religious man's experience of union, falls short of being an hypothesis of this more useful order. He needs to enter into wider cosmic relations in order to justify the subject's absolute confidence and peace. That the God with whom, starting from the hither side of our own extra-marginal self, we come at its remoter margin into commerce, should be the absolute world ruler, is, of course, a very considerable overbelief. Overbelief as it is, though, it is an article of almost everyone's religion. Most of us pretend in some way to prop it upon our philosophy, but the philosophy itself is really propped upon this faith. What is this but to say that religion, in her fullest experience of function, is not a mere illumination of facts already elsewhere given, not a mere passion, like love, which views things in a rosier light. It is indeed that, as we have seen, abundantly. But it is something more, namely, a postulator of new facts as well. The world interpreted religiously is not the materialistic world over again, with an altered expression. It must have, over and above the altered expression, a natural constitution, different at some point from that which a materialistic world would have. It must be such that different events can be expected in it. Different conduct must be required. This thoroughly pragmatic view of religion has usually been taken as a matter of course by common men. They have interpolated divine miracles into the field of nature. They have built a heaven out beyond the grave. It is only transcendentalist metaphysicians who think that without adding any concrete details to nature, or subtracting any, but by simply calling it the expression of absolute spirit, you make it more divine, just as it stands. I believe the pragmatic way of taking religion to be the deeper way. It gives it body, as well as soul. It makes it claim, as everything real must claim, some characteristic realm of fact as its very own. What the more characteristically divine facts are, apart from the actual inflow of energy in the faith state and the prayer state, I know not. But the overbelief on which I am ready to make my personal venture is that they exist. The whole drift of my education goes to persuade me that the world of our present consciousness is only one out of many worlds of consciousness that exist, and that those other worlds must contain experiences which have a meaning for our life also. And that although in the main their experiences and those of this world keep discrete, yet the two become continuous at certain points, and higher energies filter in. By being faithful in my poor measure to this over-belief, I seem to myself to keep more sane and true. I can, of course, put myself into the sectarian scientist's attitude and imagine vividly that the world of sensations and of scientific laws and objects may be all. But whenever I do this, I hear that inward monitor, of which W.K. Clifford once wrote, whispering the word bosh. Humbug is humbug, even though it bear the scientific name and the total expression of human experience, as I view it objectively, invincibly urges me beyond the narrow scientific bounds. Assuredly, the real world is of a different temperament, more intricately built than physical science allows. So, my objective and my subjective conscience both hold me to the over-belief which I express. Who knows whether the faithfulness of individuals here below to their own poor over-beliefs may not actually help God, in turn, to be more effectively faithful to his own greater tasks. Postscript. In writing my concluding lecture, I had to aim so much at simplification that I fear that my general philosophic position received so scant a statement as hardly to be intelligible to some of my readers. I therefore add this epilogue, which must also be so brief as possible to remedy but little the defect. In a later work I may be enabled to state my position more amply and consequently more clearly. Originality cannot be expected in a field like this, where all the attitudes and tempers that are possible have been exhibited in literature long ago, and where any new writer can immediately be classed under a familiar head. If one should make a division of all thinkers into naturalists and supernaturalists, I should undoubtedly have to go, along with most philosophers, into the supernaturalist branch. But there is a crasser and a more refined supernaturalism, and it is to be the refined division that most philosophers at the present day belong. If not regular transcendental idealists, they at least obey the Kantian direction enough to bar out ideal entities from interfering causally in the course of phenomenal events. Refined supernaturalism is universalistic supernaturalism. For the crasser variety, piecemeal supernaturalism would perhaps be the better name. It went with that older theology which today is supposed to reign only among uneducated people, or to be found among the few belated professors of the dualisms, which Kant is thought to have displaced. It admits miracles and providential leadings, and finds no intellectual difficulty in mixing the ideal and the real worlds together by interpolating influences from the ideal region among the forces that causally determine the real world's details. In this, the refined supernaturalists think that it muddles disparate dimensions of existence. For them, the world of the ideal has no efficient causality and never bursts into the world of phenomena at particular points. The ideal world for them is not a world of facts, but only of the meaning of facts. It is a point of view for judging facts. It appertains to a different ology and inhabits a different dimension of being altogether from that in which existential propositions obtain. It cannot get down upon the flat level of experience and interpolate itself piecemeal between distinct portions of nature, as those who believe, for example, in divine aid coming in response to prayer, are bound to think it must. Notwithstanding my own inability to accept either popular Christianity or scholastic theism, I suppose that my belief that in communion with the ideal new force comes into the world and new departures are made here below subjects me to being classed among the supernaturalists of the piecemeal or crasser type. Universalistic supernaturalism surrenders, it seems to me, too easily to naturalism. It takes the facts of physical science at their face value and leaves the laws of life just as naturalism finds them, with no hope of remedy in case their fruits are bad. It confines itself to sentiments about life as a whole, sentiments which may be admiring and adoring, but which need not be so, as the existence of systematic pessimism proves. In this universalistic way of taking the ideal world, the essence of practical religion seems to me to evaporate. Both instinctively and for logical reasons, I find it hard to believe that principles can exist which make no difference in facts. But all facts are particular facts, and the whole interest of the question of God's existence seems to me to lie in the consequences for particulars which that existence may be expected to entail. That no concrete particular of experience should alter its complexion in consequence of a God being there seems to me an incredible proposition, and yet it is the thesis to which, implicitly at any rate, refined supernaturalism seems to cling. It is only with experience en bloc, it says, that the Absolute maintains relations. It condescends to no transactions of detail. I am ignorant of Buddhism, and speak under correction and merely in order the better to describe my general point of view, but as I apprehend the Buddhistic doctrine of karma, I agree in principle with that. All supernaturalists admit that facts are under the judgment of higher law, but for Buddhism, as I interpret it, and for religion generally so far as it remains unweakened by transcendentalistic metaphysics, the word judgment here means no such bare academic verdict or Platonic appreciation as it means in Vedantic or modern absolutist systems. It carries, on the contrary, execution with it, is in rebus as well as post rem, and operates causally as partial factor in the total fact. The universe becomes a Gnosticism, pure and simple, on any other terms. But this view that judgment and execution go together is that of the crasser supernaturalist way of thinking, so the present volume must on the whole be classed with the other expressions of that creed. I state the matter thus bluntly because the current of thought in academic circles runs against me, and I feel like a man who must set his back against an open door quickly if he does not wish to see it closed and locked. In spite of its being so shocking to the reigning intellectual tastes, I believe that a candid consideration of piecemeal supernaturalism and a complete discussion of all its metaphysical bearings will show it to be the hypothesis by which the largest number of legitimate requirements are met. That, of course, would be a program for other books than this. What I now say sufficiently indicates to the philosophic reader the place where I belong. If asked just where the differences in fact which are due to God's existence come in, I should have to say that, in general, I have no hypothesis to offer beyond what the phenomenon of prayerful communion, especially when certain kinds of incursion from the subconscious region take part in it, immediately suggests. The appearance is that in this phenomenon something ideal, which in one sense is part of ourselves, and in another sense is not ourselves, actually exerts an influence, raises our center of personal energy, and produces regenerative effects unattainable in other ways. If then there be a wider world of being than that of our everyday consciousness, if in it there be forces whose effects on us are intermittent, if one facilitating condition of the effects be the openness of this subliminal door, we have the elements of a theory to which the phenomena of religious life lend plausibility. I am so impressed by the importance of these phenomena that I adopt the hypothesis which they so naturally suggest. At these places, at least, I say it would seem as though transmundane energies, God, if you will, produced immediate effects within the natural world to which the rest of our experience belongs. The difference in natural fact, which most of us would assign as the first difference which the existence of a God ought to make, would, I imagine, be personal immortality. Religion, in fact, for the great majority of our own race, means immortality, and nothing else. God is the producer of immortality, and whoever has doubts of immortality is written down as an atheist without farther trial. I have said nothing in my lectures about immortality or the belief therein, for to me it seems a secondary point. If our ideals are only cared for in eternity, I do not see why we might not be willing to resign their care to other hands than ours. Yet I sympathize with the urgent impulse to be present ourselves, and in the conflict of impulses, both of them so vague, yet both of them noble, I know not how to decide. It seems to me that it is eminently a case for facts to testify. Facts, I think, are yet lacking to prove spirit return. Though I have the highest respect for the patient labors of Messrs. Myers, Hodgson, and Hyslop, and am somewhat impressed by their favorable conclusions, I consequently leave the matter open with this brief word, to save the reader from a possible perplexity as to why immortality got no mention in the body of this book. The ideal power with which we feel ourselves in connection, the God of ordinary men, is, both by ordinary men and by philosophers, endowed with certain of those metaphysical attributes which, in the lecture on philosophy, I treated with such disrespect. He is assumed as a matter of course to be one and only, and to be infinite, and the notion of many finite gods is one which hardly anyone thinks it worthwhile to consider, and still less to uphold. Nevertheless, in the interests of intellectual clearness, I feel bound to say that religious experience, as we have studied it, cannot be cited as unequivocally supporting the infinitist belief. The only thing that it unequivocally testifies to is that we can experience union with something larger than ourselves, and in that union find our greatest peace. Philosophy, with its passion for unity, and mysticism with its monoideistic bent, both pass to the limit and identify the something with a unique God who is the all-inclusive soul of the world. Popular opinion, respectful to their authority, follows the example which they set. Meanwhile, the practical needs and experiences of religion seem to me sufficiently met by the belief that beyond each man, and in a fashion continuous with him, there exists a larger power which is friendly to him and to his ideals. All that the facts require is that the power should be both other and larger than our conscious selves. Anything larger will do, if only it be large enough to trust for the next step. It need not be infinite. It need not be solitary. It might conceivably even be only a larger and more godlike self, of which the present self would then be but the mutilated expression, and the universe might conceivably be a collection of such selves of different degrees of inclusiveness, with no absolute unity realized in it at all. thus would a sort of polytheism return upon us, a polytheism which I do not on this occasion defend, for my only aim at present is to keep the testimony of religious experience clearly within its proper bounds. Upholders of the monistic view will say to such a polytheism, which by the way has always been the real religion of common people, and is so still today, that unless there be one all-inclusive God, our guarantee of security is left imperfect. In the absolute, and in the absolute only, all is saved. If there be different gods, each caring for his part, some portion of some of us might not be covered with divine protection, and our religious consolation would thus fail to be complete. It goes back to what was said on pages 131 to 133 about the possibility of there being portions of the universe that may irretrievably be lost. Common sense is less sweeping in its demands than philosophy or mysticism have been wont to be, and can suffer the notion of this world being partly saved and partly lost. The ordinary moralistic state of mind makes the salvation of the world conditional upon the success with which each unit does its part. Partial and conditional salvation is in fact a most familiar notion when taken in the abstract, the only difficulty being to determine the details. Some men are even disinterested enough to be willing to be in the unsaved remnant, as far as their persons go, if only they can be persuaded that their cause will prevail. All of us are willing, whenever our activity excitement rises sufficiently high. I think, in fact, that a final philosophy of religion will have to consider the pluralistic hypothesis more seriously than it has hitherto been willing to consider it. For practical life, at any rate, the chance of salvation is enough. No fact in human nature is more characteristic than its willingness to live on a chance. The existence of the chance makes the difference. As Edmund Gurney says, between a life of which the keynote is resignation and a life of which the keynote is hope. But all these statements are unsatisfactory from their brevity, and I can only say that I hope to return to the same questions in another book.
Ave María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres.
In memory of William James, born in 1842, died in 1910.